Palace full of delicacies Chapter 113 to Chapter 138. Thousands of soldiers fought bravely. The sky was filled with tortoise shells and fish scales, and the sounds of tiger sharks squawking like mandarin ducks could be heard incessantly. The most valiant of them all was Prince Jing. Dressed in black, he shuttled back and forth in the waves, holding two shining silver harpoons in his hands as he attacked with both hands. Every move was clean and efficient, without the slightest excess movement. Like a killer in the dark night, he shuttled through the school of fish, leaving not a single scale behind. Although tiger sharks were fierce, they were small and only had a pair of sharp teeth. They could hurt people, but they couldn't kill people. It didn't take long for most of them to be killed. After a few of the salmon that had been ramming against the ship were killed, the rest of the tiger sharks decided to retreat. They stopped jumping onto the ship and tried to dive back into the sea. Prince Jing wouldn't give them the chance to do so. He made a prompt decision and quickly cast a net. More than half of the fleeing tiger sharks were caught and piled up on the deck into a small mountain. Quack 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 quack. The tiger sharks in the net swayed their tails and cried out like hundreds of ducks. They were so noisy that it made one's head hurt. There were still 2 salmon that hadn't died yet. Moo, they cried out, causing Prince Jing, who had just jumped onto the ship, to almost fall off. His Majesty impatiently slapped the fish's head with his palm. The fish that was screaming at the top of its lungs immediately died. Your Majesty, please wait. Prince Ling threw down the silver spear in his hand and rushed forward to stop the emperor. He touched his face, and it wasn't clear if it was sweat or seawater. He said hurriedly, "This thing is too big. It won't be easy to store it after it's killed. It'll spoil very quickly." What he meant was that the fish wouldn't be fresh if they died. How would they eat them in 2 days? His Majesty frowned slightly and looked up at the pile of tiger sharks. He kicked Prince Jing beside him and said, "Move the fish to another ship." Your Majesty, this subject has just killed countless enemies. It's fine if you don't reward me, but you're punching and kicking me. Prince Jing threw his harpoon on the ground and rolled up his wide black sleeves. He looked like he would rather die than be humiliated. He was ready to fight the emperor to the death. His Majesty slapped the back of Prince Jing's head. Cut the crap. After that, he began to make arrangements for the next step. The aftermath was left to Prince Jing, and the pacification of the soldiers was left to Prince Ling. Wang Gong went to call the slaves in the lower cabin to clean up the ship, and Gao Pun took the mermaid to the national tutor for interrogation. This sea monster nest was extremely dangerous, so it was impossible for the mermaids to not know about it. They had to interrogate it properly. As for the emperor himself, he took off the fish-scaled and fishy outer garment of the mermaid. With his hands clasped behind his back, he happily turned and returned to his room. He had more important things to do. He had to go see his stupid slave and son. When they entered the room, Suyu was sitting by the bed and rubbing her aching head. Earlier, she was too focused on looking outside and didn't notice it. Now, she realized that the back of her head hurt quite a bit. She raised her hand to touch it and found that there was a big bump. What's wrong? His Majesty the Emperor frowned. He walked over in 2 or 3 steps and looked down at her. It's nothing. I just fell down and hit my head. Suyu put down his hand and stood up. He looked at the emperor. Are you hurt? Ouch. Before he could finish, the emperor's slender and powerful hand touched his head. When he touched the bump, she immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. You're so stupid. His Majesty the Emperor's face suddenly turned cold and his voice grew louder. I told you to hide in bed. What were you doing? His Majesty the Emperor was really angry this time. He scolded Suyu until he shrank back. Before he could say anything, Prince Lu's voice came from outside the door. Reporting to your Majesty, the national tutor has asked Consort Xian to go kill the fish. The bodies of the salmon that died in the winter and came back to life wouldn't rot in the frozen sea after they died. However, they would quickly rot in the water. The 2 salmon that had been slapped to death by the emperor and shot by the archers had to be dealt with as soon as possible. Suyu looked at the emperor. That person snorted coldly and ignored him. He blinked and went to the kitchen, feeling wronged. A salmon was as big as a water buffalo. Suyu held the fish knife and gestured for a while before he finally found the place to cut. Fortunately, even though it looked like a cow, the meat was still fish. It wasn't hard to cut it. It was just that it took a bit of effort to cut the two wings. He needed to use internal energy to cut them. The internal energy in the wrist guard had been used up. He wanted to find the Emperor to replenish it. However, when he thought of the Emperor's attitude just now, he immediately extinguished the idea. Uncle Cat was still angry. If he went, he would be scolded. However, it wasn't something that he wanted to kowtow to. Suyu sighed and went to find the two Xianxia. After looking around, he didn't find them. He could only go find the national tutor. I only know this way. Just as he walked to the door of the hall, he heard the mermaid's slightly trembling voice. The national tutor sat on the main seat in the hall. He held a cup of tea and slowly drank it. The mermaid, who had left the water, transformed her legs and knelt on the ground. She pointed to the sky and swore that she definitely didn't have any intention of harming them. The roads in the sea are limited and obstructed. This one knows. The national tutor took another sip. His cold eyes quietly looked at the beautiful mermaid in gauze. When you came ashore from the sea, you must have encountered this place. Hearing this, the mermaid's slender body suddenly trembled. The national tutor raised his hand and pinched the white chin, forcing her to look at him. The beautiful eyes that were like colored glass had an irresistible enchantment. It was as if an invisible net had extended. Once touched, one would be unable to resist and sink into it. It was difficult to break free. Is there another way to get to that island? The national tutor's voice began to sound near and far. I only know of this one. The mermaid said absent-mindedly. There were dangers everywhere in the sea, and not far from here were two deep oceanic trenches. The oceanic trenches were too deep, and it was unknown what kind of terrifying things were hidden inside. Her family's people had always taken this sea route, not daring to approach the two sides. The national tutor frowned slightly. He could more or less sense the situation at the bottom of the sea not far away. It was indeed a bottomless darkness. Moreover, the darkness was very long and he couldn't see the end. According to the mermaid, it would take at least half a month to go around the trenches. Moreover, the mermaid wasn't familiar with the sea there. There might be worse things there. The island was near the sea where the mermaid lived. The mermaid was actually unwilling to bring these ferocious cats there. However, the situation was stronger than the fish. Under the control of mental manipulation, she could only lead the way obediently. She didn't mean to lead them to death. She didn't have the ability to do so. She just didn't remind these cats. She secretly thought that if they capsized at the sea monster's nest, she could escape back to the sea. The national tutor took out the sea map and asked the mermaid to point out the locations of the sea monster's nests. It was similar to before. However, the sea map was different from the real sea. The mermaid's memory alone wasn't completely accurate. Meirua's meticulously drawn eyebrows frowned slightly. The national tutor was a little worried. The deeper they went into the sea, the more types of sea monsters there would be, and the bigger their sizes would be. Moreover, Yazi hadn't appeared yet. They still didn't know what the retired emperor and the others had encountered back then. They originally thought that they could find a way out with this mermaid. Now, it seemed that it was still very dangerous. Imperial uncle. Suyu called out softly, waking the national tutor from his deep thoughts. The national tutor came back to his senses. He let go of his hand and raised his head. The mermaid who had lost control fell to the ground again, making a muffled dong sound. Suyu felt a headache when he heard that sound. After hearing the purpose of Suyu's visit, the national tutor looked at him strangely, but didn't say anything. He only told him to leave a whole salmon as it would be used as a sacrifice to the heavens at night. Suyu returned to the kitchen with the wrist guard that was filled with internal energy. He skinned and broke the bones of the tiger sharks that were almost squeezed to death, and chopped off the wings and tails of the huge salmon. Suddenly, he realized that this nest of sea monsters all had snake tails. They were probably close relatives. These days, he had learned a lot from studying the way to eat sea monsters. He found that food that looked similar would have similar tastes. For example, this kind of snake tail was probably similar to snake meat. It was just that it was more tender than normal snake meat. After all, it was still a fish. With a bag on his head, Suyu busied himself in the kitchen for the whole afternoon. He took care of the urgent matters that needed to be dealt with properly. It was equivalent to killing 2 cows and more than 10 fish. He was so tired that he couldn't speak. A small pot of fish soup was simmering on the stove. That was His Highness the Crown Prince's dinner. He really couldn't do anything else. Carrying the small bowl, he dragged his heavy steps back to the main room. Suyu pushed open the door and was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. He saw that the original wooden floor in the room had been filled with large pieces of soft cushions. The thick cushions were almost as thick as the low bed. The furniture that was originally inlaid on the floor and walls had its edges rubbed away. The edges were also carefully wrapped with animal skin. The big golden cat was squatting in the middle of the soft cushions, impatiently pushing the little fur ball that was trying to crawl under his belly. When Suyu saw this scene, his waist and legs no longer hurt. He put down the bowl of soup in his hand and rushed over in 2 or 3 steps. He threw himself onto the thick cushions, hugged the big and small fur ball in his arms, and rolled on the ground. Stupid slave! His Majesty the Emperor immediately struggled. When Suyu turned over, he wriggled his way out. He shook his messy fur and raised his hand to give him a slap. Meh! His Highness the Crown Prince tilted his head and also slapped Suyu. The soft, milk-scented meat pads landed on his face. Suyu spread out his limbs and stretched out happily. Unfilial son. The big golden cat suddenly jumped onto Suyu's chest and gave the little furball a fierce slap. His Highness the Crown Prince was slapped so hard that he rolled down from Suyu's chest. Meh meh. The little furball fell down with a gurgle and raised his head in a daze. What are you doing? Suyu was shocked. He reached out to pick up the child. His Majesty the Emperor transformed into his human form and picked up the Crown Prince. You dare to hit Imperial Mother at such a young age. In the future, you will rebel against the heavens. What does he know? I was just playing. Suyu sat up and looked at the pitiful little furball who was being held by the back of his neck by his imperial father. His heart instantly ached. He raised a hand to snatch the child away. Suddenly, he was stunned. Wait, what did you just say? Imperial Mother? What's wrong? His Majesty looked at him from the corner of his eyes. This stupid slave. Was he so happy that he became stupid after knowing that he was going to be named Empress? Suyu swallowed his saliva. The child shouldn't be called Mother Empress. Forget about Father Empress, at least Father Empress was fine. What was Mother Empress? The eldest imperial son can be called Mother Empress. Now that you want to raise the Crown Prince, you must be Empress. His Majesty raised his chin slightly and put one hand on Suyu's head. If Shin says you are you, then you are. What are you afraid of? That wasn't the point. Suyu's mouth twitched. Your Majesty, this subject is a man. Even if he didn't call him Father Empress, he should at least call him Father. What was Mother Empress? His Majesty frowned slightly. Why was this stupid slave saying such nonsense? Shen has been in the same room with you for so long. Could it be that you still can't distinguish between male and female? Male. Mother. Suyu choked on his saliva. Me. The kitten in his palm curled up into a ball and hid its 4 little paws under its body as it meowed weakly. Suyu lowered his head and saw His Highness the Crown Prince's appearance. His heart ached and he was no longer in the mood to argue about the title. He crawled 2 steps forward on the soft cushion and took the bowl of soup from the table. He carried the child and hurriedly fed him. He didn't drink much of the soup at noon and didn't give the little guy anything to eat in the afternoon. He was probably sleepy and hungry right now. His Majesty even taught him a lesson. Suyu held a small spoon and scooped up a spoonful of fish soup. This fish soup was cooked with the belly of a tiger shark. It was very delicious. During the past few days on the boat, Suyu tried to feed His Highness the Crown Prince all kinds of fish. He discovered that the descendants of mythical beasts were indeed extraordinary. The Crown Prince could even eat the soup cooked with the meat of these sea monsters. Now that he had grown a few small teeth, he could eat a little bit of soft fish paste. However, he still mainly ate fish soup. The belly of a tiger shark was the most tender. It melted as soon as it was cooked in boiling water. The thick bowl of white soup was like milk, and there was a layer of translucent film around it. It looked like jelly, and it melted in his mouth. The delicate jade spoon was brought to Suyu's little mouth, and the originally listless little fur ball immediately became spirited. It opened its mouth and sucked on the spoon, quickly smacking its little mouth. After it finished sucking the soup, the little spoon was about to leave, but it immediately stretched out its two front paws and grabbed onto Suyu's wrist, not letting her go. Suyu smiled and kissed her little golden head. "Good girl, let go. Daddy will scoop another spoonful for you." Meow. His Highness the Crown Prince seemed to understand and obediently let go of Suyu's hand. When the spoon filled with fish soup came back, he once again hugged Suyu's hand and started eating. Suyu's eyes were about to disappear from his smile. He suddenly thought that letting the child call him daddy wasn't a bad idea. He imagined a group of little furballs following behind him in the future. "Daddy, what are we eating today? Daddy, I want to scratch myself. Daddy, let's go sunbathe." Just thinking about it made his saliva almost flow out. The emperor looked at His Highness the Crown Prince, who looked like a starving ghost, and was immediately unhappy. This little brat, he let Wang Fuhai feed him so much in the afternoon, so why did he look like he hadn't eaten for a few days now? He purposely acted pitiful in front of the stupid slave, making it look like the emperor was abusing him. Suyu had just fed her the third spoonful when a slightly large furry mouth came over and licked away the spoonful of soup he had just scooped. The emperor smacked his lips and his amber eyes immediately lit up. The emperor, who had turned into a cat at some point, grabbed onto Suyu's hand and was about to stick his head into the bowl. "Your Majesty, stop messing around." Suyu raised the bowl in his hand higher to prevent the big cat from reaching it. "The child hasn't eaten anything since noon. Let him eat his fill first." This unfilial son was almost stuffed to death. The emperor smacked his lips. This fish soup was surprisingly delicious. No wonder the crown prince drank it so enthusiastically. Meow meow, meow. His Highness the Crown Prince saw that the big cat wanted to steal his fish soup and anxiously spun around in Suyu's hand. After being pestered by the big cat and small cat, His Highness the Crown Prince finally finished a bowl of fish soup. He drank until his stomach was bulging and completely forgot about the unpleasantness from before. He laid on his back in Suyu's hand and smacked his little mouth as he fell asleep. Suyu let out a sigh of relief and put down the bowl in his hand. He stretched and his tiredness climbed up again. He let out a big yawn and was so sleepy that tears were forced out. A pair of slender and warm hands reached out from behind him. It was obvious who it belonged to. Suyu rushed forward before the big cat could get close to him and made the first move. His soft body leaned back and firmly rested in the emperor's arms. The golden robe was unusually soft and the surface was covered with a layer of fluffy fur. It was very comfortable against his cheeks. Suyu yawned again and rubbed against the soft clothes. He wanted to say something, but his tired body didn't want to open his mouth. Then he forgot what he wanted to say and fell into darkness. The emperor lowered his head and looked at the stupid slave rubbing against his chest. Just as he was about to scold him, he found that he had already fallen asleep. The stupid slave's face was pressed against his chest and his hands were spread out on his legs. The golden fluffy ball was sleeping in his palms. "So stupid," the emperor muttered. It wasn't clear if he was talking about Suyu or the crown prince. He slowly moved over and kissed the back of the slave's head. Suyu didn't eat dinner and slept until dawn. When he opened his eyes, he saw a big golden cat lying in his arms. The big cat was holding an almost identical small cat. The small cat's two small white paws were hugging one of the big cat's paws, and it was sleeping with its belly facing the sky. Rubbing the back of his head, he found that the big bump from yesterday didn't hurt anymore. The bulge had also disappeared a lot. Suyu blinked. He found that his body's recovery ability was surprisingly good. The tooth mark from last time when he was bitten by the emperor was also very good. The next morning, it was mostly healed and there was only a red mark left. Could it be that he ate the strange fish? He couldn't think of a reason, so he stopped thinking about it. Suyu happily buried his face in the fluffy fur and took a deep breath. Then he got up energetically and made some delicious food for the big cat. Perhaps it was because they were tired from yesterday's battle. Not to mention the national tutor who never ate breakfast and the princeling who always got up late, Prince Jing, who usually got up early to catch fish, was also nowhere to be seen. The sky was clear and boundless. It was another good day. Suyu took out the processed salmon meat from yesterday and prepared to dry it. Do you need help? A sweet voice came from behind him. Suyu was stunned. He turned around and saw a beautiful woman wearing a sea blue silk dress gently smiling at him. Suyu opened his eyes wide. There was only one woman on this ship. She was the mermaid who had always lived in the fish tank in the kitchen. He was stunned for a long time before he remembered her name. Haiju, why did you come out? In order to prevent the mermaid from escaping, there was an iron fence around the water tank. The national tutor never allowed her to take half a step out of the water tank. If she came out, then she came out. This girl didn't want to jump into the sea as soon as possible. Instead, she was leisurely helping him dry the fish. The mermaid named Haiju smiled bitterly. Because she had angered the national tutor, she was forced to sign a blood contract. Now, she didn't dare to escape. The blood contract of an ancient mythical beast was no joke. It could definitely kill the fish from 1,000 miles away. Even if she escaped to the ends of the earth, the national tutor could kill her with a single thought. Suyu blinked and looked at the mermaid sympathetically. Since there was such a convenient method, the national tutor didn't want to use it. Instead, they kept her in the water tank. Presumably, the national tutor despised her status as food. Now, they probably needed the mermaid to guide them from time to time before they reluctantly signed the blood contract. The meat of the tiger shark was relatively ordinary. The tender parts of the fish belly were very delicious when cooked into soup. The most delicious part was the snake tail. The snake tail wasn't real snake meat. Although it was chewy and had small bones, it was still fish meat. It tasted as chewy as snake meat and as tender as fish meat. The spicy tiger shark tail was made with sufficient pepper and chili. It tasted like spicy eel, except that it was crisper than eel meat. As for the salmon meat, it was very chewy. Most of it was dried, and the rest was made into grilled fish steak. Thick chunks of fish meat were grilled over the fire until they were 80% cooked. Then, they were placed on a red-hot stone plate and poured with the sauce. Immediately, sizzling sounds could be heard. The mermaid lowered her head and obediently served as a palace maid. She helped to serve the dishes and wine. She was very obedient. However, when she saw the gazes of the princes occasionally, she could clearly feel the desire in their eyes. She couldn't help but feel a little scared. After traveling for nearly a month, they encountered 2 or 3 more nests of sea monsters. The closer they got to the deep sea, the fiercer the sea monsters became. Prince Jing was even injured in a fight. Fortunately, it was more daunting than dangerous. Along the way, the other 2 royal ships were almost full. On this day, the cat masters were sunbathing on the deck when they suddenly heard the mermaid's cry. What's wrong? Suyu raised his head from his fur and looked at the sleeping white cat, the black cat and the big black and yellow cat that were fighting together, the big golden cat that was lazily wagging its tail, and the little golden cat that was hugging the big cat's tail and scratching it. As the only one present who could speak human language, he asked in a timely manner. The seawater. Why is it like this? Haiju widened her eyes and looked at the familiar sea in disbelief. This was the entrance to the sea area of the mermaids. The usually light blue seawater was now silent and dark. Suyu stood up and looked around. Only then did he realize that as the ship moved forward, the color of the surrounding seawater was getting darker and darker. It was so dark that it was almost black. Looking at it made him shudder, as if there was a bottomless abyss hidden in the seawater under his feet. This place is close to the merfolk sea. There shouldn't be any danger. The merfolk looked at the unfamiliar sea and felt very uneasy. They had heard from their clansmen that 5 years ago, a large storm had appeared in this area and there had been a sharp and terrifying whistling sound. However, when the merfolk approached, they saw nothing. Could there really be a sea monster hiding in the sea? Dark clouds gradually covered the clear sky, making the seawater even darker. The big golden cat suddenly stood up and ran to Suyu's side. It grabbed the hem of his clothes and climbed onto his shoulder. Its pair of furry ears moved back and forth. It lowered its head to look at the dark seawater and sniffed hard. The 2 cats fighting also stopped. The big black cat leaped onto the railing in a few steps and paced back and forth restlessly. The big black and yellow cat didn't seem to have such a strong feeling, but it also didn't have the interest to play with the clockwork mouse. It crouched down and looked around vigilantly. The big white cat didn't have any reaction. It continued to lie down elegantly and sleep soundly. Meow. 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 His Highness the Crown Prince seemed to have sensed something and began to cry out in its young and tender voice. Only then did the national tutor wake up. Before he was fully awake, he suddenly darted over and pressed the little fur ball under his body. A hidden arrow suffused with black fog shot straight at the Crown Prince. When it encountered the big white cat, it suddenly stopped 3 inches away. Like a marionette that had lost control, it fell to the ground with a clang. Before everyone could catch their breath, a black shadow suddenly broke out of the water. The emperor quickly transformed into his human form and pulled Suyu with him as he rolled on the ground. The first black shadow to emerge from the water smashed heavily into the place where they had been standing, shattering the railing and wooden planks there. Countless hidden black arrows whizzed over, each carrying a thick black fog. They were exactly the same as the black arrows that had attacked Suyu in the hunting ground years ago. The national tutor transformed into his human form and threw the little golden fur ball into his clothes. His Highness the Crown Prince moved in confusion in the long white fluffy robe. It pulled at the collar and poked its little head out. Countless black arrows flew towards the national tutor, but they all stopped a foot away from him, unable to get any closer. King Jing stood on the railing with the harpoon in his hand and swung it elegantly. The clanging sounds of the harpoon being struck rang out incessantly. With a flip of his hand, he stabbed the black shadow that had just jumped onto the railing. The black thing let out a sharp shriek and writhed violently under the harpoon. And Hongchul raised his hand and threw Suyu towards the national tutor. He pulled out his dagger and cleverly cut down the shadows that kept pouncing on him. The national tutor grabbed Suyu's collar, pulled out the little fur ball that was crawling inside his clothes, and shoved it at him. "Come closer to me." Suyu caught her son and held him in her arms. She didn't dare to be careless and stood close to the national tutor. There was a natural protective cover here. If they were more than a foot away, they would be shot into a sieve. Prince Lu tried to help. His swordsmanship was precise and his qinggong was excellent, but he couldn't kill those monsters. When he slashed at them with his swordsmanship, those monsters were as solid as rocks. He couldn't cut through them at all. They would flip over and bite him. On the other hand, the imperial family members were able to kill them one by one as if they were vegetables. Suyu suddenly understood. He took off the wrist guard on his hand and threw it over. "Crown Prince, put it on and use your inner strength." Gaopeng raised his hand and caught it. He kicked the monster away. Without asking any questions, he clasped the wrist guard on his hand and gathered his inner strength on the blade. He immediately cut the monster in half. Prince Ling stabbed one monster with his spear, but he still felt that it was too slow. He simply swung his spear horizontally and swung it around, hitting several monsters at once. His Majesty the Emperor and Prince Jing killed the fastest and received the most attacks. "Imperial uncle, what is this?" Suyu looked at the black shadow that had been cut into 2 halves. It was a monster that was half the height of a person. Its black body was soft and boneless, but it had many small legs. It looked like a combination of an enlarged centipede and a leech. The national tutor's cold eyes flashed with a trace of disgust. "A descendant of the Yazi." "Ah?" Suyu's eyes widened. Wasn't the Yazi an ancient vicious beast? How did it grow up to look like this? "This thing is the bloodline of the Yazi. I don't know what was mixed in it, but it became like this after thousands of years." The national tutor waved his hand and shook off the minced meat within 3 feet of him. Immediately, the minced meat pounced on Prince Ling, who was fighting a bloody battle. 21. Prince Ling's angry roar pierced through the sky. After a long time, these mongrels finally stopped. The sea returned to its calm state and the Black Sea turned back to its dark blue color. Only the arrows and monster corpses on the ship were evidence of the fierce battle just now. Prince Lu held the saber in his hand and panted. With the internal energy in the wrist guard, it wasn't difficult to cut those things. The difficult part was how to catch them. Those monsters moved very quickly. Even with his efforts, he was still bitten in several places. The national tutor withdrew his internal energy and slowly walked to the side of a corpse. He frowned slightly. He looked up at the other ships around him. The soldiers on the ships were very calm, as if they didn't realize what had happened. The general at the bow of the ship waved a flag signal and asked what had happened. Prince Jing replied that nothing was wrong. He picked up a monster and looked at it. This thing probably came for the bloodline. Both the Yazi and the Swanee were the 9 sons of the dragon. The Yazi bloodline in these mongrels was relatively thin, so they looked very strange. The true dragon blood in the Swanee's bloodline had a fatal attraction to these guys. These are just the beginning. The national tutor looked at the dark sea in front of him and frowned slightly. There were more monsters in this sea. They wouldn't be peaceful for the next few days. If that's the case, let concubine Xian stay on another ship. Prince Jing touched his arm that had been grazed by an arrow. So you didn't have any martial arts, so it would be very dangerous for him to stay with them. If there were more of these things, the national tutor would have to help him. They might not be able to protect him. No. The emperor rejected without thinking. What a joke to let this stupid slave leave him and sleep on another man's ship. Your Majesty, you can't ignore the safety of your nephew's wife for your own selfish reasons. Prince Ling shook off the sticky flesh on his body and waved his silver spear in disdain. He walked over and said, "The Xianxia will also shoot him." The emperor's face darkened. He grabbed His Highness the Crown Prince, who had poked his head out of Suyu's lapel and wiped the sweat off his hands. Suyu was stunned. His first reaction was that this thing was called the Xianxia. His second reaction was that he was just a commoner. Why would he want to kill him? That's right. The national tutor nodded. Be careful at night. After saying that, he raised his chin at Wang Gonggong, who had just climbed out of the cabin, indicating that he should hurry up and clean the dirty ship. He then turned around and floated up to the observatory to return to his room. Prince Ling was stunned for a moment. He threw down his silver spear and rushed up to the second floor with a foul smell all over his body. 21. I haven't settled accounts with you yet. Prince Jing narrowed his peach blossom eyes and looked at Suyu with a faint smile. He then turned his gaze to the emperor. Tisk, tsk. I didn't expect, the emperor coldly glared back at him. The night is long. How am I, a lonely man, supposed to sleep peacefully? King Jing did not say anything else. He raised his head to look at the sky, which was close to dusk, and sighed. He picked up the shivering mermaid and said gently, "Beauty, come. Tell me about the fish in this sea." His charming peach blossom eyes were filled with tenderness. The mermaid shook her head with all her might, but she was still dragged away by the domineering prince. Wang Gonggong began to clean the floor and repair the railings with the servants without complaint. The emperor threw his son to Suyu and turned to leave unhappily. Your Majesty? Suyu looked left and right in confusion. He lowered his head and looked at His Highness the Crown Prince. Mao, what's wrong with your imperial father? The golden furball blinked its big eyes and stuck out its pink tongue to lick its mouth. Are you hungry? Suyu scratched his head. It made sense. After fighting for an entire afternoon, they probably used up all the food they had for lunch. He should make something delicious for the cats. Just as he was thinking, a black and yellow thing flew out of the window on the second floor and smashed into the soft cushion on the deck. 17th Uncle, are you all right? Suyu lowered his head and asked with concern. The big cat that was stuck in the cushion weakly wagged its tail. The Xianxia was too disgusting. The cats didn't want to eat it at all. Wang Gonggong mercilessly threw them all into the sea. Suyu carried his son and sliced the salmon meat into slices. He wrapped them in millet and fried them. He then poured some chili oil on them to make spicy salmon slices. He then cooked a bowl of tiger shark soup and carried it back to his bedroom. The big golden cat was lying on its side on the soft cushion with its back facing the door. It didn't turn around when it heard Suyu come in. It was still in the same position. After putting the food on the table, Suyu crawled over with his son and pressed his face against the emperor's furry back. Your Majesty, are you tired? The emperor's ears twitched and he ignored him. Eat something before you sleep. He continued to flatter the emperor. It wagged its tail and ignored him. Sauce? Suyu weakly placed his chin on the furry belly and called out with a grin. His Majesty immediately turned around and gave him a slap on the face. Suyu wasn't angry at all after being slapped. He took advantage of the situation and kissed the furry mouth. He rubbed his face against the warm chin. Really, he's acting spoiled again. The emperor stiffened and instantly turned back into his human form. He pressed the back of the stupid slave's head and fiercely kissed him. Seeing the stupid slave like this, even if he knows, he won't blame me. Humph. Even if the blood contract will cause Xianxia to attack the stupid slave, so what? I'll definitely protect him. Me. His Highness the Crown Prince, who was sandwiched in the middle, struggled to scratch Suyu's chin. The furball was still too small and didn't have the strength to squeeze out. Oh. Suyu hurriedly got up and rubbed his son who was squashed by the furball. For some reason, the emperor became happy again. He ordered Suyu to bring the food over. He lazily ate a bowl of rice with the simple dishes and drank a few mouthfuls of soup. After that, he lay down on the soft cushion again and didn't move. Suyu looked at the emperor's slender and beautiful figure who was dressed in soft velvet clothes. He swallowed his saliva and shamelessly rubbed against the emperor. Your Majesty, you must be tired. Do you want me to give you a massage? The old cat had always agreed to this kind of request, although it couldn't help but mock him a few times. What are you trying to do by flattering me like this? Who knew that today, the emperor would actually pause and say, no need. Suyu was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he reached out and pulled open the emperor's clothes. What are you doing? The emperor was shocked. Because he was lying on his stomach, he couldn't stop it in time. His golden robe was instantly pulled from the back of his collar to his waist, revealing his smooth back. On his honey-colored skin, a hideous bloodstain was particularly conspicuous. You're injured. Suyu's heart ached. He looked at the emperor with disapproval. It's fine. And Hongchul moved uncomfortably and tried to pull his clothes back. Don't move. I'll go get the medicine. Suyu quickly pressed down on his hand. It was still bleeding. It wouldn't be good if the blood got on the clothes. The clothes were still furry, so it wouldn't be easy to wash them. His Majesty grabbed him, pursed his lips, and said, just a kiss. Suyu blinked, then blinked again. Ah? He never thought that the emperor, who had always been awkward, would act like a spoiled child when he was injured. He turned his head in disbelief and looked at the serious emperor. Suyu swallowed back the words he wanted to say. Looking at the emperor, it didn't seem like he was joking. Forget it. And Hongchul frowned slightly. He turned around and lay down again. His mood, which had just improved, fell back down again. He didn't know why he was angry. Suyu scratched his head and looked at the little furball who was squatting on the cushion. He hoped that His Highness the Crown Prince could translate his father's behavior. His Highness the Crown Prince looked at the furry golden robe in front of him and grabbed a corner to scratch it. Unable to get a kiss from the stupid slave, the emperor unhappily buried his face in the soft cushion. Hearing the rustling behind him, he closed his eyes and waited for Suyu to apply medicine for him. Unexpectedly, it was not the cold ointment that stuck to him, but warm and soft lips. His ears slowly turned red, and the emperor moved uncomfortably. Although Suyu had applied a layer of ointment on him after the kiss, it couldn't stop the emperor's mood from improving again. After coaxing the father and son to eat dinner, Suyu went to lie down next to the emperor and put his son between them. Emperor, why would Xianxia also shoot me? Today, the emperor spoke so confidently that the national tutor didn't refute it. His thin lips pursed into a straight line. His Majesty didn't seem to want to talk about it. Is it because I'm an alien? Suyu guessed to himself. Last time at the hunting ground, the thing that the emperor killed was probably this thing. At that time, the arrow was aimed at the top of his head. His Majesty glanced at him. That's because I'm standing beside you. Suyu rubbed his nose. Sure enough, he was overthinking things. Night fell. The waves rhythmically beat against the hull of the ship. The imperial family's warship fell into silence. The emperor opened his eyes in the darkness and looked around. He pulled Suyu, who was sleeping peacefully, into his arms. Though Xianxia could come back at any time, so he didn't dare to sleep too deeply. Today, Suyu's words reminded Chol that before the two of them exchanged essence blood, Xianxia did attack Suyu, and it wasn't just once at the hunting ground. After he changed back to human form and left the Su family, he asked his stupid brother to send people to protect Suyu. In the end, Prince Zhao told him that there were Xianxia lying in ambush near the Su family residence. This made him very uneasy, so he often went back to see Suyu and helped him deal with those hidden bastards. After the hunting ground, these things didn't appear again, so he forgot about it. Now that he thought about it, the descendants of Yazi already knew about Suyu's identity as an alien. And Hongchul frowned slightly. He suddenly thought of Prince Mu, who was far away in the northwest. At that time, someone told Princess Mu about the alien, which was why he did those outrageous actions. Then, this someone, could it be some Xianxia with spiritual intelligence? Thinking of this, His Majesty couldn't help but feel his heart tighten. Xianxia could collude with Princess Mu. Then, when His Majesty and the others went to see, could it have been a trap set by Yazi? The bloodline of Bayan allowed His Majesty to quickly determine the right and wrong of this matter. He vaguely had a guess, and immediately regretted letting that stupid slave come along. The next day, when Suyu opened his eyes, His Majesty had just fallen asleep. The handsome emperor was lying on his side with his back facing him. His broad body blocked part of the sunlight. The little golden ball of fur was curled into a ball on his slender white neck, sleeping soundly. Suyu gently lifted the blanket and looked at His Majesty's wound. He was surprised to find that the bloodstain had already formed a scab and fallen off. Curiously, he placed his hand on His Majesty's warm back and touched it. There were only a few red marks left, just like the bite marks left by His Majesty. It would be fine after a night of sleep. Just as he was feeling happily, his wrist was suddenly grabbed. His Majesty slowly turned around, and the ball of fur on his neck fell onto the pillow with a plop. "What are you doing?" Look at your wound." Before the second word could be said, His Majesty had already huffed coldly and pressed Suyu under his body. "Seducing Jin so early in the morning, really?" His Majesty said as he began to undo his belt. "Hey!" Suyu quickly reached out to push him. The crown prince was still on the pillow. It wouldn't be good if the child saw this. Boom! The hull of the boat suddenly shook violently. The two people who were pulling at each other immediately fell off the boat. Fortunately, there was a thick cushion on the floor. "Are you all right?" Prince Jing shouted as he rushed into the room. His mouth immediately opened wide. His Majesty was half naked, and Consort Xian's clothes were half open. A section of her belt was still in His Majesty's hand. The two of them were rolling around on the cushion with their limbs tangled together. Prince Jing quickly covered his eyes with his hands. "Well, the hull of the boat hit a reef. Hurry up and come out before it sinks." With that, he ran off like a gust of wind, forgetting to close the door behind him. The hull of the boat hit a reef, and there was a hole in the bottom. Fortunately, it wasn't serious, and the craftsman on the boat quickly went down to repair it. The mermaid Haiju stood at the bow of the boat. It seemed like she didn't sleep well last night. Her eyes were a little dark, but she was in good spirits. "After crossing this reef, we'll reach the Mermaid Sea." There was an unconcealable joy in her voice. This reef was actually a high mountain at the bottom of the sea. After crossing this high mountain, they'd reach another world. The sea here was warm and vast. Except for a few bottomless trenches, the rest of the sea was relatively shallow. There weren't any ferocious fish. This was the paradise of the mermaids. So you couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard about the situation of the Mermaid Sea. The sea here was shallow, so there shouldn't be any huge sea monsters. "How far are we from the island?" the emperor asked the mermaid. "At this speed, we'll probably arrive in 3 days." Haiju was quite familiar with this sea area. The craftsman only took half a day to repair the damage. The fleet set off again, and everything was calm until dusk. His Majesty the Emperor stood at the bow of the boat, frowning as he looked at the sea. Prince Jing was fishing leisurely beside him. "What are you worried about? If Imperial Father and the others also took this route back then, what do you think capsized the boat?" And Hongchul narrowed his eyes as he looked at the sea, which was gradually dimming due to the setting sun. Reef? Prince Jing said absent-mindedly as he removed the fish from the hook. The emperor didn't answer, but his brows were still furrowed. Night fell, and dark clouds covered the bright moon. It was so dark that one couldn't even see one's own fingers. Roar! A huge roar broke through the sky, and huge waves were set off on the sea. The soldiers ran out of the cabin in a panic. The terrifying roar was deafening, but they couldn't see anything in front of them. The hull of the boat swayed violently. His Majesty the Emperor dragged Suyu out of the cabin. His night vision allowed him to see everything clearly in the darkness. Not far away on the sea, there was a huge monster that was at least 3 zhong tall. It had a dragon head and a jackal body. It looked like the Yazi in the illustrated handbook of mountains and rivers, but it was different. Its neck was covered with bone spikes. The dragon head wasn't very good looking. It opened its mouth and roared, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. "What is that thing?" Prince Ling exclaimed. Suyu couldn't see the monster's appearance clearly. He could only vaguely see some white spikes. Boom! A huge tail covered with black scales suddenly swept over and hit the hull of the boat. Crash! The ship that was wrapped in iron suddenly shattered like a piece of paper. And Hongchul grabbed Suyu's waist and jumped about 10 zhong into the air, narrowly avoiding the monster's tail. The hull of the boat shattered into several pieces. His Majesty the Emperor flipped in the air and stepped on a piece of broken wood. He jumped onto the largest piece of the boat. He held Suyu with one hand and held on to the railing with the other. He barely managed to stabilize himself. Whoosh! The monster didn't give anyone a chance to breathe. Its huge bone spikes continuously shot over, nailing the wooden planks with dull sounds. Be careful! Prince Jing rushed over with his harpoon and stabbed a black shadow in the water. It was a Xianxia. Get out of the water! Prince Ling shouted. Countless Xianxia crawled out from the bottom of the water. His Majesty the Emperor threw Suyu onto his back. Hold on tight. Suyu tightly hugged the Emperor's neck and stuck close to his body. She hugged His Highness the Crown Prince tightly in his arms. And Hongchul pulled out his short sword and killed several Xianxia. He jumped up and ran in the direction of the national tutor. The national tutor stood on a piece of driftwood. His white robe shone in the dark night sky. Sharp bone spikes whizzed past him. The strong wind blew his snow-white hair, but it didn't affect his posture at all. He slowly raised his hand. White light gathered around his body. The dark clouds in the sky split open, and the clear moonlight poured down. And Hongchul quickly jumped on the driftwood with Suyu on his back. He waved the short sword in his hand to block the attacks. Another royal ship threw out a rope. He jumped into the air and caught it with one hand. He used the momentum to quickly run back to the ship. The monster let out a sharp cry. Countless bone spikes shot out in all directions. Then, with a splash, they sank to the bottom of the sea. His Majesty the Emperor suddenly groaned. He staggered and fell down. He quickly tightened the rope in his hand and stabbed his short sword into the hull of the ship. Then, he used the momentum to flip back up. The monster came and went quickly. The dark clouds dispersed. The bright moon was in the sky. Several princes and the national tutor had already boarded the ship. Suyu came back to his senses and quickly got down from the Emperor. Your Majesty! Before Suyu could stand firm, the Emperor fell down. He quickly reached out and hugged the Emperor from behind. When he saw the situation in front of him, a chill ran from the top of his head to the soles of his feet. A long bone spike was deeply embedded in the Emperor's shoulder. Blood had already dyed half of his robe red. Suyu hurriedly pulled him into his arms, half supporting and half hugging him. Careful! Prince Jing suddenly cried out from not far away. And Hongchul covered his wound with one hand, and with the help of Suyu's support, he suddenly turned around and swung his sword at Suyu's back. With a sharp whistle, a dancing Xianxia was cut in half. More blood flowed out from the Emperor's wound, spreading from his slender white fingers to his light golden sleeves. Oh! The Emperor tightly pursed his thin lips, the blood draining from his handsome face under the moonlight. Prince Jing had already leaped in front of them, and stood behind the Emperor to protect him. Prince Ling quickly walked over and picked up the emperor. Sanner, keep watch outside. I'll carry His Majesty inside. As he spoke, he quickly walked into the cabin. This ship was built at the same time as the one they were originally on, and the layout was similar. However, it was used to store fish these days, so the smell of the sea was unavoidable. Suyu followed him into the bedroom. Under the bright candlelight, the sharp bone spur was particularly glaring. What was even more frightening was that half of the foot-long spur had already turned red, like a giant piece of chalk greedily sucking the emperor's blood. More and more Xianxia began to throw themselves at the cabin without regard for their lives. The sound of metal clanking could be heard, and from time to time, black arrows would pierce through the window and shoot in. The national tutor slowly sat down at the head of the bed. Casting the spell just now had exhausted him, and his originally pink lips were now somewhat pale. Suyu wanted to go forward, but Prince Ling pulled him back. Wait for the national tutor to finish looking at him before you go over. I'll go out and help. With that, he patted Suyu's shoulder and turned around to deal with the Xianxia. After hearing Prince Ling's words, Suyu looked at the national tutor, who was as steady as Mount Tai, and felt slightly relieved. With the national tutor around, the emperor should be fine, and Hongchul suddenly let out a suppressed cry of pain. Suyu stared with his mouth agape as the imperial tutor grabbed the bone spear with his jade-like fingers and pulled it out in such a violent manner. Your Majesty! Suyu rushed over and hugged the emperor's body, which was twitching from the pain. The national tutor ignored him and quickly tapped the area around the wound a few times. He took out a medicine bottle and sprinkled some powder on the wound. Suyu's heart ached terribly. Imperial uncle, how can you just pull it out like that? Shouldn't they give her some anesthetic or something first? The bone spikes suck blood. If we wait any longer, he'll turn into a cat's skin. The national tutor threw the bone spur to the side in disgust. He shook his hand and frowned slightly. Although his heart and lungs were not hurt, the wound was very deep, almost penetrating his shoulder. This disgusting thing was still sucking his blood. He had lost a lot of his essence blood. When Suyu heard this, he couldn't help but feel even more anxious. In this era, there were no conditions for blood transfusions. Who knew how much blood the foot-long bone spike had sucked? The national tutor's cold eyes swept over the emperor on the bed, then looked at Suyu, who wished he could draw out his blood to feed the emperor. He suddenly thought of something and slowly said, perhaps, you can replenish his essence blood. Ah? Suyu blinked, not understanding what was going on. The way of the heavens is to take from what is in excess and make up for what is in deficiency. The national tutor left these vague words and walked out. Put me down. And Hongchul pressed on the wound with one hand and said in a low voice. His thin, bloodless lips were tightly pressed into a line. It was obvious that he was enduring the pain. Suyu was still holding him at this moment. When he heard this, he slowly put him back on the pillow and wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. Just now, the national tutor said that I can replenish your essence blood. How do you want me to replenish it? Me. His Highness the Crown Prince crawled out from Suyu's lapel. All the fur on his body was squashed. The emperor glanced at his stupid son and slightly turned his head away. It's fine. Zhen will be fine after sleeping for a while. For some reason, his exposed ears were a bit red. It was especially conspicuous in this situation where he had lost too much blood. Suyu's brain, which wasn't very bright, was occasionally very useful when it came to matters concerning the emperor. He suddenly thought of the rapidly healing wound he saw this morning. Could it be that the blood contract between them allowed them to share the damage or assist in the healing of each other? Suyu looked at the cat, who slowly closed his eyes and endured the pain. He gritted his teeth. It didn't matter if it was right or not. He would try it first. After putting his son on the pillow, Suyu pulled open the emperor's lapel and used a hot cloth to wipe away the blood and scattered powder around the wound. Then, he leaned over and kissed the emperor. Oh. And Hongchul slightly frowned and opened his eyes to look at Suyu. Stupid slave, Suyu raised his head and stuck out his tongue. This powder was really bitter. Her Majesty looked at him, her beautiful eyes sparkling. This method will consume your own blood essence. Is it really useful? Suyu's eyes lit up. As long as it's useful, it's fine. He lowered his head and prepared to kiss the emperor again. Suddenly, the emperor pressed the back of his head and fiercely kissed him on the lips. Now was not the time to be pretentious. He had to get better quickly so that he could protect his stupid slave on the sea. Suyu felt that something was being sucked away from the place where the two of them were connected. He didn't feel any discomfort. He just felt a little sleepy. Could this be some kind of sorcery that sucked yang energy? How is this sorcery? Just as his imagination was running wild, the emperor's flustered and exasperated voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Suyu immediately blushed. How could he forget that they could hear each other's thoughts when they were kissing? You're so stupid. The emperor bit his lips and didn't forget to scold him in his sea of consciousness. The Xianxia in the sea was attracted by the pure blood of the Bayan. Like locusts, they desperately threw themselves at the ship. The national tutor had Wang Gonggong, who had climbed onto the ship with great difficulty, burn the bloody bone spur. Only then did the Xianxia's attack on the ship stop. The soldiers on the ship couldn't kill these monsters, but they could knock them out and throw them to the princes. Prince Jing and Prince Ling, who were tired of killing, moved a stool to sit on the deck. They waited for the soldiers to throw the Xianxia to them so that they could give it another stab. They spent the entire night in boredom. Suyu fell asleep while kissing. When the sky was about to brighten, he suddenly woke up. He hurriedly checked on the emperor's condition and was pleasantly surprised to find that the deep bloody hole had already closed. His handsome face wasn't as pale as it was last night. Instead, it was faintly pink. He couldn't help but lean over and kiss the emperor. The emperor's long eyelashes fluttered and he slowly opened his eyes. Suyu hurriedly closed his eyes and pretended that he was still asleep. Unexpectedly, a pair of cold thin lips pressed against his again. Before he could react, he suddenly opened his eyes and met a pair of gentle and affectionate beautiful eyes. Eh? Wasn't this the kind of gaze Prince Jing often used? He actually saw it in the emperor's eyes. This must be a mistake. Sure enough, when he realized that Suyu wasn't asleep, the gentle gaze that disappeared in an instant was immediately replaced by anger. You're still pretending to be asleep even though you're awake. Do you want us to kiss you? No, no. Suyu sat up. He didn't want to discuss this matter with him anymore. He looked outside and saw that it was still pitch black. And Hongchul also sat up and prepared to go out and see the situation. Why don't you turn into a cat and I'll carry you out? Suyu suggested. Although the wound had closed, it was so serious that it couldn't be healed immediately no matter how miraculous the treatment was. If it ran around, it might even split open. The emperor glared at him. Suyu looked back innocently. After a while, Suyu walked out of the cabin with the two furballs in his hands. The big golden cat pushed away the little furball that was squeezing beside him and peeked out of Suyu's clothes. His Highness the Crown Prince, who hadn't had enough sleep, didn't mind. He hugged his imperial father's big tail and yawned. He rubbed his head against Suyu's warm chest and went back to sleep. The deck was full of blood and minced meat. The two princes had already abandoned their weapons. Each of them held a machete and a chopping board in front of them. They numbly chopped Xianxia. This isn't a solution. How long until we reach the island? Prince Jing rubbed his sore arms and asked the mermaid who was huddling in a corner. Haizhu looked around in confusion. We should be there soon, but... Ever since the sea monster appeared, the sea in front of her was different from what she remembered. Last night, she deliberately dived into the water to take a look. She couldn't even find the way home, let alone the island. Come, Gao Peng, you chop it for a while. King Jing pulled the ear of High Duke Liu, who had been conscientiously guarding at the side, over. He filled the wrist guard that he had yet to return to noble consort Su with inner strength and passed the machete to him. Prince Ling saw that Prince Liu was meticulously chopping Xianxia, so he threw the machete to the side and stretched. Come, let's go in and sleep for a while. The smell of fish was everywhere on the ship. The two of them walked into the cabin and turned into cats at the same time. They squeezed into the national tutor's room. It must be warm and clean there. The morning star rose in the sky. It was now the darkness before dawn. The moonlight faded and the sun didn't shine. That monster seems to be afraid of moonlight. Suyu looked at the sky and hoped that the sun would come out soon. Since the national tutor could use moonlight to drive the monster away, it must be better to use sunlight that was stronger than moonlight. The cat in his arms raised its head and rubbed against his chin. It wanted to say something to him. Suddenly, the water's surface violently churned. Roar! A huge monster suddenly drilled out of the water beside the ship. Before anyone could react, it overturned the ship with a loud bang. Terrified screams resounded through the sky. Before Suyu lost consciousness, he saw a flash of golden light in front of his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the sun had already risen. The warm sunlight shone on his body, but it didn't give him the slightest bit of warmth. Suyu lay on a floating plank. His entire body was cold. The 2 fur balls in his lapel were gone. The surrounding seawater was full of broken wood. There wasn't a single living person. He also didn't know where the Eastern Sea Fleet had gone. Am I not a living person? The national tutor sitting behind Suyu coldly said. Where's the emperor? Where's the crown prince? Suyu was about to go crazy. Uncle Cat's body was still injured. The little furball couldn't even speak. How could this be? Don't worry, he's fine. The national tutor stood up. He straightened his lapel, lightly cut his fingertip, and dripped a drop of blood into the sea. He slowly closed his eyes. How do you know? Suyu was still looking around, unwilling to give up. The national tutor opened his eyes. Not long after, the mermaid Hai Zhu, who was hiding in the water, popped her head out. She found a thin rope and tied it to the mermaid's body. She had the mermaid pull them forward. Only then did she calmly say, because you're still alive. What? Suyu was confused. The national tutor didn't pay any more attention to him. He carefully sensed the direction and ordered the mermaid to lead them to Wang Gonggong and Prince Lu, who were clinging to a piece of driftwood. Only then did the state preceptor pull Suyu's hand over. He raised a slender finger and stroked Suyu's fingertip. Hiss, the national tutor's fingernail was clearly neatly trimmed, but it easily cut his finger. He took a drop of blood and floated it in front of him. You and the emperor lived and died together. You're alive and well. Of course, he's not dead, the national tutor explained in a good mood. He flicked his finger and the drop of blood flew in a direction like an arrow. He raised his chin at the mermaid, follow it. The mermaid wiped her sweat and tightened the rope on her body. She chased after the drop of blood and swam over. Live and die together, Suyu dazedly digested the meaning of this sentence. Wang Gonggong kindly helped him explain. The lifespan of the nobles of the royal family was longer than the average person. The blood contract between the emperor and Suyu was a special blood contract that allowed them to exchange blood and live and die together. Therefore, Suyu's lifespan could be extended. However, if the emperor died young, he would immediately go to the afterlife. Suyu's mouth twitched. No wonder before they set off, Uncle Cat said that if he died, he would be buried with him. It turned out that he had already been bound. Even if he didn't want to be buried with him, he had to be buried with him. However, it was fortunate that they signed this contract. The national tutor could use his blood to find the missing Uncle Cat. After swimming in the sea for nearly 2 hours, an island appeared in front of them. From afar, the island was lush with vegetation and looked very peaceful. The waves gently brushed against the golden beach. On the beach, there were 4 cats squatting with confused looks on their faces. The pure black cat jumped up and ran left and right. It rushed over and gave the black and yellow cat a claw. Uncle 17, where's my clockwork mouse? How would I know? The black and yellow cat staggered from the slap. It jumped up and was about to bite him. Me. The golden little furball looked around. It walked to its father and looked up at him. The golden cat glanced at its son. You just can't find your mother. Look at your useless face. As he spoke, he suddenly stood up and ran 2 steps towards the sea. From afar, he saw a merman pulling a wooden board and swimming quickly towards him. He hurriedly stood up and waved his claws. Stupid slave, over here. The merman could not swim any further after reaching the shoal. Suyu jumped down from the wooden plank and waded through the water to reach the shore. He hugged the golden cat and kissed its furry face. The emperor twisted his body and gave him a slap. Stupid slave, how dare you disrespect me in front of so many people? Really, with that thought, the golden cat jumped to the ground and transformed back into his human form. He glanced at Suyu, who was soaking wet and staring at him without blinking. The emperor frowned slightly. This stupid slave was too timid. They had only been apart for a few hours, and he was already so scared. Sigh, it was really troublesome to have such a stupid slave who loved him so much. He raised his hand and took off his golden coat and draped it over Suyu. The emperor looked at Suyu, who was still in a daze. He scoffed and pulled him into his arms. I know you want me to hug you. Since you were frightened just now, I'll hug you for a while. Suyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he listened to the emperor's scolding. He slowly reached out and hugged the soft waist. Perhaps because the weather was cold, Mao Mao had 2 layers of clothes. He wore a golden velvet robe on the outside and a white wide-sleeved shirt on the inside. The thin fabric gave off his body warmth. He buried his face in Mao Mao's warm chest and took a deep breath. The warm smell of sunlight was the most important link between him and this world. Wang Gonggong supported the national tutor and slowly walked to the shore. Prince Lu dragged the wooden plank up and tied it to a small tree. Prince Jing and Prince Ling stopped fighting when they saw them and transformed back into their human forms. Imperial Uncle, did you see the clockwork mouse? Prince Jing scurried over to ask the national tutor. The national tutor ignored him and carefully looked around. How did you get here? Prince Ling scratched his head. We were sleeping when we heard a loud noise and then a golden light. When we opened our eyes, we were already on the beach. Prince Jing bent down to pick up the little fur ball on the ground and jumped to the emperor's side. He wanted to ask Suyu about the rats, but he saw the 2 of them hugging each other intimately. He quickly raised his hand to cover his son's eyes. Suyu, whose back was facing Prince Jing, couldn't see it, but the emperor could see the expression on Prince Jing's face clearly. He smiled at him proudly. Prince Jing curled his lips. How foolish of a ruler to bring his beloved concubine out to sea to save his imperial father. Do you know this island? The national tutor asked the merman who had dried his tail and transformed it into legs. Haizhu looked around and her face suddenly changed. This place. Not far from where they were standing, there was a messy reef, a few of which were very tall. On top of the reef, 2 large golden cats were eyeing her covetously. When they met her gaze, they quickly turned their backs. Hearing the merman's cry, everyone followed the merman's gaze and saw 2 golden fur balls with their backs facing them. There were no impurities in their golden fur, except for one ear that was white. One was white on the left ear and the other was white on the right. The 2 large cats huddled together and whispered. Their white ears overlapped and blended together with the blue sky and white clouds. From afar, they looked like one big fat cat. Why is 21 here? It's over, it's over. Let's go back first and let 5th brother deal with them. Humph, what's the use of 5th brother? Call 9th brother over. Yes, call 9th brother. Let's go. 6th brother, 7th brother. His Royal Highness King Ling called out to stop the 2 large cats before they could escape. The 2 large cats that had just raised their paws suddenly stiffened. They slowly turned their heads and saw 2 identical cat faces. The one with the white left ear is Imperial Father, and the one with the white right ear is 7th Uncle. His Majesty looked at the 2 furry figures expressionlessly and said to Suyu lightly. Suyu looked at the large golden cat with the white left ear and swallowed his saliva. This was the retired emperor. The retired emperor and His Majesty looked at each other quietly for a moment. Suddenly, the retired emperor jumped off the reef and transformed into his human form in the air before landing steadily on the ground. He was dressed in a golden robe and his handsome face was 80% similar to His Majesty's. However, he looked more mature and experienced. His aura was shocking and imposing. Greetings to the retired emperor and Your Highness Prince Hao. Wang Gonggong knelt on the ground excitedly. Prince Lu was stunned for a moment before he followed suit and knelt down to pay his respects. 7th Uncle, Prince Hao, also jumped down and waved his hand with a smile. His appearance was no different from the retired emperor's, but his somewhat roguish smile was obviously different from the retired emperor's. Humph. The retired emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back and glanced at the people slowly gathering in front of him. Prince Ling was smiling, Prince Jing was moving around with a fur ball on his head, and His Majesty was coldly glaring at him with a man in his arms. Suddenly, he was so angry that he raised his hand and... Who? Prince Ling slapped him on the head. You've been separated from your brother for the new year, and you're still smiling. Who? Prince Jing slapped him on the head. Unfilial son, you only came to see imperial father now. Who? The emperor slapped him on the head. Unfilial son, why are you hugging a man? His Majesty raised his head. This is my empress. Who? So you slapped him on the head. Why aren't you paying your respects to imperial father? Su Yu staggered from the slap. When he raised his head, he saw that the retired emperor had turned to look at the national tutor with a murderous expression. The retired emperor looked at the national tutor quietly. He raised his hand, and slowly placed it on the top of the national tutor's snow-white hair. My darling 21, you've grown so big. The national tutor looked coldly at the retired emperor, raised his hand, and slapped him on the back of the head. His cold and pleasant voice resounded through the clouds. You still have the cheek to say that. Why did he cut off the bloodline connection? Why didn't he save a blood contract slave? Why didn't he let the mermaid send a message? Su Yu was stunned as he watched the retired emperor being ruthlessly taught a lesson by the national tutor. The retired emperor didn't even fight back when he was hit, nor did he talk back when he was scolded. He was momentarily stunned. Prince Hao didn't mind the commotion and chimed in. That's right, I advised sixth brother not to bully the mermaid, but he didn't listen. The national tutor glared at him with her beautiful, murderous eyes. And you? Ouch. 21, I was wrong, I was wrong. Don't hit my head, don't hit my head. Ouch. Prince Hao got his wish of being beaten up by his younger brother. The royal family's unique way of meeting was an eye-opener for Su Yu. Thanks to this slap, the nervousness he felt when meeting his father-in-law for the first time was completely forgotten. Su Yu returned his outer robe to the emperor. The hem of my robe is wet. It'll be fine after drying it for a while. You still have injuries on your body. Don't catch a cold. The emperor frowned slightly. I'm fine. What did he mean by his injuries? Was this stupid slave doubting his ability to protect him? It's not cold on this island. I'll feel hot if I wear this. So you could only say this when he saw that Uncle Cat was unhappy. The emperor snorted and put on his outer robe. Really, only he would spoil such a willful and stupid slave. The retired emperor, who had just been taught a lesson, straightened his robe and resumed his dignified posture. He looked at Su Yu and coldly asked the emperor, "Where's your mother?" "She's in the palace." The emperor said expressionlessly. "Why did you marry a man?" The retired emperor looked at Su Yu. He had a delicate appearance and looked honest. He was quite pleasing to the eye, but he couldn't bear children. "I'm happy to." The emperor answered briefly and forcefully. Unfilial son. The retired emperor took a deep breath. We haven't seen each other for so many years. Is this how you speak to me? Retired emperor, you should address me as Guren. Wang Gonggong reminded him in time. You bastard, I don't need you to tell me that. The retired emperor slapped Wang Gonggong. He snorted coldly and left with a flick of his sleeve. Su Yu looked at the retired emperor and then at the emperor. He calmly held the emperor's clenched fist and slowly pried open the emperor's slender fingers. He put his own hand into the emperor's clenched fist and held it back. Your Majesty really resembles the retired emperor. The emperor was stunned for a moment. He slowly held his hand back and snorted. Who's like him? The father and son obviously missed each other very much, but each was more stubborn than the other. Su Yu held back his laughter and didn't say anything else. Master Cat would be angry if he said anything more. The retired emperor led the way in front. Prince Hao smiled and carefully accompanied the national tutor. Everyone followed him into the forest behind the beach. You saw that thing too? Prince Hao heard Prince Ling mention the monster that looked like Yazzie and sighed. If we don't get rid of that thing, I'm afraid we'll never be able to leave this place. Why? Prince Jing rushed over to ask his imperial father. His Highness the Crown Prince lay on top of Prince Jing's head and looked around curiously with his big eyes. Is this your seed? Prince Hao looked at the furball on Prince Jing's head and rubbed it. "Grandson, call me grandpa." The retired emperor turned around and snatched the kitten away. "This is Guren's grandson." Fine, your grandson." Seventh uncle curled his lips. The retired emperor snorted and raised the little furball to his eye level. "Call me Imperial Grandpa." "Me?" His Highness the Crown Prince wagged his tail in confusion. The island wasn't very big, but it wasn't small either. It was about 500 mu of land and there was a small mountain in the middle. After passing through a forest, there was an open grassland in front of them. It was green like a high-quality woolen carpet. It stretched all the way to the mountainside, and there was a lush forest on the mountainside. There was a thatched hut halfway up the mountain. 2 stalwart men were making a fire and cooking. To be exact, one of them was making a fire and cooking, while the other was sitting at the side and watching. The man in a black and yellow robe had a piece of tree bark on his lap and a burnt branch in his hand. He was writing something on it and looked up from time to time. It was fifth uncle, Prince Zhong. Why did old 6 and old 7 take so long? The man who made the fire was wearing a black and white robe. Unlike Prince Su, his robe was more black than white. He was ninth uncle, Prince Yong. Prince Yong put the fish on the fire and added some firewood. He looked up at his brother and realized that he was asking him a question. He scratched his head and said, "Oh." Prince Yong sighed. "Oh what?" "Go and see. Call them." He stopped abruptly when he saw a group of people coming out of the forest. In addition to his 2 younger brothers, there was a group of young people and he raised his hand to rub his eyes. He was wearing white clothes and had white hair. He was handsome beyond compare. 21. Old 9. Prince Zhong stood up and pushed his younger brother. "Huh?" Prince Yong didn't understand. "Say, if I tell 21 how miserable our lives are, can he not hit me?" Prince Zhong asked bitterly. His hair stood on end as he watched the state preceptor, who was like a banished immortal, gradually approach. "He can't." Before the dazed ninth Xianxia could open his mouth, a clear and pleasant voice like the sound of nature answered on his behalf. Following that, a hand as white as jade firmly landed on Prince Zhong's head. When the Emperor Emeritus and Prince Hao saw that their elder brother was being hit, they stopped 3 feet away. They had no intention of stepping forward. Prince Yong held a skewer of grilled fish in a daze as he watched the national tutor hit his 5th brother several times. The national tutor then looked at him with a murderous look. Only then did he realize what had happened. 21. He didn't know what else to say after saying those 3 words. He just looked at his younger brother and smiled foolishly. The national tutor quietly looked at Prince Yong for a moment. He lowered his eyes and seemed to sigh. Then, he raised his hand and slapped him. "Don't think that you won't get hit just because you pretend to be stupid." Prince Hao chuckled and muttered in a low voice, "He's not pretending." The thick-skinned 9th prince was still very happy to be slapped by his younger brother. He rubbed his head and raised the fish skewer in his hand to the national tutor. "You must be hungry. Have some fish." The national tutor looked at the black and yellow grilled fish with disdain. He didn't seem to have any intention of taking it. When the Emperor Emeritus saw this, he walked over and slapped Prince Yong. "Why did you burn the fish again?" His Highness the Crown Prince, who was hanging on his imperial grandfather's shoulders, smelled the aroma of the fish and immediately meowed. From the time the Emperor was injured last night to the time the boat capsized this morning, he hadn't eaten anything for such a long time. The adults could still hold on, but the children couldn't stand it anymore. Meow, meow. The golden kitten paced back and forth on the Emperor Emeritus's shoulder. "What's wrong with this child?" The Emperor Emeritus pulled the little furball down and looked at it with a frown. "Does he want to pee?" Prince Hao came over to take a look. The 2 brothers looked at each other and put their grandson on the ground. The kitten didn't seem to want to pee at all. He stumbled over to Suyu's feet and grabbed his clothes. He raised his head and meowed nonstop. Suyu quickly picked up the child and held him in his hands. The little furball kept meowing and licking his mouth. "This child is hungry." Prince Yong quickly passed the fish skewers over. "Let him eat." The little fur ball smelled the fragrance and was about to stretch out its paw to grab it. Suyu shook his head and stroked the golden fur ball to comfort it. The crown prince is still young. He can't eat this. Meow. Crown Prince meowed for a while before he ran out of energy. He lay on Suyu's palm and pitifully licked his fingertips. We need to get a pot and stew some fish soup. Suyu felt distressed and looked at the emperor for help. His Majesty the Emperor enjoyed the stupid slave's dependent gaze very much. He turned to look at the retired emperor. Is there a pot? The retired emperor snorted, You know how to stew? The father and son looked at each other coldly. Reporting to retired emperor, His Highness the Crown Prince's fish soup has always been personally stewed by Her Highness concubine Xian. Wang Gonggong hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Is that so? The retired emperor no longer paid any attention to his loathsome son. Together with his uncles, he stared at Suyu with a burning gaze. Suyu swallowed his saliva and asked softly, Where is the pot? OL Ninth, go and get the pot. Prince Hao patted Ninth Imperial uncle. Oh. Prince Yong responded and quickly ran up the hill. He quickly ran back. Seventh brother, the pot is embedded in the stone wall. I can't move it. Suyu, Prince Hao laughed dryly. I forgot. There was a stone cave halfway up the hill. When the weather was bad, the cat elders would stay here. When the weather was good, they could find a place with plenty of sunlight and sleep for the whole day. The stone cave looked quite spacious, but it was not as transparent as one would expect. There were jagged rocks all around, and not far from the cave, there was a stone-carved stove. The stove and the pot were a single piece of stone. The stove, the ash stove, and the bellows were all in one piece. The stone pot was smooth and round, and there was a lid made from some unknown grass. Although it was crooked and didn't look good, it didn't diminish the exquisite craftsmanship of the stove. What good craftsmanship! Suyu touched the magical stove and could not help but exclaim. Prince Zhong smiled embarrassedly. My craftsmanship is not presentable. Sorry for the ridicule. Suyu looked over in surprise. This stove was carved by Prince Zhong? He looked at the other cat elders' expressions and saw that it was only natural. The retired emperor looked at his elder brother's magical craftsmanship with some disdain. Come to think of it, a noble prince was not good at music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and songs, nor was he good at fighting enemies or fighting in the imperial court. Instead, he was good at such practical craftsmanship. It was somewhat indescribable. There was a carved stone jar on the stove, and it was filled with a lot of white powder. So you could tell at a glance that it was sea salt. When he opened the lid, a layer of white salt had formed in the stone pot. He immediately understood. There were no seasonings on the island, so this pot was probably used to boil salt. The kind Ninth Imperial uncle brought a bucket of clear water and handed him a stone ladle. Suyu rolled up his sleeves and quickly scrubbed the pot. Prince Jing had already jumped out at some point. When Suyu was done scrubbing the pot, he had already returned with a few lively fish. After His Majesty the Emperor rewarded Suyu with a scale-removing knife, he was keen on giving him all kinds of beautiful knives. Now, the scale-removing knife, the fish-killing knife, and the kitchen knife were 3 exquisite knives embedded with gems. They were firmly hung on Suyu's waist. They were strung together and looked very beautiful. After taking down the knives, Suyu squatted beside the bucket at the entrance of the cave. He used a stone as a chopping board and took the fish that Prince Jing handed over. He quickly knocked the fish unconscious, cut open the belly, removed the scales, and removed the cork. His skillful movements flowed smoothly without any hindrance. A plump fish was quickly cleaned up, leaving only the white and tender flesh. Because it was for children, there couldn't be any bones. Suyu simply chopped off the fish's head, and the small knife nimbly flipped around his fingertips. He quickly removed the bones from the fish's body. His movements were so fast that he almost became a shadow. Then, he suddenly stopped and threw the fish that still looked whole into the bucket of clear water. The originally complete fish immediately scattered like a blooming white peony. After killing 5 fish in a row, Suyu poured out the fish rinsing water and stood up. Only then did he realize that everyone was standing behind him. Because the entrance of the cave was narrow, it couldn't accommodate so many people. Most of them turned into cats and squatted on the stone. Several pairs of big glass-like eyes stared at him without blinking. Although the big cats had lived on the deserted island for a long time, perhaps because there was no lack of fish to eat and they were carefree, their fur was glossy and smooth. Suyu looked at the big pile of furballs and suddenly felt a little itchy. But when he remembered that they were all his elders, he could only restrain himself and cough dryly. Niece-in-law's knife skills are simply superb. Fifth uncle sighed. Ninth uncle didn't turn into a cat because he had to help Suyu carry water. The tall and strong big man also squatted together with a group of furballs. He didn't know what to say, but he nodded to fifth brother. Prince Hao, whose right ear was white, poked his elder brother beside him with his tail. This place is pretty good. The golden retired emperor, whose left ear was white, snorted. It's barely acceptable. Prince Hao glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and pursed his lips. He raised his paw and patted the little furball on top of his head. This kid is good. Meow. His Highness the Crown Prince, who was squatting on top of his grandfather's head, echoed. It wasn't clear if he understood or not. How can you let your grandson climb on top of your head? The retired emperor looked at the little furball that had almost merged with the big golden cat's head and couldn't help but scold it. The little furball wasn't afraid at all. It stretched out its paw and scratched the retired emperor's white ear. The emperor still maintained his human form. He walked up to Suyu and casually pushed him behind him. He glared at the group of old bastards one by one. Suyu didn't know what the big cats and small cats were talking about. He blinked and threw the fish in his hand into the pot. Prince Jing was very good at choosing ingredients. This kind of sea fish meat was fresh and tender, and the soup it stewed with was delicious. It didn't need too many supplementary ingredients, only a little salt was needed. The big black cat handed over the fish and jumped into the forest to do something. His Royal Highness King Ling wanted to play with him, but another big black and yellow cat pressed down on his tail. He turned his head and saw Prince Zhong's affectionate cat face. 17. Let me tell you a story. Prince Zhong was Prince Li's father. He also had a black and yellow fur, but there was more yellow than black. The irregular black stripes were like black roses, making him look like a small leopard. He looked much more majestic than his Royal Highness King Ling, who was covered in spots. Therefore, even though the two cats looked about the same size, Prince Ling still looked like a small kitten compared to his older brother. His Royal Highness King Ling immediately shook his head like a rattle when he heard that fifth brother wanted him to tell him a story. Don't you want to know how your older brothers have been all these years? The big cat that was like a leopard raised its paw and hugged its unwilling brother without any explanation. It looked up at a dark cloud floating in the sky and began to speak tirelessly after pondering for a moment. One of its hind paws even stepped on its brother's tail very naturally. The state preceptor stepped over the heads of the big cats that were squeezing around and yawned elegantly. 21. Are you sleepy? Prince Hao tilted his head and put the crown prince hat on his father's head. He jumped up and turned into his human form. There's a bed inside. Go rest for a while. Even though he had just been beaten, he was used to spoiling his younger brother. When he saw him yawn, he subconsciously went to make the bed. The national tutor glanced at his older brother. A moment later, a big white cat jumped onto Prince Hao's shoulder. Last night, he had used a large amount of magic to disperse the dark clouds and attract the moonlight. Along the way, he had used his blood contract to search for people. He was actually very tired. When he heard his older brother's words, he didn't want to take another step. Prince Hao's soft, silky white fur brushed against his neck. He happily carried his younger brother into the depths of the cave. There was a huge stone bed in the depths of the cave. It wasn't accurate to call it a bed. It was more like a shallow pool. The pool was covered with a thick layer of dried grass. On top of the dried grass was soft and clean animal skin. It wasn't a single piece, but a few types of animal skins pieced together. On such a small island, there weren't many ferocious beasts. They were probably all caught by the big cats to make mattresses. The big white cat jumped down and jumped onto the soft mattress. He stepped around and found a white bear skin and slowly lay down. Prince Hao squatted beside the bed and looked. He couldn't help but turn into a big golden cat and lick his younger brother's head. Go to sleep. I'll wake you up when the fish soup is ready. The state preceptor narrowed her beautiful eyes and let him lick her for a while. After waiting for a while, she was about to fall asleep in a daze when she realized that the barbed tongue was still licking her non-stop. She extended her claws and slapped him. Prince Hao coaxed his younger brother to sleep and returned to his older brother's side with a grimace. You were beaten again? The retired emperor asked coldly. He sat there majestically and didn't move at all. He allowed the golden fur ball on top of his head to nibble on his ears. Prince Hao shook his tail and ignored him. The fish soup needed to be stewed for a while longer. So you went to the forest and pulled out a handful of lemongrass. There were no onions, so lemongrass could be used as a seasoning. It didn't have much taste, but it was green and pretty. There were some wild fruits growing on the tree. They were green and red and looked pretty, but he didn't know what they were. So you looked up for a while. A golden shadow flashed in front of him. The emperor had already jumped to the top of the tree and pulled out a fruit. He landed gracefully on the ground and then groaned. Does your wound still hurt? Suyu was suddenly very nervous. He pulled at his clothes and wanted to check. It's fine. The emperor's ears were a little red. You're pulling and pulling in front of your elders. Shameless. The retired emperor snorted. You're using your younger brother as a cushion in front of the younger generation. Do you know what shame is? Prince Hao glanced at the big golden cat on top of him. It's right and proper to be filial to my elder brother. The retired emperor rested his head on his younger brother's belly and hugged His Highness the Crown Prince. He wagged his tail leisurely. Bah, how much older are you than me? Do you even have the time to snap a finger? Prince Hao bit the retired emperor's ear. Prince Yong looked at the twins who were about to fight. He then looked at his 17th brother who was lying on the ground and listening to his 5th brother's story. He didn't plan to join any of the brothers in a small bonding session. He quietly squatted by the stove and added firewood. So you picked the lemongrass, cut it into small pieces, and threw it into the soup pot. The aroma of the fish soup was immediately aroused. Meow. His Highness the Crown Prince, who was under his grandfather's belly, immediately pricked up his 2 little ears. Prince Zhong's long story came to an abrupt end. He walked in with his younger brother. When Suyu lifted the lid of the soup pot and turned around, the group of big cats had unknowingly turned into human form. They were holding stone bowls that they had taken out of nowhere. The dark clouds in the sky were getting denser and denser. Not long after, it started to drizzle on the island. The weather on the sea is always unpredictable. The Emperor Emeritus took the soup that Suyu handed over and said without bothering to find the topic. Suyu was stunned for a moment. He didn't know why the retired emperor suddenly said something like this to him. He could only agree. Yes, the sky was clear just now. The retired emperor snorted and took the stone bowl. The emperor pulled Suyu aside. Seeing that he was still confused, the emperor whispered, I'm just trying to find something to talk about. As he spoke, he snatched the spoon from Suyu's hand and threw it into the pot. I'm already being extremely benevolent by mercifully allowing you to drink the soup made by my stupid slave. Whoever wants to drink it, get it yourself. Why should my stupid slave get it for you? Suyu understood the cat's meaning. He held back his laughter, picked up a small bowl, and carried His Highness the Crown Prince over. It was cold outside. At this moment, Xiaoyu was sitting in a place to take shelter from the rain and holding a bowl of warm soup. The few people who had been on the island for so many years had the urge to cry. The fresh and fragrant fish soup entered their mouths. It was a delicacy that they hadn't tasted for many years. The cat uncles naturally didn't know how to cook. They couldn't count on their elder brothers. Every one of them was cooked by His Highness Prince Yong. It was just that their brave and extraordinary hands were always at a loss when facing the lively sea fishes and shrimps. In the past 5 years, their culinary skills hadn't improved much. The fish soup that they cooked was either too bitter because they forgot to cover the gills, or it was too hot and turned into fried fish. The retired emperor couldn't help but sigh. It was good to have a daughter-in-law. Without a spoon, His Highness the Crown Prince clung to the bowl and licked it for a long time. His face was stained with fish soup and meat paste, but he didn't drink much. He looked up at Suyu and cried out in grievance. Suyu looked left and right. He ran out in the rain and broke a thin bamboo branch. He cut two ends and made a simple straw. He sucked some of it himself and let the fish soup stay in the straw. Then, he fed it to the kitten. This method was indeed effective. The little golden ball hugged the bamboo pipe and drank the soup happily. After finishing one bowl, the retired emperor filled another bowl. He saw that Suyu had been feeding the kitten and that his hair was wet when he went out just now. He immediately frowned and drank a mouthful of soup. He looked at Suyu and handed the bowl in his hand over. "I can't finish it." Suyu looked up at him and smiled. "I can drink it if I can't finish it." As he said this, he drank the rest of the soup with the retired emperor's hand in a few mouthfuls. The retired emperor glanced at them and snorted. The retired emperor looked at his imperial father and smiled proudly. From the moment eunuch Wang stepped into the cave, he had been tidying up non-stop. The cave was littered with animal hides and dried grass. In the corner, there were many stones, pearls, shells, and even a few tufts of bird feathers. The capable chief steward couldn't stand it. He quickly sorted and folded the animal skins, swept the hay into a pile, and picked up the toys one by one and put them into a jar carved from stone. After he was done, he hurriedly ran to serve the cats. The big pot of fish soup was soon empty. When Wang Gonggong served Prince Hao the third bowl of soup, he couldn't help but say, "Shouldn't you leave a bowl for the national tutor?" Prince Hao's hand that was holding the bowl suddenly stiffened. He slapped his forehead and said, "Oh no, oh no." After saying that, he snatched the spoon from Wang Gonggong's hand, scooped up some soft fish meat, filled the bowl with soup, and ran into the cave in a panic. When he walked to the side of the bed, he saw that the big white cat had already woken up. It was sitting on the bearskin with a pair of crystal clear eyes, quietly looking at him. Prince Hao's hair stood on end. He forced himself to smile and said, "You're awake. Come and eat." After a while, the people sitting at the entrance of the cave heard a scream, 21, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Didn't I bring it to you? Hey, don't scratch my face. Meow. Hearing the noise, the retired emperor curled his lips. Even if he turned into a cat to protect his handsome face, he still couldn't avoid being beaten. Thinking of this, he drank the last mouthful of fish soup and took the cloth that Wang Gonggong handed to him to wipe his hands. He had no intention of saving his younger brother. After Wang Gonggong cleaned up the tableware, boiled some hot tea, and took a piece of animal skin from the cave to spread on the ground, the national tutor came out with the listless big golden cat and sat on the animal skin rug with everyone. The rain outside didn't seem to stop. Everyone sat and drank tea while taking shelter from the rain and started to talk about their experiences over the years. Fifth uncle Prince Zhong volunteered to speak, but all the cats ignored him. The retired emperor passed his cup of hot tea to the national tutor. Wang Gonggong hurriedly poured another cup for the retired emperor. Prince Ling could finally get rid of his brother's story and get close to ninth brother. The black and white Prince Yong looked very sturdy. He was a size bigger than Prince Ling. Seeing his younger brother come over, he licked his head in a friendly manner. Prince Ling was stunned for a moment. He raised his head and looked at the big cat with a gentle gaze. He rubbed his head against Brother Nine's body. As expected, black and white brothers were the best. He suddenly missed Brother 13. The golden cat with a white right ear lay listlessly on the animal skin. The crown prince, who had eaten his fill, stumbled over and crawled under his grandfather's belly. His Majesty found it interesting and went over to join in the fun. He used seventh uncle as a soft cushion and lay down comfortably on it. "Bastard, you're just like your father." Seventh uncle angrily slapped the emperor's tail. Fifth uncle looked around and his eyes lit up. He pulled Suyu up. "Niece-in-law, come here. Fifth uncle will show you something." His Majesty immediately stood up and bared his teeth at Prince Zhong. Prince Zhong obviously wasn't afraid of him. He was still in high spirits as he pulled Suyu into the cave. "They didn't have the patience to listen to me, but what I said was the most detailed." There were torches that Wang Gonggong had just put in on the walls of the cave. The torches lit up the entire cave and also clearly reflected the huge text on the stone walls. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was a huge text. Suyu looked up. The stone walls of the cave were densely engraved with small words and even pictures. In the spring of the 19th year of the Xianxia era, The four of us led 3,000 soldiers into the deep sea to explore the mystery of the sea monsters. We passed by 3 nests. There was a picture engraved next to it. 4 cats were facing a school of strange-looking fish. Then the sea was like a deep pool, so dark that you couldn't see the bottom. When the moon was dark and the wind was strong, the night of killing was when the sea monsters attacked. At that time, the descendants of Yazi suddenly attacked and destroyed our ships. The 4 of us fought bravely. There was a picture next to it. The 4 cats bravely bit a monster that looked like a centipede. 5th uncle, the descendant of Yazi we saw looked different from this one. Suyu scratched his head. He remembered that the creature had a dragon head and a jackal body. It was just that its neck was longer and had many bone spurs. Prince Zhong coughed dryly. How is it different? There was only one in the sea. But the picture didn't look like it at all. Suyu swallowed his words and continued to read. There were no details written on the wall. In short, it was a touching story of 4 heroic ancient mythological beasts fighting a sea monster and sacrificing themselves to protect the world's peace. The big cats would provoke the sea monster every once in a while, but they couldn't defeat it after fighting for so many years. They were also trapped on this island. Interspersed with the food they ate every day and the good toys they found. It looked a little strange in this epic. For example, today, they fought 300 rounds with the sea monster. Huge waves surged, the sky was dark, and the way back was vast. There were 3 sea crabs on the reef at the southeast corner of the beach. They were as big as a bucket. They were caught, roasted, and tasted delicious. There was a picture next to it of a few crab legs and pincers. Suyu was dizzy from reading, but the story of the retired emperor was much simpler. They encountered a huge sea monster at sea and were pulled to this island by a golden light after narrowly escaping death. They lived the life of a stray cat for 5 years. Seeing the national tutor silently raise his hand, the retired emperor hurriedly explained, "It's not that we don't want to go back. If we can go back, even if we have to paddle a bamboo raft, we'll paddle back." Every time they tried to cross the sea, the big monster would appear at night and raise huge waves. It would also shoot out bone spurs. After fighting for so many years, they could handle the bone spurs. However, the monster was too big. A swing of its tail would destroy the small boat they built with great difficulty. Once they were injured, it would attract a lot of disgusting zanji. Every time you're in danger, you're pulled back by the golden light? The national tutor frowned slightly after hearing the story. The retired emperor nodded. They also discovered this problem later on and unscrupulously provoked the monster. However, they still couldn't find a way to deal with it because it was too big. What's that golden light? His Majesty the Emperor swung his tail. I don't know, 7th uncle answered and pulled the sleeping His Highness the Crown Prince into his arms. Just as they were talking, Prince Jing, who had disappeared for a long time, suddenly scurried back. The big black cat was dripping wet. The moment it jumped onto the animal's skin, it was despised by all the other cats. Eunuch Wang hurriedly took out a cloth towel from his bosom and wrapped it up to wipe the big black cat. He then dipped the towel in hot water and wiped the muddy paws clean. Only then did he put the cat back on the animal's skin. Prince Jing shook his fur. I saw something incredible in the forest. There's a mythical beast on this island. The retired emperor suddenly raised his head and picked up the big black cat. You saw a mythical beast? The other imperial uncles also stood up and looked at Prince Jing with shining eyes. The big black cat shook its head. Follow me and you'll know. The light rain outside gradually stopped. The blue sky was clear and the sun rose again. The group followed King Jing through the forest to look for the incredible thing he had seen. Suyu was concerned about the emperor's injuries. Before he turned into a human, she quickly stuffed the cat into her clothes. The retired emperor glanced sideways at his son, who was clinging onto Suyu's clothes. He despised his son's behavior of wanting his wife to carry him. The emperor glanced at his imperial father, raised his chin slightly, and harumphed. Suyu's lips twitched as he followed King Jing through the winding roads. They passed through the forest and crossed a small stream. He could not understand where King Jing had gotten so much energy to run so far in the rain. After walking for a long time, a bush appeared in front of them. The bush was rather strange. It grew in a circle. The circle was about 50 feet square. It wasn't made of rocks or soil, but soft sand. It was quite thick when one stepped on it. The big black cat quickly ran to the center of the sand. It stuck out its butt and began to dig. Not long after, a golden object appeared in front of it. That object was neither gold nor jade. It sparkled under the sunlight. She used her claws to knock it. It was very hard, but its shape, no matter how she looked at it, it looked like a pile of feces. Everyone was silent for a moment. The national tutor said faintly, "The mermaid and Gao Peng have returned." Only then did Suyu remember that ever since the imperial preceptor beat up his elder brother, Duke Lu's son, and the mermaid girl had disappeared. It seemed like the imperial preceptor had sent them to look for the fleet. Suyu's guess was correct. The mermaid and the prince had indeed found the imperial ship and the remaining soldiers. However, only the two of them and a small boat that was obviously unloaded from a large ship came back. "The ship is less than 30 miles away from here, but we can't get close," Prince Lu reported truthfully. Whether it was the imperial ship or the Eastern Sea's warships, they would subconsciously deviate when they were 30 miles away from the island. They couldn't get close to the island. It was as if there was an invisible barrier that prevented the ships from getting close. It was the same for the soldiers on the small boat. However, the prince and the mermaid who had signed a blood contract could enter without any hindrance. Fortunately, Prince Lu brought back a lot of things. Suyu excitedly squatted by the small boat and looked through it. Pots and pans, blankets, mattresses, candles, and most importantly, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea leaves. With these, they could at least make a decent meal. His Majesty the Emperor stood behind Suyu and allowed him to pick and choose. However, his eyes looked straight at the retired emperor. "Is Imperial Father hiding something from your son?" The retired emperor snorted. "What do I have to hide?" "Then what's with the thing in the forest?" And Hong Chul persistently asked. After staring at each other for a long time, the retired emperor sighed. "There's an ancient mythical beast living on this island. If I'm not wrong, it should be my family's imperial uncle. The things they brought back were very useful because there was nothing else on the island. The weather was fine, so they put the cooking utensils in the straw shed. The mermaid also brought back some sea monsters. In the morning, everyone drank some fish soup, so the emperor was hungry. Suyu rolled up her sleeves and prepared to make lunch. As for the other things, eunuch Wang had moved them into the cave. Wang Gonggong took the tree bark and charcoal sticks that Prince Zhong used to write stories. He counted the things that Prince Lu brought back and looked at the simple cave that lacked everything. He made a detailed list and asked the Prince Lu and the mermaid to go to the boat a few more times. Although it was only early spring, the island was as warm as late spring. The rainwater on the grass was quickly evaporated by the strong sun. The idle cats sunbathed on the grass. Prince Yong's black and white body was very conspicuous on the grass. He didn't know how to join in when he saw the big cats and small cats pouncing on each other. He used his hind paws to kick his ears and lay down to watch his brothers and nephews play. Prince Hao saw his ninth brother lying down, so he ran over and jumped into the thick fur. Prince Ling saw this and his heart itched. He took half a step back and rushed over as well. 17, you're squashing my tail. Prince Hao shouted and kicked his younger brother away. Before he could kick his 17th brother away, the retired emperor also pounced on him. He climbed to the highest point and used his younger brothers as cushions. The pure black cat lowered its body and hid in the bushes. When everyone was huddled together, it quietly approached and suddenly rushed out. It bumped into a group of cats and scratched them with its claws without caring about anything. Then, it grabbed a tail and bit it. Meow! Prince Hao shouted. Who bit me? As he said this, he grabbed the tail in front of him and scratched it. The group of big cats immediately started fighting. The emperor disdained to participate in this boring game and circled around Suyu. When Suyu went to the stream to kill some fish, he squatted on her shoulder and followed her. The clear stream meandered down the mountain, through the woods and meadows, and flowed to the sea. Suyu sat down on a round rock, took out his scale knife, and began to clean up the fish. The mackerel with a big mouth was still alive and kicking. It wanted to jump over and bite him. Suyu picked up the knife and remembered that Prince Lu hadn't returned the wrist guard to him. He scratched his head and picked up the big golden cat that was squatting on a rock and watching the freshwater fish in the water. He kissed the cat's furry mouth and said, "Sauce, lend me some inner strength." The emperor pushed Suyu's mouth and twisted his body. "Stupid slave, you're screaming again. Come on, you can't kill a fish without inner strength." Suyu buried her face in his golden fur and rubbed against it. She was embarrassed to be intimate with him in front of the elders, but now that there was no one around, she couldn't help but want to get closer to him. The emperor's ears turned red, and he slapped Suyu. "This stupid slave is so clingy, I really can't help it." Suyu happily hung the big golden cat on his arm. Warm inner strength flowed from the two soft pads to his palm. It was very comfortable. "Me." His Highness the Crown Prince, who had just woken up, poked its head out from Suyu's lapel. It looked left and right, then grabbed the clothes and crawled out. It lay on Suyu's other arm. "You're awake?" Suyu raised his hand and kissed the little furball. His Highness the Crown Prince was kissed until it was crooked. It shook its fur and looked at his father, who was lying on his arm and looking at him. It followed suit and lay on Suyu's arm. However, the cat was too small, so it couldn't be hugged with two paws. Suyu held back his laughter and put the little cat's wrist guard on his wrist. "Me." His Highness the Crown Prince was very happy that it could be hugged. Immediately, Suyu felt a warm inner strength coming from the pink and soft pads. He was surprised. "Your Majesty, this child also seems to have inner strength." His Majesty the Emperor wagged his tail. "What's so strange about this?" "He was born with inner strength." Sighing with emotion at the excellent bloodline of the imperial family, Suyu put on the big and small furry wrist guards and began to focus on killing the fish. Mackerel, ingfish, hiluo fish, a leatherback turtle, and 3 tiger shark. The mermaids didn't know what they wanted to eat, so they took a few more types of fish. There was no lack of fish to eat in the sea, so Suyu simply killed all of them. There were many people at home, so he had to make more. By the time Suyu finished cleaning up the fish and returned to the grass, Prince Jing, who was lighting fires everywhere, was nowhere to be found. Prince Zhong maintained his human form and pulled Wang Gonggong to tell him a story. The big cats were still pushing and shoving each other. The national tutor elegantly yawned and turned into a big white cat. He walked over and slapped them one by one. When all of the cats were well behaved, he happily scurried up and lay down on his stomach at the highest point, pressing all of his brothers below him. 2 golden pads were used as cushions, and the black and yellow pads were used as pillows. The big white cat stretched and comfortably closed his eyes. The sturdy Prince Yong didn't mind and obediently lay down without moving. The twins and Prince Ling, who were sandwiched in the middle, began to glare at each other. His Majesty the Emperor turned into his human form and stared at the little golden furball on his head. He circled around Suyu. When Suyu cut the vegetables, he would follow him to get the fish. He didn't do anything and just walked in front of Suyu. When he got the fish, he would circle behind him. His slender legs would often trip Suyu. When Suyu stumbled, he would immediately reach out to hold him and complain, "You're so stupid. You don't even know how to walk." Suyu's mouth twitched, but he didn't want to argue with him. He cut the fish and stir-fried the vegetables. The wings of the winning fish were chopped into small pieces, fried, and stir-fried. Then, he threw in 2 chili peppers and a spoonful of sesame seeds. The fragrant aroma made the staring twins immediately raise their heads and move their bodies with difficulty. They put their heads on Prince Ling's chest and stared at the activity in the straw shed. "What's this? It smells so good." The retired emperor sniffed. "Your daughter-in-law has good cooking skills." Prince Hao sniffed hard. The national tutor was a little dissatisfied with the 2 noisy cat heads on the pillow. He raised 2 white furry paws and pressed them on the 2 golden furry heads. The stove was built with stones and was relatively low. Suyu moved a long stone and sat down to stir-fry the vegetables. His Majesty the Emperor sat behind him and stuck to his back like a plaster. When the fried winning shark's fin came out of the pot, Suyu picked up a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. "Try it." His Majesty the Emperor opened his mouth and took a bite. He said vaguely, "You want me to try it for you again?" The crispy skin was covered with fragrant sesame seeds. It was fresh, spicy, and a little sweet. When he bit into it, it was tender meat soaked with seasoning. It was extremely delicious. How is it? Suyu turned his head and rubbed against the emperor's handsome face. It's barely edible. The emperor licked his lips and stared at the dish Suyu put into the pot this time. Under the shell of the leatherback turtle was fresh and tender fish meat. This meat was delicious and juicy, and it was best fried with dried scallops. The mackerel was fatty and directly roasted. It sizzled with oil, and the fragrance could be smelled from afar. The halua fish had no bones, so it was natural to slice it into pieces and eat it with sauce. The tiger shark's tail was cut into pieces and stir-fried with chili and bean paste. The belly of the tiger shark and the fins of the winning shark were mixed with dried scallops and sea cucumber to stew together. Fortunately, Prince Lu remembered to bring the pot for stewing soup. He put the ingredients in from the beginning and put it on the stove to stew. He also took the bamboo tube that Prince Yong had chopped and stuffed it with rice. When all the ingredients were taken out of the pot, the soup and rice were also ready. The retired emperor had been hungry for a long time, and even the national tutor couldn't sleep because of the fragrance. When Wang Gonggong saw that Suyu had stopped, he hurriedly saluted Prince Zhong and interrupted his new story of the love and hatred between the mermaid and the imperial bodyguard. He found a large flat stone, laid a tablecloth on it, and helped Suyu carry the dishes. The big cats scattered in an instant and turned back into their human forms. They sat on the ground around the stone table. A big black cat came out of the forest with a live rabbit in its mouth. When he saw the situation, he also turned into the handsome Prince Jing. He gently stroked the trembling rabbit in his hand and threw it to Wang Gonggong. Tie it to the tree. The retired emperor and his imperial uncles, who had been trapped on the island for 5 years, didn't even raise their heads as they ate. With concubine Xian around, it doesn't matter if we stay on the island for another 8 or 10 years. After Prince Hao had eaten his fill, he held the golden kitten and wagged its tail on the grass. The retired emperor gave him a slap with his paw. Useless. As a prince, how could he be satisfied with just eating and drinking? Seventh uncle, who didn't care at all, licked the furball in his arms. There's no difference between going back and now. The retired emperor glared at his twin brother for a moment, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Prince Hao's concubine had passed away early. This guy's son and grandson were still alive, so he naturally wanted to be a stray cat. But he couldn't. As soon as Prince Jing finished his meal, he couldn't wait to take the rabbit that he had just caught and pulled seventh uncle to play. The 2 big cats began to chase the snow-white rabbit in circles on the grass. By the way, I saw shiitake in the forest on the mountain. Prince Jing bit the rabbit's ear, and only then did he have time to talk to Suyu. Suyu had her back turned and was secretly kissing the emperor, who was about to fall asleep. Prince Jing's words were instantly translated. Shiitake? Suyu's eyes lit up. The soup that she had stewed at noon didn't have shiitake, so it tasted a lot worse. I'll go and take a look. The emperor pulled her back. I'll go with you tomorrow morning. The forest was dangerous, and there was an ancient mythical animal hiding there. She raised her hand and poked the retired emperor. Father, what's the matter with that imperial uncle? The retired emperor, who was licking the national tutor's fur, paused. Just as he was about to say something, his leopard-like fifth uncle, Prince Zhong, jumped over. I know. That was a long time before the Yin family unified the country. Regardless of which bloodline the Yin family's cats inherited, Tao Wu and Bai Zhe, they were still mixed blood. For example, although the national tutor was a pure-blood descendant of Bai Zhe, he still looked like a cat. Although the emperor and the retired emperor were pure gold in color, they still had white fur on their bodies. But this imperial uncle was an anomaly. He didn't inherit the white bloodline, and he was a complete Tao Wu. Suyu kissed the emperor and blinked. Could this be the legendary atavism? The retired emperor and the others had lived on this island for 5 years, but they had never seen this imperial uncle. As for the reason, uncle hibernates in the mountains and rivers all year round. We have no chance to see him. Prince Zhong said in a deep voice. The retired emperor glanced at his brother and ignored him. He continued to lick 21's fur. The snow-white rabbit suddenly scurried over and bumped into Prince Zhong. When it saw that it was a big cat with leopard print, it shook its dizzy head and ran away. Prince Zhong couldn't help but scurry over when he saw something that could move. The story about the imperial uncle came to an end. There were no state affairs to worry about, no harem disputes, and life on this island was carefree. As long as they were full, the cats wouldn't feel bored even if they were to lie down and bask in the sun all day. Moreover, there were many interesting things on this island. There were snow-white rabbits, gray squirrels, and colorful birds in the forest. There were schools of small fish and round pebbles in the stream. There were countless fish, prawns, crabs, and soft sand by the sea. So you watched the cats jump up and down and play for the whole afternoon. At night, after eating a sumptuous dinner, the cats returned to the cave to sleep. When they entered the cave, everyone was stunned for a moment. The mermaid went back and forth on the ship several times. According to Wang Gongong's request, they moved everything that could be moved. The entire cave looked brand new. The floor was covered with a layer of moisture-proof wooden boards, and a layer of red carpet was placed on top of the wooden boards. The rough torches on the walls were replaced with delicate candlesticks. The bright candles made the entire cave seem warm. The stone bed was also rearranged. The hay was replaced with a thick cushion, and a layer of soft bedding was placed on top of it. Delicate pillows were placed in a circle, and the edges of the stone bed were carefully wrapped with cloth. Wow! His Royal Highness King Ling cheered and jumped onto the bed first. Prince Jing followed suit and pushed Uncle 17 down. The Emperor frowned. There was only one bed. Was he going to let Suyu sleep with his uncles and brothers? He lifted the two cats on the bed and said, "Stupid slaves, sleep inside." Suyu saw that the Emperor's expression wasn't good, so he didn't dare to say anything. He obediently climbed into the big bed. The Emperor followed and slept next to Suyu, separating him from the group of cats. The retired Emperor snorted. They were all men. Would they take advantage of their daughter-in-law? The other cats had no objections. They all jumped onto the bed and found a place to sleep. The national tutor naturally occupied the most comfortable spot. Prince Hao tried to move closer but was slapped back by a claw. He had no choice but to squeeze with the retired emperor unwillingly. Prince Yong slept outside obediently. Prince Jing went forward and scratched his big black and white tail. Uncle Jiao raised his head and looked at him in confusion. Prince Jing pursed his lips. He felt that ninth uncle was not fun, so he turned around and bit 17th uncle. As expected, Uncle 17 quickly bit back. The two of them continued to bite and roll into a ball. Prince Zhong hugged His Highness the Crown Prince and licked his fur. Mao, fifth grandpa will tell you a story. Suyu lay on the emperor's chest and looked at the group of furry balls with shining eyes. He was sleeping in the cat's nest. He was surrounded by a group of cats. Thinking of this, he was suddenly so happy that he didn't know what to say. It was a pity that he could only look at these cats but not touch them. The emperor pulled down the head on his chest and turned sideways to block Suyu's view. Sleep. Suyu blinked. He didn't want to give up and wanted to take another look. However, he suddenly felt a slender hand sliding into his clothes. He suddenly froze. You're not going to sleep. Do you want me to coax you to sleep? The emperor said helplessly. Suyu suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He grabbed the hand that was touching him. No. What a joke. He was sleeping in the same bed with so many elders. If the emperor did something, those pairs of cat eyes would see everything clearly. He wouldn't be able to see anyone tomorrow. Then be obedient. His Majesty slapped his buttocks, neither too hard nor too light, and touched his buttocks again. He just wanted to scare this stupid slave, but he turned his head and glanced at the group of stupid cats. They were really an eyesore. He had to leave this damned place as soon as possible. He reached out and pulled the stupid slave into his arms. His Majesty the Emperor angrily bit him on the neck. The next morning, Suyu was thinking about the mushrooms in the mountain. He pulled the emperor up early. The other cats were still sleeping. The morning air on the island was very humid. Suyu stood at the entrance of the cave and took a deep breath. The emperor yawned and hung behind Suyu. Where are you going? Prince Jing's gentle and affectionate voice suddenly appeared behind them. The emperor stood up straight. Where are you going? I'm going to get breakfast. The hard-working Prince Jing was one of the few cats that didn't like to sleep. However, it was a bit boring to fish by himself, so Prince Jing was followed by Prince Yong, who was obviously still sleepy. Prince Yong scratched his messy hair. He was holding a basket in his hand and kept yawning. When walking out of the cave, whether going up the mountain or to the beach, they had to pass by the grassland. The grassland was wet and soft because of the humidity of the night. The big footprints on the grassland were particularly conspicuous. Prince Yong was shocked. He quickly ran over to take a look. In the middle of the grassland, where they ate yesterday, there were a few huge dents. They looked like cat paw prints that were many times bigger. Everyone looked at each other. Only the emperor's uncle could have such big paw prints on this island. Uncle's cave is at the top of the mountain. If you go and pick mushrooms, you may see them. Prince Yong lowered his head and looked at the paw prints. He was very surprised. He had lived on this island for 5 years, but he had never seen the emperor's uncle come out. So you looked at the big paw prints. He originally thought that the emperor's uncle, as a pure-blooded ancient mythological animal, might look fierce. However, looking at the paw prints, he was obviously a big cat. Thinking about the big fur ball that might be as tall as a one-story building, his heart suddenly itched. He pulled the emperor up the mountain, hoping to meet the emperor's uncle by chance. There was a thin mist in the forest. The emperor's clothes were made of fur. He didn't like this wet place. So you wanted the emperor to turn into a cat so that he could carry him. However, this time, the emperor unexpectedly didn't agree. He just frowned and climbed up with Suyu. They walked around the forest at the top of the mountain. Under the soft leaves, there were small mushrooms hidden under the roots of the trees. Suyu excitedly picked them one by one. The emperor stood behind him and looked around vigilantly. If a Baizé lived on the mountain, Suyu wouldn't be worried about going up the mountain alone. However, this was a Baiyan. He wasn't a stupid slave who thought that ancient mythological animals were obedient cats. The Baiyan was the 9th son of the dragon. It had an upright temperament. Although it wasn't bloodthirsty, it wasn't an auspicious animal that was easy to get along with. After picking most of the mushrooms, Suyu excitedly wanted to see the big cat. When he reached the end of the forest, the cave hidden by the green vines appeared in front of him. Imperial Uncle's cave was not hard to find at all because the entrance was very big. It was at least 3 zhang high and could be seen from afar. The mountain outside the cave was covered with unknown green vines. In this season, it was lush and green. The green leaves were as luxuriant as it was in the middle of summer. Several towering trees were neatly arranged outside the cave, like 2 rows of solemn guards. There were more or less scars on the trees, one after another. Suyu went forward and touched them. Those thick scars were obviously made by a big claw. It really was a big cat. Suyu looked at the deep cave and swallowed. Curiosity was one thing, but if he really stepped into the cave of an ancient mythological beast, he immediately lost his courage. He turned his head to look at the emperor. The emperor glanced at him and protected Suyu behind him. He pulled him forward a few steps. Standing at the entrance of the cave, he pricked up his ears. Snore, snore. The sound of snoring came clearly from the cave. It sounded like it came from the stomach of a big cat. Imperial Uncle was indeed sleeping. The emperor took a deep breath and shouted into the cave, and Hongchul of the younger generation requests an audience with Imperial Uncle. After waiting for a while, there was no response. Just as he was about to shout again, a golden light suddenly rushed out of the cave and threw the emperor out without any hesitation. The emperor quickly grabbed Suyu and locked him in his arms. This golden light would only throw him out. If he left Suyu here alone, he might be chewed up and eaten by the ancient mythological beast. Suyu did not have time to react before he was hugged by the emperor. After a moment of confusion, the two of them fell onto the beach by the sea. A pure black cat with a string of kelp on its body hopped over and jumped onto the emperor's body. The wet and sandy kelp immediately dirted the emperor's golden clothes. And Hongchul raised his hand and slapped the big black cat down. He pulled Suyu to her feet. "Look what I found." Prince Jing rolled on the ground from the slap. He bared his teeth and scratched the emperor with his claws. Then, he excitedly showed off the kelp on his body. "Kelp." Suyu reached out and picked up the big kelp on Prince Jing's body. Do you have more? As they were talking, Prince Yong walked over with a basket full of seaweed and seaweed. There was also a pile of prawns jumping around in the seaweed. That's great. We have food to eat. Suyu took the basket and was very happy. The cats could eat fish and prawns every day, but he, Wang Gong, and Prince Lu couldn't stand it. They had to eat something. This seaweed was soaked in seaweed and marinated into shredded seaweed. It tasted fragrant and refreshing. Maybe the cats would like it too. Back on the grass, the retired emperor and Prince Hao, the twins, were already awake. They were studying the rabbit that Prince Jing played with yesterday. The rabbit was tied to the root of a tree and slowly gnawed on the grass. When it saw two identical golden cats walking over, it immediately shrank back in fear. The small rabbit head couldn't understand why the two cats looked the same, but the direction of their white ears was different. It was as if one of them was the reflection of the other. Looking at it this way, it was even scarier. The national tutor obviously hadn't gotten up yet. Prince Zhong was nestled next to the national tutor, trying to wake his younger brother up with a beautiful story. Prince Ling couldn't stand his brother's nagging and ran to the stream to catch fish. The emperor walked over and picked up His Highness the Crown Prince on Prince Hao's head. He rubbed his nose against His Highness the Crown Prince. Me. His Highness the Crown Prince struggled a few times and tried to move closer to Suyu. Suyu called for Wang Gong to help. He fetched some water from the stream to soak the seaweed and spread the seaweed on a big rock to dry. He killed a fresh fish, caught some rice, and put it in a jar to cook fish porridge. He also stewed some fish soup in a small earthenware pot. Then he began to process the basket of shrimp. The shrimp meat was soaked in boiling water. He peeled the shrimps, kneaded the dough, and prepared to make some steamed buns. Fresh shiitake mushrooms weren't as delicious as dried shiitake mushrooms, but it was better than nothing. Suyu diced some shiitake mushrooms and mixed them with the shrimps. He added seasoning and the leftover seafood stock from last night. The stock had been left in the cold cave for an entire night and had already condensed into ice. It was just right to put into the steamed buns. The fragrant fish porridge was paired with the fresh and fragrant shrimp steamed buns. Suyu also shredded the wild fruits that the emperor picked yesterday and sprinkled some white sugar on them as a cold dish. A simple and delicious breakfast was ready. There seems to be a lot of strange fish near this island. Prince Jing swallowed a steamed bun and said vaguely. He woke up in the morning to catch fish and shrimp. With his many years of experience fighting sea monsters, he could see the strange fish hiding in the water at a glance. Not bad. The Emperor Emeritus took a bite of the shrimp steamed bun. The thick seafood stock mixed with the fresh and sweet taste of the shrimps. He couldn't help but take a second bite before he swallowed the first. It wasn't clear whether he was praising the steamed bun or answering Prince Jing's question. Jin Tang, let's eat grilled fish for lunch. Prince Ling slurped down a bowl of fish porridge. He handed the empty bowl to Wang Gong and asked him to fill another bowl. I remember there are some chili peppers on the ship. Oh, there are mackerel in the sea. I'll go catch it later. Prince Jing echoed. He had eaten grilled fish made by Consort Xian in the palace and knew that mackerel was the most delicious. The Emperor Emeritus saw that everyone wanted to eat so badly and snorted without saying anything. He looked at Suyu expectantly. His Majesty was immediately unhappy. These stupid cats, they actually want to order food. These stupid slaves are Jin's. It's good enough that they can eat whatever Jin eats. Okay. Suyu smiled and fed the Crown Prince a mouthful of fish soup. He turned to look at the Emperor, who didn't look happy. Does your Majesty want to eat? I don't want to eat. His Majesty said resolutely. Then what does your Majesty want to eat? Suyu paused. He remembered that the Emperor liked grilled fish very much. Spicy crab. His Majesty said coldly. Suyu scratched his head and looked apologetically at his uncles and imperial fathers. Then let's make spicy crab. I just remembered that there aren't any metal plates here, so we can't make grilled fish. The Emperor Emeritus glared at the Emperor. Unfilial son, His Majesty smiled proudly. There were many sea crabs in the reefs of the island and they were big and thick. Prince Jing didn't like to catch crabs because they ran too slowly. He preferred to catch fish, so he left the catching of crabs to his imperial uncles. Suyu picked up kelp on the grass and raised his head to look at the national tutor, who was sitting on a rock. The national tutor was still so ethereal. Even if he was casually sitting on an ugly rock, he still looked very handsome. Imperial uncle, are we really unable to leave this island? Suyu took out the crown prince, who was twisting and turning in his arms, and let him run around on the grass by himself. As soon as the little golden fur ball landed on the ground, he ran over to the national tutor's side and grabbed onto his hanging clothes, wanting to climb up. The national tutor reached out and scooped up the little fur ball. He raised his slender finger and tapped the little pink nose. Wait until my magic power recovers. Perhaps I'll still have the strength to fight. Suyu was shocked. He looked at the national tutor. There was a trace of imperceptible exhaustion between his picturesque eyebrows. Parting the dark clouds and attracting the moonlight might have consumed far more energy than he had imagined. No. Prince Zhong, who was carving words on a large rock, immediately objected. Even if you stay on this island for the rest of your life, you're not allowed to use that magic again. How? Suyu's eyes widened. Could it be that this magic would harm the national tutor himself? Prince Zhong saw that Suyu was interested. He threw down the chisel in his hand and sat beside him. He picked up a shrimp ball that Suyu had just fried and stuffed it into his mouth. This magic consumes a lot of energy. Using it once will make you tired for a long time. Haven't you noticed that 21 has been very sleepy recently? Suyu blinked. He looked at the national tutor, who was elegantly yawning, and nodded blankly. Actually, he felt that the national tutor was also like this when he was in the palace. My family's bloodline is the only remaining ancient bloodline in the world. For thousands of years, the magic that has been passed down can no longer be compared to that of the ancient mythical beasts. This magic is nothing to the ancient Baizhe, but to the Dan national tutor, it is a forbidden magic. If he uses it more than twice, he may not wake up. Prince Zhong painfully told the story from the ancient Baizhe. It was passed down from generation to generation. It was very moving. When he finished telling the story, the plate of shrimp balls in front of him had been emptied. Prince Zhong raised his hand and wiped the corners of his eyes. He patted his robes, picked up the chisel, and continued to carve the stone tablet. Suyu was still immersed in the heroic story. He raised his head and looked at the national tutor in a daze. He saw that the national tutor's cold eyes were emotionless, as calm as an ancient pool. He suddenly felt his heart ache. He hurriedly took out the newly fried butterfly shrimp from the pot and handed it to the national tutor. The national tutor stretched out his white, almost transparent hand and slowly took it. It's just a story. Don't take it seriously. He picked up a fried shrimp and slowly put it into his mouth. His Majesty, who was nestled in Suyu's clothes, lazily stretched his head out to take a look. He raised his paw and slapped Suyu. Stupid slave, you actually believed fifth uncle's words. It's not like he's an ancient mythical beast. How could he not wake up and starve to death after sleeping for a few days? Suyu lowered his head and kissed that furry mouth. Then what's the truth? Using too much magic would always have some negative effects. His Majesty curled his lips. Using too much magic wouldn't cause him to sleep, but he would shed his fur. Forget it. Suyu widened his eyes and looked at the national tutor, who was as beautiful as a banished immortal. It was hard to imagine how that beautiful snow-white hair would look like. However, even if the national tutor was bald, he would definitely be an incomparably handsome, bald, ow ow, save me. A mournful cat cry woke up Suyu from his reverie. He turned his head and saw a big black and yellow cat, His Royal Highness King Ling, rushing over like an arrow. Behind him was a swarm of buzzing wild bees. Quickly jump into the water. Suyu raised his hand and used his wide sleeves to protect the emperor in his arms as he shouted at Prince Ling. When the big cat, whose head was already full of bumps, heard this, he didn't care that the stream water would wet his fur and jumped into the water with a splash. Suyu took out a burning stick from the fire and waved it at the swarm of bees in the air. When the swarm of bees saw the torch, they didn't approach him. No mosquitoes could get close to the national tutor within 3 feet of him. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was naturally safe and sound. Buzz buzz. The angry swarm of bees circled around the stream a few times. When they couldn't find the hateful cat, they gradually dispersed. 17th uncle dragged his wet body onto the shore. Eunuch Wang hurriedly passed a cloth towel to the Arab Duke Liu. The Arab Duke Liu used his qinggong to leap to the edge of the water and wrap the big cat in it. After drying Mao Mao, His Royal Highness King Ling began to misbehave again. He jumped down and changed back into his human form. He ran to the grass and picked up something wrapped in a big leaf. He walked into the straw hut and said, "Look, what did I find?" So you went over to take a look. It was actually a beehive. He quickly took it and broke open a piece. Thick amber honey flowed out. Wild honey. This kind of wild honey from the mountains was a rare delicacy. If he brushed some on the grilled fish, it would definitely be delicious. The imperial uncles brought back enough crabs. Prince Jing persevered and caught a pile of mackerel. Suyu also cleaned up the mackerel. He skewered the mackerel and roasted it over the fire. The whale meat was a bit greasy, so he had to roast the fat out. When the meat sizzled, he brushed a layer of honey on it. The sweet honey seeped into the fresh and tender fish meat. He carefully sprinkled the ground chili and pepper powder and sprinkled some salt. The fragrance wafted far away. The fragrant spicy crab was not to be outdone. The moment he opened the pot, the retired emperor couldn't help but swallow his saliva. If I become the empress, will all the family banquets be prepared by Jean Tang in the future? Prince Hao held a crab pincer and bit into it with a crunch. Of course. The retired emperor took a bite of the grilled fish and nodded deeply. Suyu's mouth twitched. He peeled a crab for the retired emperor. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. He looked up and was stunned. The boulder that King Zhong had used to carve the words was at least a zhong tall, but it was still unable to hide the massive body behind it. Even though the fellow behind the boulder had tried its best to hide its tail, a large circle of fur was still exposed. Seeing that Suyu was in a daze, the emperor followed his gaze and stood up abruptly. When the others saw this, they all looked over and were stunned. The large rock that was about 10 feet tall suddenly had a circle of hair and a few extra long beards. It went without saying what was behind the stone. However, why would ancestral imperial uncle suddenly appear here? Suyu couldn't help but put the crown prince down and tiptoed over to take a look. The emperor pulled him back and glared at the stupid slave who made the decision without permission. He pushed the slave behind him and walked in front. After going around the huge rock, they saw a pile of soft fur. It was golden with symmetrical black tiger spots. It was exactly the same as the fur of the Taowu in the illustrated handbook of mountains and rivers, except, according to the book, the Taowu looked like a tiger. The one in front of them, with a round body, a fluffy tail, and pointy furry ears, it looked like a cat magnified dozens of times. Big Boss Cat was squeezing behind the rock, trying to curl up into a ball. Suyu looked at the furry back and couldn't help but reach out to touch it. The emperor slapped his hand away. "Greetings, imperial uncle." Big Boss Cat, whose back was facing them, was startled. He turned around abruptly and quickly took 2 steps back. That. Suyu wanted to say something, but imperial uncle clearly didn't intend to listen to him. He shrank back, turned around, and ran away. Everyone was dumbfounded. Imperial uncle has never appeared in front of us before. What's going on? The retired emperor frowned. Was this a warning? He didn't want to show himself. Prince Hao scratched his ear. That big cat was obviously trying to hide, but unfortunately, his body was too big for the rock to cover. Maybe he's hungry. Suyu suddenly interjected. Everyone turned to look at him. The grass suddenly fell into silence. Only the crackling of the firewood could be heard. Suyu swallowed his saliva. Did he say something wrong? But it was indeed inappropriate. He made it sound like the elder ancestor was a gluttonous cat. The Emperor Emeritus took a deep look at Suyu. That's right. He actually agreed with Suyu. The imperial granduncle had come because of the fragrance. The problem was that with the old ancestor's huge body, the fishes and prawns in front of him were not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. The few members of the royal family gathered together to discuss. They had been on the island for so long, but they had never been filial to the imperial ancestral uncle. In the past, they thought that mythological beasts did not need to eat, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Since this was the case, they should be filial to the old man. The retired emperor pondered for a moment. He was afraid that only the bighead and bighead fish would be able to feed that huge cat. Although it was said to be as big as an ox, it was actually as big as a small camel. It should be enough for Imperial Granduncle to eat a meal. There are some near this island, but they are not easy to catch. The retired emperor stood on the reef with his hands behind his back, looking at the calm sea. The fish was very big and ferocious. The few of them had wanted to try it before and had tried to catch it, but they had returned empty-handed every time. His Royal Highness King Ling had heard that it was not easy to catch it, so he touched the bee stings on his ear and retreated. "It's fine if we can't catch it. Imperial Granduncle might not be here to freeload." The retired emperor did not speak. He and Prince Hao looked at each other. The two of them had caught bighead and bighead fish before. Thinking about how difficult it was to deal with that fellow, they also felt a little lazy. "Is it on the menu?" The emperor, who was hanging in his lapel, raised his head and licked the corner of Suyu's mouth. According to the menu, bighead and bighead fish is a rare delicacy in the world. It is not inferior to dragon liver and phoenix marrow. Suyu remembered the last page of Suji's cookbook. It was about bighead and bighead fish. The meat of this kind of fish was very fresh and tender. As long as the blood was removed, even if it was eaten raw, there would not be any strange smell. "Really?" The retired emperor turned to look at Suyu. "It should be correct." Suyu scratched his head. The description of the taste of these sea monsters in Suji's cookbook had always been accurate. He wondered how the ancestors of the Su family had tasted it. "I didn't know before. Now that Imperial Granduncle has appeared, it is only right that we treat Imperial Granduncle to a meal." His Highness Prince Hao said righteously. The twin brothers nodded in unison. It was decided just like that. Prince Jing naturally took the lead when it came to catching fish. Bighead and bighead fish liked to eat kelp, so he grabbed a jar of freshly pickled kelp shredded by Suyu, jumped onto the boat, and ran towards the sea. Because bighead and bighead fish were too big, other than Prince Jing, Prince Ling, Prince Yong, and the twins also boarded the boat. His Majesty the Emperor wanted to go as well, but because he had not recovered from his injury, he was prohibited from fishing by the national tutor. He could only stay in Suyu's arms unhappily. Prince Zhong, on the other hand, was busy writing down the great story of seeing the ancient mythical beast, so he did not come to the seaside. The seaweed that had been soaked was shredded, blanched in boiling water, and marinated with oil, salt, and other condiments. Although it was not marinated yet, it was naturally much more delicious than the seaweed that grew in the sea. Prince Jing grabbed a handful of seaweed and sprinkled it. The smell of sesame oil spread in the water, and he wondered if the sea monsters could smell it. They waited quietly for a while, but nothing happened. "Will it work?" Uncle 17 looked suspiciously at Prince Jing, who was squatting at the bow of the boat. Prince Jing ignored him. He held the harpoon and focused on the surface of the sea. The calm surface of the sea gradually became turbulent, as if something was gradually approaching. Prince Jing hurriedly sprinkled a few more handfuls of seaweed. Before he could sprinkle the last handful, there was a loud splash, and a huge fish suddenly jumped out of the water. Its huge body was at least 6 feet long. Prince Jing immediately raised his harpoon and stabbed it at the big fish. Unexpectedly, the big fish suddenly swung its tail and knocked the sharp harpoon to the side. Before Prince Jing could attack again, another big fish jumped out from the other side of the boat. Boom! The two big fish seemed very excited after eating the delicious seaweed. They began to roll on the surface of the sea, creating huge waves and drenching the clothes of the people on the boat. Old 7, block the way and don't let it enter the water. Old 9, hit the fish's head with a stone. 17, grab the fish's tail. 3rd, aim. The retired emperor shouted loudly. Everyone immediately split up. Prince Hao jumped out of the boat and stepped on the water to block the big fish's path. Prince Yong raised the stone, but before he could hit it, a third big fish suddenly jumped out and bumped into Prince Hao's chest, knocking the 7th prince, who was still in the air, into the water. Old 7. The retired emperor was shocked and hurriedly went to pick up his younger brother. Although the big head carp was vegetarian, it was too big. If Prince Hao was trapped in the sea and couldn't swim up, he would be in danger. Prince Jing's silver harpoon was lost when he was dealing with the descendants of Yazi. This harpoon was casually taken from the big boat and wasn't very sturdy. It was hit hard by the big fish's tail and immediately broke into two pieces. The first slap wasn't enough, as the second fish rushed over. The brave king pulled his nephew over and threw the large rock in his hand at the big fish. The fish's tail slapped the rock back with a thump, and it hit the small boat squarely. The poor boat was immediately damaged. The boat is going to sink. Xiu stared at the scene on the sea, dumbfounded. He watched as the fishing boat was sunk by the fish. The cats returned to the shore with their bodies wet and without any success. The three big-head fish were still swaggering about on the surface of the sea. Wang Gonggong hurriedly asked everyone to warm themselves by the fire on the grass. The cats were a little unhappy that they didn't catch any fish. His Majesty the Emperor kicked his ears with his hind paws. If he didn't do anything, these stupid cats wouldn't be able to do anything. The crackling bonfire dried their wet fur. The two tired big golden cats leaned against each other and yawned. They looked at the black and white cat lying on the grass leisurely wagging its tail. They looked at each other, jumped on the cat, and went to sleep. Prince Yong was used to his brother's trust, so he obediently lay on the grass and didn't move. Prince Jing couldn't stay still after drying his fur. He went out to play with his rabbit. It doesn't matter if we don't have any big-head carps. We can cook a few more on the boat. It should be enough. Xiu comforted Uncle 17, who was lying listlessly beside the bonfire. He turned around and counted the fish that were brought back from the boat. Grilling 4 or 5 of the mackerel fish would be enough for Imperial Granduncle to eat for a meal. It was no wonder that he was thinking about it. The mau that was like a small mountain could bury him. If he could roll on top of it, stupid slave, you're drooling. His Majesty the Emperor raised his paw and slapped him. Xiu coughed and scratched his head. He took out his fish-killing knife and was about to clean up a big-head carp. Just as he picked up the knife, he suddenly felt a shadow above his head. He slowly raised his head and suddenly widened his eyes. He saw the big cat, which was 10 feet tall, holding a 6-foot-long big-head carp in its mouth. It quietly squatted in front of him. When it saw Xiu raise his head, it threw the big fish to his feet with a plop sound. His Majesty the Emperor quickly jumped out of his lapel and turned back into his human form. He pulled Xiu back 3 steps. As expected, the big fish was still alive and kicking on the grass after being thrown down by the big cat. If it wasn't for His Majesty's quick movements, the fish tail would have sent Xiu flying. Uncle Emperor, you. Uncle 17 looked up and asked in a daze. The black and yellow fur ball didn't even look as big as one of Big Boss Cat's paws. The huge tabby cat blinked its large amber eyes and stepped on each other with its 2 front paws. It looked at Xiu and then at the fish on the ground. Then, it turned around and ran away with a rumble. The giant fur ball leaped gracefully through the forest, disappearing without a trace after a few leaps. Xiu looked at His Majesty the Emperor in confusion. His Majesty the Emperor snorted, "I asked you to cook fish for me. So it was because of this." Xiu looked at the big fish in front of him and then looked at the fish that were the size of a millstone. He suddenly thought of a dish. In the desert region, there was a famous delicacy called roasted camel. It wasn't simply roasting a camel over a fire. Instead, a sheep was stuffed inside the camel, a few chickens were stuffed in the sheep's stomach, and a fish was placed in the chicken's stomachs. Several ingredients were roasted together, completely roasting the camel meat. However, the fragrance of the food didn't leak out at all. When mixed together, it was a supreme delicacy. However, this method was very difficult. If the seasoning wasn't used properly or the fire wasn't controlled well, it would be very unpalatable. For Xiu, who had killed countless fish, it wasn't difficult because the ingredient in front of him wasn't a camel, but a pile of fish. Roasting fish was much easier than roasting camel. Xiu didn't hesitate to do it. The fish in the big head was too big. Relying on the internal energy in the wrist guard was far from enough. He simply put the emperor into his bosom so he could use him at any time. "Ninth uncle, come help me." Xiu looked at the big fish that was still jumping around and turned to call Prince Yong. "Coming." His Highness Prince Yong immediately jumped up, but forgot that he still had two older brothers on him. The two big golden cats fell to the ground. Coincidentally, the rabbit ran over. The retired emperor, who was in a rage, held the rabbit down. The big black cat rushed over and couldn't stand its pace, colliding with the two fathers. Prince Yong didn't realize that he had dropped his older brothers. He enthusiastically turned into his human form and rushed to the fish on the grass with a big stone. Humph! The big head was jumping and shouting. Dong! The stone hit the fish's head, and it suddenly quieted down. Suyu took out a fish-killing knife, felt the fish bones, and used his internal energy in the hollow of his palm. The blood of this kind of fish was hidden under the fish scales, so he had to use his internal energy to remove the scales. Each fish scale was the size of a palm. Suyu was like a carver, scraping off the scales one by one. Prince Yong held the chisel and rubbed his chin. He felt that the scale-removing technique was similar to engraving stone tablets, so he carried the chisel over to help. He circulated his inner strength and chiseled the fish. The scales fell off and there was a deep hole in the fish's body. Thus, when Suyu finished killing the fish, half of the fish was smooth and the other half was bumpy. There were even words carved in some places. His Majesty jumped onto the fish's body and poked at the hole carved by Wu Bo in disgust. It's a pity that I didn't bring my badge, Prince Yong said regretfully. Suyu's mouth twitched, and he turned around to kill the luo fish. The flat anchovy was embedded in the belly of the fish. The anchovy was sprinkled with cumin powder and chili to remove the fishy smell, and a few mackerels were added. The fish was fat and easy to produce oil, so he put the yuanbei into the mackerel. When the oil was roasted out, the oil would soak into the yuanbei, and the flavor would be just right. He found a sturdy pine branch and cut it into a sharp and smooth shape. He passed it through the mouth of the fish and placed it on a rock. The fire burned the fish meat. The meat was tender and had to be flipped continuously. This job was naturally given to Prince Yong, who had great strength. Suyu took a small knife and seasoning. When a part of the fish was browned, he made a cut to reveal the meat inside. He brushed it with the sauce and continued roasting it. Such a big dish was roasted from afternoon until dusk. There were no plates to serve it. Eunuch Wang washed many large tree leaves and laid them neatly on a large rock. Everyone worked together to carry the big fish down and placed it on the tree leaves. Suyu picked up the knife and cut open the belly of the fish. A strange fragrance instantly spread out. It was the smell of a mixture of fresh and fragrant. There was no conflict and it was natural. The cat masters were stunned. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the grass, casting a long shadow that enveloped everyone. Quickly cut it open and let me have a taste. The retired emperor coughed lightly and said reservedly. He slapped Prince Ling, who wanted to reach out his hand. No matter how delicious it was, he still had to pay attention to the dignity of the imperial family. Meow. A voice echoed behind him. Suyu picked up the knife and prepared to cut the meat. Suddenly, he reacted and slowly raised his head. Only then did the others realize that their sunlight was blocked. They turned their heads stiffly and saw the big cat, which was at least 1 zhang tall, squatting behind them. He looked at the big fish on the rock with shining eyes. When he saw everyone looking back at him, he rubbed his ears in embarrassment. Greetings, Imperial Ancestral Uncle. Everyone hurriedly stood up and bowed towards the ancestor. Big Boss Cat wrapped its fluffy tail around its front paws and placed it in front of its face. It shook the tip of its tail helplessly. Meow, so you didn't know what Granduncle Huang was talking about, but all the cats understood. They all straightened up. There are small things inside. I don't think you can eat them. Wait for me to cut the fish. Suyu forced himself to look away from the seductive fur. When it came to shy cats, he had to feed them before touching their fur. Otherwise, they would be scared away. There was just enough mackerel for each of his uncles and brothers, and there were even some fish shells that had absorbed the oil. Suyu neatly separated the mackerel from the shellfish and signaled to Imperial Granduncle that it was time to eat. Big Boss Cat looked at the group, then looked at the fragrant grilled fish, and slowly inched forward shyly. The people who were squatting in front of the stone table were immediately pushed to the sides. The huge cat lowered its head and bit down on the millstone-sized fish. Along with its soft shell, it ate it up in a few bites. The Emperor Emeritus and his younger brothers looked at each other. They quickly picked up the big leaf in front of them that contained the mackerel and yuan shellfish, and quickly snatched a piece of big head and big head fish. Seeing their reaction, the imperial granduncle licked his lips and allowed the juniors to cut off a piece of fish before continuing to eat. So you felt that there seemed to be a smile in those big amber eyes. The big head and big head fish truly lived up to their reputation. The fish meat was so fresh and tender that it melted in the mouth. Even the pufferfish couldn't compare to its freshness and sweetness. However, the meat itself wasn't soft and sticky at all. Instead, it was extremely chewy. Due to the excellent control of the fire, after roasting for an entire afternoon, not a single part of the fish was burnt. The outer layer was roasted evenly, and the meat inside was incomparably fresh and tender. The sauce brushed from the belly of the fish was completely soaked in the fish meat. When he took a bite, it was crispy and fragrant. The fragrance overflowed his mouth, making him want to swallow his tongue as well. The retired emperor regretted it the moment he took a bite. He should have snatched an extra piece. When he looked up, he saw that half of the fish that was as big as a cow had already been eaten by Imperial Granduncle. The barbed tongue licked down, and a large piece of the fish meat was smoothly removed from the fish bones. Not long after, only the empty fish bones were left on the side facing upwards. Big Boss Cat held onto the fish's back and flipped over nimbly, continuing to lick from one side to the other. His Majesty took a bite of the yuanbei and silently looked at his imperial uncle who was eating happily. He liked to transform into a human when he ate because cats ate too little, but this ancestor was just the opposite. After everyone finished eating their own fish, the imperial granduncle also licked a large fish clean, leaving only a set of empty fish bones. The huge tabby cat licked its mouth in satisfaction. It raised a paw to lick and wash its beard that was stained with seasoning. It realized that everyone was looking at it. The huge furry claw paused in the air and slowly lowered. It swung its tail and stood up, preparing to leave. "Granduncle, please wait." The retired emperor hurriedly called out to Big Boss Cat. "Meow?" The imperial granduncle tilted his head. The retired emperor and his twin brother looked at each other. This big cat didn't seem to want to talk to them. It was obvious that if it had the patience to chat with them, it wouldn't have even said meow to them in the past 5 years. 21, we're counting on you. Prince Hao had no choice but to push his brother out. The national tutor took the soft silk handkerchief Wang Gonggong handed to him and wiped his hands. His cold eyes swept across his cowardly brothers, and he slowly stood up. A white light flashed, and the snow-white big cat jumped onto a tall rock. Sitting on it, it was about the height of the imperial granduncle's chest. Big Boss Cat was stunned. He slowly moved closer to the rock and sniffed it. The national tutor raised his paw and pressed it against the nose that was bigger than his paw. The aura of the auspicious beast, Baizé, made both cubs and ancestors feel close to it. Sure enough, after recognizing Baizé's auspicious aura, the imperial granduncle hesitantly stepped on his 2 front paws. Somewhat embarrassed, he moved closer and licked the national tutor. Although it was just a single lick, the tongue was so big that it almost licked the national tutor from head to toe. The white cat, who was about to speak to its ancestor, suddenly froze. The snow-white fur that didn't have a speck of dust on it was instantly filled with the smell of grilled fish. The national tutor tried to hold it in, but in the end, he couldn't hold it in. He raised his paw. 21, stop. The retired emperor was shocked when he realized what the national tutor was about to do. He hurriedly shouted. The imperial granduncle didn't seem to have any ill intentions, but how could a mythical beast that had inherited an ancient bloodline be predicted with common sense? If he suddenly turned hostile, all of them together wouldn't be able to withstand his paw. The retired emperor's warning was too late. The national tutor's paw solidly slapped the huge cat's face. So you clearly saw a flash of surprise in the cat's big amber eyes. Then, it happily licked the national tutor again. Silently raising his hand to cover his eyes, so you didn't dare to look at the national tutor's expression. I haven't seen a descendant of Baizé's bloodline for a long time. The imperial granduncle was very happy that the kitten was willing to be close to him. He squatted down again. The national tutor shook his messy fur, closed his beautiful eyes, and took a deep breath. Fortunately, he left the imperial granduncle behind. We are all descendants of the Yin family. Granduncle, you can call me 21. Suyu listened to the meowing conversation. Except for him, everyone else was listening attentively. They were itching to know what they were talking about. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at the emperor. The emperor felt his gaze, but he didn't turn his head. He just glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Suyu inched closer to him to please him. The emperor's ears immediately turned red. This stupid slave, in public, really shameless. He snorted, turned his handsome face away, and didn't intend to pay attention to him. We are brothers of the same generation. I'm the 5th. This is the 6th, the 7th. Seeing the imperial granduncle looking over, Prince Zhong volunteered to introduce everyone. Big Boss Cat nodded. When it heard Prince Zhong say that Suyu was the wife, it looked at him curiously. The tip of its tail shook, but didn't know what to say. It turned back to continue talking to the national tutor. Suyu tugged at the emperor's sleeve. He really wanted to know what Big Boss Cat was talking about. The emperor raised his eyebrows. Really, it was acting coquettishly again. He knew that he couldn't spoil it like this. It was so annoying that it acted coquettishly all the time. After a while, the golden cat jumped onto Suyu's shoulder. Suyu couldn't wait to kiss its furry mouth. It's already so many years ago. The imperial granduncle scratched his ear with his front paw. He couldn't remember how long he had lived on this island. Sometimes, when he woke up, it would turn from autumn to summer. He didn't know if it had been 2 seasons or many years. We brothers have been on this island for 5 years. The retired emperor sighed. Is that so? The imperial granduncle lowered his head and stared at the tip of his paw. We don't want to disturb you, granduncle. It's just that there's a descendant of Yazi near this island. It's very fierce. Prince Zhong interrupted. He wanted to describe the sea monster in detail, but the retired emperor slapped him with his paw. Shut up. The retired emperor warned him in a low voice. If the imperial granduncle left, they wouldn't be able to go home. That. Big Boss Cat turned to look at the darkening sea in the distance. I know. Is there a way to deal with it? Prince Hao jumped onto the rock the national tutor was sitting on. He quietly hooked his younger brother with his tail, signaling him to calm down. The imperial granduncle thought for a moment. It's best if we don't catch it. Hearing this, Suyu's heart skipped a beat. He thought about the imperial granduncle who had been stationed on this island for hundreds of years. There must be some subtle connection between the two. If that was the case, wouldn't it mean that they would never be able to return? The retired emperor seemed to have thought of this as well. He frowned slightly. Is this related to the balance of the sea monster? The giant cat tilted his head. Balance? What was that? Why can't we catch it? The national tutor could tell that the imperial granduncle wasn't familiar with these profound imperial court terms, so it was better to ask directly. Big Boss Cat blinked and answered seriously, that thing is the descendant of Yazi and the centipede. It's not delicious. Everyone was speechless. Suyu couldn't help but chuckle. The cats finally understood how he felt when he saw them wanting to eat the mermaid. It's not food. The retired emperor sighed. We need to return to the shore. Return to the shore? The imperial granduncle stared at the tips of his claws, turned his ears, and slowly shook his big furry tail. King Jing looked at the wagging tail and could no longer hold it in. He leaped forward and hugged the tail. Big Boss Cat was at a loss of what to do when the little cat pounced on him. He wanted to back away but felt that it wasn't appropriate, so he just stood still. Isn't it good to stay on the island? With their status, they had to hide in the world. The Yin family lived in one place for a few generations before they had to move. Besides, they only lived by the sea and caught fish to eat. It was better to live on an island where there were more fish than on the shore. The Yin family is already a royal family. People will give us fresh fish, so we don't have to catch fish anymore. The retired emperor raised his chin and said proudly. The imperial granduncle's eyes lit up, then he lowered his head dejectedly. So what if he became a royal family member? A huge guy like him who couldn't transform into a human was still shameful. Seeing the sun set, everyone began to yawn. In order to get closer to the ancestor, the retired emperor warmly invited him to sleep with them. Big Boss Cat stomped his claws. He was a little embarrassed, but also a little expectant. The originally spacious cave was just big enough for Granduncle Huang to fit in. However, Big Boss Cat seemed to like such a small space. He moved over to the big bed and lay down. Immediately, his furry body covered the entire stone bed and even spilled out from the edges. Suyu stared blankly at the cat's fur. He swallowed his saliva and tugged at the emperor's sleeve. How do we sleep here? The big cat on the bed turned over with its belly facing the sky. It raised its head to look at them. His fur resembled that of an ancient Tao. There were tiger spots on his back, and his belly was fluffy white. The white fluffy fur that was about 10 feet wide piled up into a sea of fur. King Jing, the big black cat, could no longer hold back. It leaped up and ran around his great uncle's belly. Then, it jumped onto his big paw and looked down at everyone from above. Me. His Highness the Crown Prince popped his head out from Suyu's lapel. He kicked his short legs and wanted to climb up as well. The emperor looked at the big bed with disdain. Stupid slave, sleep inside. After saying that, the emperor was still unhappy. With a bed like this, no matter where he slept, he still had to interact with other cats. Is it really okay? Suyu stuttered. If you don't want to sleep here, I'll sleep outside with you. The emperor's eyes lit up. Sleeping on the tree for a night was no big deal. He could avoid these elders and do some things that he couldn't do these days. No. This is good. Suyu rejected the emperor's suggestion without hesitation. Big Boss Cat yawned and shook his fluffy tail. He put it down and covered his belly. The emperor snorted coldly but didn't insist. Suyu stood beside the bed. He slowly reached out and touched the warm furry bed. Uncle, can I sleep on it too? Big Boss Cat looked at him and reached out a big paw. He patted Suyu's head. When he was young, his mother's belly bulged when she was pregnant with him. He thought that it would be an ordinary child. Who knew that it would be such a big cat? His father was happy because of his ancient bloodline. When he turned 1 year old and still couldn't transform into a human, his father started to worry. For so many years, no ordinary person had ever gotten close to him. Now that his great-great-grandnephew's wife wasn't afraid of him at all, he was very happy. Meow. The imperial granduncle replied. Suyu didn't understand either, so he took it as his grandfather's agreement. He leaped up and dove into the sea of fur. Soft, warm, and boundless fur, with a faint fragrance of seawater. Not only could he bury his face, but he could also bury his head, shoulders, knees, feet, and everything else. Stretching out her arms, Suyu was so happy that she was about to cry. Me. His Highness the Crown Prince crawled out of the lapel, stumbled a few steps, and got lost in the fur. The long fur was almost as tall as His Highness the Crown Prince. The little golden fur ball jumped a few times inside and then disappeared. The other big cats jumped onto the bed one after another. The Emperor Emeritus stepped on Nuanyuan's fur and was very satisfied with this soft new bed. Prince Ling jumped up high and pounced next to Suyu's head. He dug out His Highness the Crown Prince from the fur and hugged him as he rolled around. Although the imperial granduncle was sturdy, he still had a cat's belly. Sleeping with an adult man like Suyu was fine, but sleeping with two would be a little heavy. His Majesty the Emperor turned into a golden cat and jumped up. He squatted on Suyu's head unhappily. Suyu turned over and faced up. His Majesty the Emperor was right on his face. The excited Suyu hugged the fur ball on his face and kissed its furry mouth. Before the Emperor could hit him, he pulled the golden cat back into his arms and hugged it as he rolled around on the imperial granduncle's fur. He. Suyu giggled as he received a slap from the Emperor. He went to sleep and hugged one of the imperial granduncle's big paws. The Emperor squatted on the paws and looked at him expressionlessly. This stupid slave, he only laughed like this when he found out that he and Sauce were the same person. It was really too embarrassing. Wang Gongong carried the big white cat that had just bathed and walked over. He respectfully placed the national tutor on the bed. The big white cat's snow-white fur was half dry. It walked elegantly and rubbed against the imperial granduncle's warm chin, letting the soft fur absorb the moisture from its body. Prince Hao came over and tried to lick his younger brother's fur, but he was mercilessly slapped away. After extinguishing the candles, Wang Gonggong and Prince Lu made a bed at the entrance of the cave. They naturally couldn't sleep on the imperial granduncle's belly. Suyu hugged the emperor and inconspicuously rubbed his face against the furry bed. In a small voice, he asked the sauce in his arms, "Imperial uncle will go back with us, right?" It was easy to go from frugal to extravagant. After sleeping on a cat's belly bed, it would be painful if he couldn't sleep on it for the rest of his life. The emperor wagged his tail. "Humph, asking for a reward again. It's not easy. If you want it." The retired emperor spread his arms and stretched. "Of course." Before the emperor could answer, the retired emperor rushed to speak first. The emperor turned around and glared at his father. A black fur ball slowly rolled past his eyes and blocked the light in the emperor's eyes. So you finally noticed that the black fur ball was His Highness Prince Jing. Prince Jing found a new way to play. He curled himself into a ball and rolled slowly on the furry bed like a burr in the wind. His Highness the Crown Prince raised his head from the furry bed. He didn't know what the black fur ball was, so he quickly lowered his body. Prince Ling was beside the Crown Prince. Mao, come. Grandpa 17 will teach you how to catch mice." As he spoke, he hid his body in the furry bed and lowered his ears. He stepped on the ground with his hind paws, ready to attack. The imperial granduncle was good-natured and allowed the cats to chase and play on him. When he heard that the retired emperor wanted to take him back, he slowly wagged his tail. "I can't go ashore with you." "Why?" Prince Hao scratched his ears and leaned against Prince Yong. Big Boss Cat tilted his head. Was there a need to ask? He was huge and couldn't turn into a human. What would the mortals say if they saw him? Moreover, as a pure-blooded Tao Wu, he didn't age or die. He still looked the same after so many years and showed no signs of becoming an immortal. He didn't know if he would be despised if he lived longer than his descendants. As he thought about this, his big furry ears drooped listlessly. The retired emperor snorted. The Yin family built the world so that their descendants could live honorably. If they can't even raise granduncle, what's the point of having this world? After he finished speaking, he rolled around in the furry bed. "The world is mine now. I have the final say." The emperor sat up and looked at his father, who was rolling on his belly. "Unfilial son." The retired emperor got up and glared at his son. Suyu quietly tugged at the emperor's tail. Although he didn't know what the father and son were talking about, it wasn't anything good. However, father is right. Imperial granduncle should go back with us. The emperor swung his tail and turned to face Suyu, baring his teeth. "Humph." The retired emperor snorted and continued to roll around. However, it wasn't easy to hide Big Boss Cat's 10 feet tall body in the palace. He couldn't possibly stay in Onwa Tower forever as a furry cushion, right? Imperial guardian beast. The national tutor, who looked like he had fallen asleep long ago, suddenly said. All the cats turned their heads and looked at the big white cat in Imperial Granduncle's neck. This is the Imperial guardian beast. Naturally, he should live with me in Onwa Tower. The national tutor yawned elegantly and rubbed his head against Nuanyuan's big chin. He closed his eyes and went back to sleep. How could that be? The twins looked at each other. If Imperial Granduncle lived in Onwa Tower, wouldn't they be beaten up if they wanted to rub his fur cushion? No, visit Imperial Granduncle? That wouldn't do. The retired emperor hooked his paw at the emperor and discussed building a separate palace in the palace. He could even raise some sea monsters. With the Tao Wu suppressing them, those sea monsters wouldn't cause a big commotion even if they saw people. They could be kept and eaten slowly. The emperor was very interested in this suggestion. The father and son got together and started to finalize the details. Imperial Granduncle was touched by how much the younger generation cared about him, so he agreed to go back with them. If it didn't work out, he could just go back to the island. That night, Suyu was so excited that he almost didn't sleep. The next day, everyone packed up and prepared to leave. Imperial Granduncle didn't have any luggage to bring. The retired emperor and the others brought jars filled with shark pearls and pearls. Suyu carried the emperor and the crown prince, as well as his 3 fish-slaughtering knives. When they reached the seaside, everyone who was happily preparing to go home was stunned. The small wooden boat had broken when they were catching fish. Now, there was only a broken wooden board and a mermaid left. How were they going to carry Imperial Granduncle, who was 10 feet tall, back to the big boat? The reason why ships couldn't get close was because there was a Tao Wu living on the island. As long as Big Boss Cat was willing, the ships wouldn't get lost 30 miles away. The national tutor turned to Big Boss Cat and said, "Imperial Uncle, we have to let the royal ships get closer." Before he could finish his sentence, the huge cat jumped into the sea and ran a circle on the surface of the sea happily. Everyone finally saw the power of the ancient mythological beast. It created clouds under its feet and walked on the waves. It walked on the surface of the sea with waves as if it was walking on flat ground. Therefore, there was no need to remove the barrier. Big Boss Cat lay on the beach, and the royals climbed up one by one. Imperial Uncle could carry everyone back. So you never thought that she would be able to ride a cat one day. She excitedly climbed onto the cat and hugged Imperial Uncle's neck. The other cats also jumped up one by one. The big snow-white cat jumped onto Uncle Huang's head and sat between his ears. Wang Gonggong and Prince Lu sat on the broken plank and left with the mermaid to disperse the people on the royal ship. His Majesty the Emperor jumped out from Suyu's lapel and stepped on her soft fur. Prince Jing, the big black cat, jumped onto a reef nearby and jumped on it lightly. It jumped high and flew into Big Boss Cat's fur, landing right in front of His Majesty. His Majesty the Emperor lifted his paw and pressed on the black cat's head. Big Boss Cat stood up and walked slowly into the sea. Suyu looked down from Big Boss Cat's body. The surface of the sea was like a transparent glass plate. Big Boss Cat walked on it without any hindrance. However, it wasn't completely isolated from the sea. The waves would still wet its huge fur paw. Imperial Uncle walked for a while and raised his paw to shake it off. Meow. After walking slowly for a while, Big Boss Cat suddenly cried out. All the cats burrowed into Big Boss Cat's fur. The national tutor also lowered his body. Before Suyu could react, Big Boss Cat had already started sprinting, jumping and running in the sea. He panicked and grabbed onto Big Boss Cat's fur, but it was too late. His body began to rise and he was about to be thrown out. However, the expected fall into the water did not happen. A pair of slender and warm hands wrapped around his waist from behind, holding Suyu firmly in place. His Majesty the Emperor had transformed back into his human form and hugged him from behind. Stupid slave. The hug from behind was warm and strong. Suyu relaxed his body and leaned against the Emperor. His Majesty frowned. That damn stupid slave was getting more and more arrogant. I was just helping him out of kindness, but he dared to use me as his back. She angrily opened her mouth and bit Suyu's white neck. Oh. Suyu jumped in fright. He looked around and saw that his uncles and Fu Huang were all in Mau Mau and no one was paying attention. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. He raised his hand to grab the Emperor's hand around his waist. Don't make a fuss. Otherwise, Fu Huang will see. Humph. His Majesty snorted and rubbed his nose on the teeth marks. Not long after, the Imperial ship appeared in front of him. 3 identical Imperial ships were built in the capital. Now there was only one left, and it was parked at the front. The Eastern Sea soldiers' warships were lined up behind. From afar, a huge furry ball could be seen jumping towards them. They could not see it clearly from afar, but they could see the outline of a few ships closer. It looked like a giant tiger, and they did not know what it was carrying on its back. When Big Boss Cat approached the Imperial ship, he suddenly quickened his pace and jumped up onto the high deck. The national tutor transformed back into his human form in an instant. He tapped his feet lightly and jumped up onto the high observatory. His voice, as clear as the cold spring of a mountain, spread all around. This is the ancient mythical beast that the imperial family has been searching for. You should treat it like a prince. His voice was both near and far, but it sounded like thunder in everyone's ears. The soldiers all knelt down and saluted. Suyu looked at the soldiers who believed him without a doubt, and the corners of his mouth twitched. These people did not even see the mythical beast's appearance clearly. They worshipped it just because of the national tutor's words. If they saw that it was actually a big cat that was not mighty at all, who knew what they would think? The miscellaneous people on the imperial ship had been driven to other ships. Only Wang Gonggong and Prince Lu were left on the deck to serve them. The mermaid Hai Zhu followed them onto the ship and went into the water tank on the deck. These cats did not know the way. She had to send them back to the shore before she could go home. You're already at the door. Why don't you go and greet your people? Prince Jing changed back into his gentle and affectionate self. He leaned on the railing and chatted with the mermaid with a smile. Hai Zhu looked at his charming peach blossom eyes and could not help but tremble. No need. What a pity. I wanted to discuss the matter of the mermaid with your chief. King Jing picked up a strand of the mermaid's long hair that glowed with a faint blue light and twirled it around his slender finger. Discuss the mermaid's silk and also the ingredients? Hai Zhu rolled her eyes and silently sank into the water tank. Every year, they worked hard to get to the shore and had to change their identities to sell the mermaid's silk. It was very troublesome. Selling the mermaid's silk to the royal family who also had secrets was not a bad idea, but the prerequisite was that these people had to give up the idea of eating mermaids. She raised her head and looked at Prince Jing outside the water tank. When he looked at her with his gentle and affectionate peach blossom eyes, he could not hide his desire. The way he looked at her was completely different from the way ordinary people looked at her. Hai Zhu rested her head on the bottom of the tank. She would rather the prince covet her beauty than her delicious food. Big Boss Cat's body was too big to fit into the cabin. Wang Gonggong covered the deck with soft mats, and Big Boss Cat slept on the deck. Prince Jing did not mind that the deal with the mermaids had come to an end. When he turned around and saw the big pile of fur behind him, he immediately pounced on it excitedly. As soon as His Majesty boarded the ship, he grabbed Suyu and walked into the main room. As he walked, he took the crown prince out of his arms and threw him into his imperial uncle's fur. Me? His Highness the Crown Prince, who was still half asleep, raised his head from the fur and looked left and right. He did not understand what was going on. Mao, Grandpa 17's voice came from above. The little golden fur ball looked up and saw a big black and yellow cat jump down from the observatory. It stretched out its 4 paws and flew towards him like a big squirrel. Me. His Highness the Crown Prince hurriedly rolled to the side. Pooh. His Royal Highness King Ling fell headfirst into his imperial uncle's fur. Before he could get up, the pure black fur ball flew along the path and landed squarely on Prince Ling's body. Ow. You're crushing my tail. The retired emperor glanced at the noisy two and was about to discuss the situation in the imperial court with His Majesty, but they were nowhere to be found. Let's go play that too. Prince Hao used his elbow to nudge his twin brother. He lifted his chin and pointed at the 2 cats that kept jumping onto his imperial uncle's body from the observatory. The retired emperor looked at his younger brother with disdain and turned to talk about business. The bedroom on this ship was not the same room that was filled with soft cushions. The emperor grabbed Suyu into the room and picked him up. He was worried that the bed was too short, so he did not throw him onto it. Instead, he threw himself onto the bed with Suyu. He raised his hand and began to tear off Suyu's clothes. Your Majesty. Suyu's eyes widened. What are you doing? Eating fish. The emperor tugged a few times but failed. He was very impatient and tore the clothes apart. Hey! Suyu tried to resist. They had just survived a disaster and returned to the human world. Shouldn't they sit down and have a good chat? The retired emperor's hand that was about to push open the door froze in midair. His expression was not good. Prince Hao grinned gloatingly. He pulled his brother into the national tutor's room. 21. Let me show you something fun. Although Suyu was worried about the presence of the elders and tried his best not to make any strange noises, sometimes he just couldn't control himself. Fortunately, the noises stopped the retired emperor from pushing the door open. The retired emperor was dragged into the national tutor's room with a dark face, but his face was still dark. The national tutor was leaning on the soft couch in the observatory with his beautiful eyes closed. No one knew if he was asleep or not. King Hao poked his elder brother and signaled him to cheer up. If 21 saw his angry face, he would be beaten up again. The national tutor slowly raised his eyes and looked at the twins who were winking at each other. What's fun? King Hao leaped over and squeezed onto a soft couch with his younger brother. That's the one. You can see it. As he spoke, he pointed at Big Boss Cat under the observatory. A few kittens were jumping around on top of it. Lord Ling pushed the brave king onto Big Boss Cat's head and signaled for him to jump down. The black and white brave king seemed to feel that it was inappropriate to climb onto his ancestor's head, so he didn't know what to do. In the end, Lord Zhong jumped up from behind and pushed him down. If you want to play, you can go too. The national tutor glanced at the envious Prince Hao. You can go too. Prince Hao grinned and tried to pull his brother up. 21 years of age, but he was so quiet every day. This wasn't good. As they were talking, the black fur ball suddenly jumped up and scared Prince Hao. What are you doing, you unfilial son? Prince Hao slapped his son. Prince Jing staggered from the slap and bared his teeth at his father. You're rebelling. Prince Hao instantly turned into a big golden cat and pounced on his son. However, Prince Jing was standing on top of the narrow railing. With this pounce, the two cats fell down together. Plop! They fell into the thick fur. Big Boss Cat looked back at them and yawned. He lay down and went back to sleep, allowing the kittens to jump around on top of him. Sister-in-law misses you very much. Only the national tutor and the retired emperor were left on the star observation platform. The national tutor looked at the sky and suddenly said. The retired emperor humphed. That's only natural. I'm so wise and mighty, there must be a lot of people who miss me. Where are the blood contract slaves? The national tutor glanced at his elder brother who had squeezed onto the soft couch. Why is this soft couch so narrow? The retired emperor complained as he turned into a golden cat. The national tutor couldn't take it anymore. He turned into a big white cat and swiped his paw at his brother. I'm asking you a question. Every time I ask you, you always try to avoid the topic. The retired emperor touched his head and sighed, they're all dead. The battle that year was really tragic. They only wanted to find out the reason for the increase of sea monsters. Who would have thought that they would encounter the descendants of the great Yazi and a bunch of disgusting Zanji that kept trying to suck their blood? The ship sank. The old eunuch who had followed him for many years blocked a bone spur for him and died on the spot. As for the others, the ship was gone, and there was no national tutor to search for the blood contract slaves. Moreover, they were all injured at the time and were pulled to the island by the imperial grandfather's golden light in a daze. Naturally, they couldn't save anyone. The national tutor sighed, laid down and closed his eyes. The retired emperor went over and licked his younger brother's fur. Suyu was tossed and turned for a long time. When the emperor was finally satisfied, he was so tired that he couldn't even open his eyes. Go to sleep. Someone will cook. His Majesty hugged the soft, stupid slave into his arms and rubbed his head against his neck happily. Remember to feed the crown prince. Suyu muttered and fell asleep in a daze. The crown prince was already 1 month old. In fact, he could already eat fish paste. It was just that he was relatively idle at sea, so Suyu still stewed fish soup for him. There was still a cook on the ship. When Suyu fell asleep, Wang Gonggong would naturally remember to feed the crown prince. The emperor wasn't worried about this at all and went to sleep with satisfaction. Last night, because he was too excited to sleep on the fluffy fur, Suyu basically didn't sleep much. In addition, he was tired from being tossed around by the emperor, so he slept until sunset. When he opened his eyes, the emperor was no longer by his side. He probably ran out to play again. Suyu stretched, found some clothes to put on, and went out. Me. His Highness the Crown Prince saw him and struggled to roll down from the fluffy fur. He stumbled and ran to Suyu's feet. Suyu bent down, picked up the little fluffy ball, and kissed him. Did you eat lunch? Meow. His Highness the Crown Prince responded and licked his lips. His Highness only ate a few mouthfuls at noon. Wang Gonggong awkwardly reported. His appetite had been spoiled since he was young. What would he do in the future? What do you want to eat? Father will make it for you. Suyu put his son in his arms and turned to the kitchen. Stupid slave, Zhen wants to eat sautéed shrimp. The emperor, who was fighting with the big black cat, said. When he saw that Suyu didn't stop, he remembered that he couldn't understand the cat's voice. He immediately changed into his human form and said it again. Okay. Suyu looked back at him and saw the big black cat hanging on the emperor's head and biting his ear. He couldn't help but smile. Niece-in-law, give me a bowl of boiled fish. Prince Ling quickly ordered. Got it, 17th uncle. Suyu agreed, smiling as he looked at Big Boss Cat, who was being used as a cushion by the juniors. Fortunately, Granduncle Huang didn't have to eat every meal. This guy could sleep for days or even months at a time, so he only had to eat once when he woke up. If he ate every meal like the other old cats and had to eat snacks for half a day, he would probably die of exhaustion. Let's cook the fish paste first, then cook the other dishes. His Highness the Crown Prince clung to his lapel, his little tail wagging restlessly. Suyu lowered his head and kissed his furry head. He thought of the obedient eldest son in the palace who was always in a daze. After not seeing him for so long, he didn't know if that child still remembered him. After eating a delicious dinner, the old cats leaned on Imperial Uncle to digest. Big Boss Cat chewed on the snacks that Suyu made for him, some chewy salmon jerky. The salmon meat was tough. The ones that were killed earlier had been pickled and dried, but the jerky was more difficult to chew. If the old cats wanted to eat it, they had to let Suyu soak it first and then process it. However, it wasn't a problem for Imperial Uncle. Large chunks of jerky were chewed up effortlessly in his huge furry mouth. The sun set in the west, and dark clouds gradually covered the moonlight. The sea unknowingly fell into darkness. Roar! A huge sea monster broke out of the water, setting off huge waves. It had a dragon head, a jackal body, and countless bone spurs on its neck. It was the descendant of Yazi and the centipede. The imperial family immediately turned into their human forms and looked nervously at the monster. Stupid slave! The emperor immediately called out to Suyu. Facing this monster, it wasn't safe for Suyu to hide in the room. He had to stay with him. The ship shook violently. Suyu carried his son and stumbled to the emperor's side. The emperor grabbed him and held his short sword horizontally in front of him. With a sharp roar, the sea monster's huge tail swung towards the ship. On the deck, Big Boss Cat swallowed a mouthful of jerky, stood up, shook his fur, and jumped onto the surface of the sea. He bit the sea monster's tail. The sea monster was 30 feet tall, including its neck, while Big Boss Cat was only 10 feet tall. However, this didn't stop Big Boss Cat from swinging it away with its tail. Splash! The sea monster was thrown back into the water, but it jumped up unhappily again. When it smelled the pure swanny blood on the big furry ball, a trace of fear flashed across its bell-like eyes, but there was also a trace of greed that couldn't be hidden. In ancient times, the strong preyed on the weak. If a ferocious beast with a weak bloodline devoured a mythical beast with a strong bloodline, its own strength would increase greatly. However, mythical beasts with a strong bloodline were not so easy to devour. Some ferocious beasts would target the cubs of mythical beasts. Although the bion in front of them was not the earliest dragon 9 sons and did not look like a tiger, its pure ancient bloodline was like a delicious delicacy that constantly emitted a delicious fragrance, causing the descendant of Yazi and the centipede to drool. If it could devour this bion cub, the sea monster roared and shot countless bone spikes at Big Boss Cat. The huge ball of fur moved on the surface of the sea as if it was flat ground, dodging left and right with great agility. Even though the bone spikes were as dense as rain, they could not touch him at all. Asterisk whoosh whoosh, asterisk just as everyone was watching nervously, a few black arrows suddenly shot out from the shadows. The emperor hugged Suyu and rolled on the ground. The black arrows hit the place where the two of them were just standing and made a ding-ding-ding sound. Xianxia. The retired emperor jumped down from the observatory and casually picked up a long sword. The national tutor followed behind and floated down. And Hongchul immediately pushed Suyu and his son over and focused on killing the Xianxia. Suyu consciously hid beside the national tutor. There was a natural protective shield here, not hiding would be a fool. Prince Jing took out a harpoon from somewhere and stood on the railing. The Xianxia pounced on the sea monsters and killed them one by one. The retired emperor's long sword was originally a decoration in the national tutor's room. Their weapons were lost a few years ago. Fifth Uncle Prince Zhong took out a chisel to carve a stone tablet. Seventh Uncle Prince Hao imitated his son and took out a harpoon. Ninth Uncle Prince Yong took out a big hammer used to repair ships from the bottom of the cabin. The imperial grandfather nimbly dodged the bone spikes, lowered his body on the surface of the sea, and suddenly pounced on the sea monster and bit its neck. The sea monster's skin and flesh were very strong, and its head was also very hard. Only its neck was thin and long. After releasing so many bone spikes, it did not have time to grow back. A large part of its neck was exposed, just like a plucked chicken's neck. It was very easy to bite. Roar. The sea monster was terrified when its neck was bitten. It shook its head with all its strength, trying to get rid of the big ball hanging on its neck. Countless Xian leeches pounced towards Big Boss Cat's back. Big Boss Cat's body emitted a layer of soft golden light. Pung pung pung, the black Xian leeches crashed into the golden light and instantly turned into a pool of black blood. The sea monster let out a sharp howl. More and more Xian leeches scuttled out of the sea and pounced towards the royal ship. King Jing swung his harpoon vigorously, knocking out all the leeches that pounced at him. King Zhong followed up with a chisel, and King Yong followed up with a hammer strike. Squish. The soft Xianxia was smashed into meat paste by Prince Yong's hammer. Black blood spurted out and splattered on Prince Zhong's face. Go away. Prince Zhong was very angry. He pushed his brother away, telling him to smash somewhere else. Prince Yong obediently moved to another place. He raised his big hammer and smashed one monster after another. Tui. After biting for a while, Big Boss Cat suddenly let go. He flipped in the air and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood on the surface of the sea. The sea monster's blood tasted terrible. A large piece of flesh was torn off the sea monster's neck, revealing a section of bone. It looked very scary. It twisted its body and pounced towards Big Boss Cat. The rest of its bone spikes shot out, determined to kill Big Boss Cat. Mine, mine. All of them are mine. So you could not understand the language of the beast. All he could hear was a deafening roar that hurt his ears. He covered the ears of the little fur ball in his arms and stuffed His Highness the Crown Prince, who was trying to poke his head out to see what was going on, back into his clothes. What if the child saw this and got scared? The sea monster tossed and turned in the water. Its huge body kicked up huge waves, wetting Big Boss Cat's fur. Imperial Granduncle shook his head. He was finally angry. How was he going to dry his wet fur in the middle of the night? It suddenly pounced forward and scratched the strange-looking dragon's head with its claws, leaving a few deep bloody marks. Before the sea monster could bite back, it raised its hind paw and kicked it, then bit the same wound it had just inflicted on the sea monster. A golden light flashed, and the power of the ancient mythological beast erupted. A crisp crack was heard. The sound was not conspicuous in the noisy sea, but it was very loud in the sea monster's ears. Because this sound was the sound of its neck breaking. Before it could roar again, its heavy head tilted from the top of its slender neck and fell into the sea with a splash. Everyone, including the black Xianxia, was stunned. They watched the huge sea monster's body slowly sink into the sea. Was it over just like that? Poo poo poo. Big Furball spat a few times on the surface of the sea. He dipped his claws in the water and washed them before jumping back onto the ship. The Xianxia, who had been killing non-stop, finally stopped. They screamed and jumped into the sea. Everything returned to normal. Moonlight slowly peeked out from the dark clouds, illuminating the empty sea. The soldiers on the ships behind witnessed the divine beast killing the sea monster with their own eyes. They were even more certain of the divine beast's power and knelt down to worship it. Eunuch Wang crawled out from the corner and hurriedly took out a blanket. He covered Zhu Wangye with it and strenuously wiped his fur. Seeing that everything was fine, Suyu went up to help. Usually, when a cat came into contact with water, it would become noticeably thinner. However, when Ancestral Prince came into contact with water, he was not much different from before. He was still as big and round as before. Suyu realized that Ancestral Prince's head was especially big. It was different from an adult cat's head. It was similar to His Highness the Crown Prince. A ridiculous thought suddenly popped into his mind. As a divine beast, ancestral prince couldn't be a little kitten, right? Meow? Big Boss Cat saw that Suyu was staring at him. He tilted his head in confusion and stuck out his tongue, trying to lick him. His Majesty the Emperor quickly pulled Suyu over, and his big tongue licked the air. Ancestral uncle, this is your wife. You can't lick her. Prince Ling chuckled and stroked ancestral uncle's chin. Meow. Big Boss Cat blinked. So that's why. Don't kill me. Suyu turned around and saw Prince Jing holding a harpoon and stabbing a skinny man to the ground. That's... Suyu was shocked. There was no such person on the ship. How could there be a stranger on the vast sea? His Majesty the Emperor quickly pulled Suyu back. That's Xianxia. Huh? Suyu's eyes widened. Xianxia could turn into a human? We listened to our ancestors and killed the alien to obtain the bloodline of the Tao Wu. Our ancestors are dead, so we won't look for you anymore. The skinny man was in tears and snot. It was obvious that Prince Jing had beaten him up quite badly. His Majesty the Emperor narrowed his eyes. He couldn't help but tighten his grip on Suyu. No wonder these things, which usually only attacked the royal family at the hunting ground, would attack these stupid slaves. Then, could it be that the people who told Commandery Prince Mu that Suyu was an alien planet were these Xian leeches? After dealing with the sea monsters, the journey back was unusually smooth. This time, the sea monsters overflowed because the sea monsters were making a ruckus in the sea. A gap opened up at the bottom of the sea, allowing the sea monsters to approach the coast. The gap couldn't be blocked immediately. Fortunately, they had already destroyed 3 sea monster nests on their way here and dug up another one on their way back. They returned with a rewarding haul. There probably wouldn't be any more sea monsters in the next few years, so they could just catch and eat the ones that occasionally appeared. After traveling on the sea for more than a month, they finally arrived at the east coast in late spring. The East Sea soldiers returned to their camps. Prince Jing stayed behind to reorganize the soldiers and appease the people. Prince Hao was supposed to stay behind in East Sea, but he insisted on going back to the capital. His reason was that the Empress Dowager had entrusted the Emperor Emeritus to him. Now, he had to personally hand over his brother to his sister-in-law. As soon as he said this, he was beaten up by the Emperor Emeritus. They traveled along the long and narrow bay silently towards the capital. They chose a dark and windy night to dock. Although the national tutor was prepared to announce that the Emperor Emeritus' uncle was the guardian beast of the nation, it was difficult to explain when such a big cat was seen by the people. Everyone took advantage of the moonlight and climbed onto the Emperor Emeritus' uncle's back. The tiger-spotted fur ball silently jumped into the imperial palace and gracefully jumped between the golden-glazed tiles. Where are we going? Suyu asked the emperor, who was in her arms. The emperor looked at the sky. It wasn't too late yet. The Empress Dowager might not be asleep yet. Let's go to Xianxia Palace. It's already late. Let's go tomorrow. The retired emperor suddenly said after a moment of silence. His Majesty turned around and looked at his father quietly. The retired emperor was embarrassed by his father's stare and said angrily, Go, I'll go by myself. The imperial palace was very quiet at night. In the late spring, the imperial garden was already filled with the sounds of insects. Jumping over the wall of the palace, which was about 10 feet high, the tiger-striped big fur ball squatted on the roof of the main hall of the front court and looked around. The vast palace stretched as far as the eye could see, with pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. The descendants of the Yin family really took over the world. Hearing that the retired emperor wanted them to go to Xianxia Palace, the imperial uncles all asked to go down. It's late. I have to go back to Anhua Tower. The national tutor jumped down and transformed back into his human form. He yawned elegantly. When he returned to the palace, he had to go back to Anhua Tower. He wouldn't easily take a step out. As for Xianxia Palace, naturally, he couldn't go there. Ah, that's right. It's not good to see sister-in-law so late. Prince Hao's ears twitched and he quietly poked his 5th brother. Prince Zhong blinked his eyes. He actually really wanted to tell the Empress Dowager about his fortuitous encounter along the way, but when he saw retired emperor's ugly expression, he tactfully nodded his head. Prince Yong didn't have any objections. He would do whatever his brothers said. Prince Ling jumped down from the big cat's back and was about to slip away when Prince Hao stepped on his tail. 17. Take me to where you usually sleep. There are so many palaces. You can just find one yourself. His Royal Highness King Ling was very unhappy. He finally returned to the capital and he didn't want to sleep with his brothers again. I haven't been here for many years. We're a bit unfamiliar. Prince Hao raised his paw and hugged his younger brother. Oh right, Sanner told me not to forget to compensate him for the clockwork mouse. It's not like I lost it. When Prince Ling heard this, he immediately became unhappy. Back then, he and Prince Jing had been killing Xianxia for half the night. Later, when they went to sleep in the national tutor's room as a cat, the clockwork mouse had already disappeared. How dare you snatch a child's toy? Prince Hao dragged his younger brother away without any explanation. Prince Zhong looked at the retired emperor and patted his head to comfort him. However, the retired emperor mercilessly slapped his hand away. Prince Zhong didn't care that his attempt to comfort his younger brother was futile. He turned around and chased after Prince Hao. Prince Yong looked left and right in a daze, then got up and left as well. Ancestral uncle, you can sleep in the Night Cloud Palace. So you thought of the large, soft mattress in the Night Cloud Palace's waterside pavilion. It was just enough for Big Boss Cat to sleep on. Meow? Big Boss Cat blinked, not understanding what Suyu meant by Yishao Palace. Follow me to the Anhua Tower first. The national tutor, who hadn't left yet, suddenly spoke. Suyu scratched his head. He hadn't thought it through. Although no one lived in the Night Cloud Palace now, there were still palace servants who cleaned it every day. Tomorrow, someone would see a giant furball sleeping in the middle of the courtyard. Aside from the main hall on the first floor of the Anhua Tower, there were no outsiders. Big Boss Cat could just jump directly to the second floor. Thus, the national tutor got up and sat on Ancestral Uncle's back again. He let Big Boss Cat carry him to the Anhua Tower, leaving the 3 generations of the retired emperor and Suyu staring at each other. You two come with me. The retired emperor glared at his sons. He pursed his lips for a while and suddenly said this. Suyu blinked and looked at the emperor. He didn't understand what was going on with the retired emperor. His Majesty looked at his father with disdain. Meow? His Highness the Crown Prince stuck his head out and looked around curiously. The candles in the Xian Palace were still lit. The palace was brightly lit. The retired emperor squatted on the roof and didn't say anything. As the saying goes, homesickness makes one more timid. He hadn't seen his son for 5 years. He could scold him, but he still hadn't thought about how to face his wife. In the main hall of the Xian Palace, there was a large cushion. A black and yellow furball was running around happily on the cushion. It was His Highness the Crown Prince, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. There were a few cloth mice and embroidered balls of different colors on the soft cushion. The little furball lowered its head and moved its hind paws. It suddenly pounced on one of the mice and bit it ferociously, kicking it with all its might. Who knew that it would use so much force that it would spin around with it? The Empress Dowager sat cross-legged on one end of the cushion. She smiled as she watched her eldest grandson play. She held a yellow and white little fat cat in her arms. His Royal Highness King Zhao also wanted to play with his nephew. The Empress Dowager took a cloth mouse and gave it to the little fat cat. She still didn't let it go. She stroked its soft and warm fur. I heard that the Emperor and the others are coming back. The little fat cat looked up at its mother. When it saw its mother looking at it, it nodded. The return of the soldiers to the Eastern Sea was such a big movement that the capital naturally knew about it. Prince Jing sent a message saying that the imperial family's ship was coming directly to the capital. It was estimated that they would arrive tomorrow. Hongwen, you said. The Empress Dowager raised the little fat cat in front of her and frowned slightly. She wanted to say something, but swallowed her words. These days, Prince Li and Prince Zhao only said that the Emperor and the others were going to the Eastern Sea to kill sea monsters. But she wasn't a fool. If it was just to kill sea monsters, why would the national tutor go? She had a faint guess in her heart, but she didn't dare to think too much about it. The little fat cat looked at its mother and slowly buried its face in its paws. It didn't dare to say anything. Prince Jing's letter only said one line, the imperial ship will arrive in the capital in a few days. He didn't know whether his father was found or whether his brothers and uncles were injured. Forget it. The Empress Dowager held the little fat cat in her arms and rubbed it. She waved to her grandson. Demao, come to Imperial Grandmother. It's time to sleep. Meow, His Royal Highness the eldest prince stumbled over with a cloth mouse in his mouth. The Empress Dowager picked up the little fur ball and put it next to the little fat cat. The little fat cat looked at its mother and then looked at its nephew. It slowly opened its mouth and bit the cloth mouse in its nephew's arms. Empress Dowager. Aunt Lin ran over and stammered. Aunt Lin was usually very calm. She was so flustered that something big must have happened. The Empress Dowager stood up with the 2 kittens in her arms. What happened? He's back. Aunt Lin was already speechless. She raised her hand and pointed at the door. The Empress Dowager looked up and saw that His Majesty the Emperor had already pushed the door open and walked in. Beside him was Su Yu, who had left the palace with him. A smile immediately appeared on her face. Xianxia was wondering what had happened. You're back? Empress Dowager. Su Yu's mouth twitched. He bowed to the Empress Dowager. The retired emperor refused to come in and pushed the emperor to leave first. The emperor refused, so he shamelessly hid behind Su Yu. The emperor snorted and pulled Su Yu aside. Suddenly, the retired emperor who was hiding behind Su Yu was revealed. The smile on the Empress Dowager's face suddenly froze. She stared blankly at the man who was 80% similar to the emperor, but more composed. 5 years didn't add much to the vicissitudes of life on his handsome face. He was still in his prime and dignified. Xianxia. No, retired emperor. The Empress Dowager stood in the same place as if she had no strength. She softly said, as if she was afraid that this was a dream. You're still alive, 5 years of life and death, but they met overnight. She didn't dare to believe it. She was afraid that her old eyes were blurred and she was happy for nothing. Her tears had already dried up 5 years ago. When she woke up from her dream, what would she do? The retired emperor coughed softly. That's great. The Empress Dowager seemed to have just reacted. She was so happy that she almost threw the 2 fur balls in her arms away. Xianxia can change her name to Bengong again. The retired emperor's face instantly darkened. Su Yu held back his laughter as he walked over and took the eldest imperial son from the Empress Dowager's arms. His Royal Highness King Zhao had already consciously jumped to the ground and ran over to his elder brother's feet. His Majesty the Emperor bent down and picked up his younger brother. The Empress Dowager looked at Su Yu, and her eyes suddenly lit up when she saw the little golden fur ball sticking out of his lapel. She reached out and grabbed it. This is the Crown Prince, right? Me. His Highness the Crown Prince twisted his little body. He was very unhappy that someone he didn't know was carrying him away. Yes. Su Yu helplessly responded. He looked at the Emperor Emeritus's expression and took the Crown Prince back without a trace. It's getting late. This subject will leave first. I'll come tomorrow to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. After saying that, Su Yu carried the 2 little fur balls and pulled the emperor away. The Empress Dowager and the Emperor Emeritus were left alone to stare at each other. Regardless of what intimate things the old couple had to say after not seeing each other for many years, Su Yu sat in the carriage and was annoyed by the 2 fur balls in his arms. He put the 2 kittens in his arms, and they began to move around in his clothes. He didn't know what they were doing, so he could only take one out and give it to the emperor. His Highness the Crown Prince was very dissatisfied as he squatted on his imperial father's lap. He kicked his short legs and wanted to run over to Su Yu. Me. His Highness the Crown Prince hadn't seen Su Yu for a long time, but he still recognized him. After not seeing him for a few months, he was very familiar. He grabbed Su Yu's clothes and climbed onto his shoulder. He sniffed his sideburns, then tilted his head and wanted to lick Su Yu's nose. Su Yu smiled and turned his head, kissing the black and yellow fur ball. The Crown Prince was very happy and rubbed his head against Su Yu's ear. Me woo. His Highness the Crown Prince was very unhappy. He stepped on the ground and felt something soft under his feet. He looked down and saw that he was stepping on a fat yellow and white fur ball. His Royal Highness King Zhao felt very helpless. He lifted his head and pulled His Highness the Crown Prince off of him. He sat up and looked at the little nephew he had just met. His Highness the Crown Prince raised his head to look at the little fat cat that was not much taller than him and narrowed his eyes. Mao, I'm your uncle. His Royal Highness King Zhao decided that since he was already the uncle of the two children, he should have some authority. He raised his paw and patted the Crown Prince's head. This child must be taught well from a young age. He could not be like his royal father and royal brother. The Crown Prince raised his paw and scratched the messy fur on his head. He pounced over and bit the little fat cat's ear. His Royal Highness King Zhao, deeply affected, His Royal Highness King Zhao decided to find a corner to sleep. When he reached the North Pole Palace, he went to the side hall. The North Pole Palace was still brightly lit at this time. The Emperor was not in the court. Prince Li, who was in charge of politics, lived in the side hall of the North Pole Palace. Wang Gonggong had already returned to the palace. He changed into the chief eunuch's clothes and stood in front of the main hall with a smile. His Highness Prince Li is still in the study reading memorials. Your Majesty, do you want to take a look? The Emperor frowned slightly. Ever since the Liu family settled down, there were not so many things to do in the court. He would usually finish reading memorials after noon. There was no reason for him to still be reading memorials in the middle of the night. Could it be that something had happened in the court recently? He signaled Suyu to go back to the main hall first and turned to go to the study. You said it was done by Minister Zhang's steward? Then what is he after? That I don't know, but I know that Minister Zhang's youngest son took the 7th concubine the day before yesterday. There was a leopard cat squatting on the desk. Its body was covered in dust. It was obviously a wild cat. The black and yellow Princely was also squatting on the desk. One of his paws pressed down on a memorial. He looked at Minister Zhang's memorial and turned into his human form. He picked up a red brush and wrote a few words on the memorial. Using his usual steady and deep voice, he said, "This prince knows what is going on." His Majesty walked over and looked at the memorial. It was Minister Zhang's memorial. He proposed to renovate the royal residence. What does this have to do with his son taking in a concubine? Of course it has something to do with it, Prince Li said very seriously. The day before yesterday, Zhang bought a lot of jewelry. It was originally for his son to take in a concubine. At this time, he proposed to renovate the royal residence. It must be that his family is short of money and wants to take the opportunity to make a fortune. His Majesty expressionlessly returned the memorial to his brother. Take your time to read it. He turned and left the study. Behind him came the sound of cats meowing one after another. Prince Li's voice was still in high spirits. Minister Zhang was the minister of the Ministry of Rights. Because it was late spring, the minister of the Ministry of Rights would propose to renovate the royal residence every year at this time of the year. This was to prevent the royal residence from not being renovated during the summer. When this memorial was approved, it would naturally be handed over to the Ministry of Works. How could a minister of the Ministry of Rights with the surname Zhang embezzle money? His Majesty also saw Prince Li's reply just now. It was just 2 simple words, approved. So you put his 2 sons on the soft cushion. His Highness the Crown Prince strode over with his short little legs and scratched his corner. Meow. He cried and licked his mouth. Hungry? So you touched the Crown Prince's little belly. It was indeed flat. Looking at the sky, he shouldn't eat at this time of night. But the child couldn't help being hungry. He turned to look at the Crown Prince. Mao, are you hungry? Meow. The Crown Prince nodded. Eh? So you held up the black and yellow little furball. Baby, can you understand Daddy's words? Meow. The little furball nodded again. That's great. So you excitedly kissed his son. The Crown Prince was already 6 months old, so he could indeed understand some words. Be good and play with your younger brother for a while. Daddy will make something delicious for you. He pounced on the 2 furballs in his arms and kissed them one by one. Then, he happily went to the kitchen to make supper. His Highness the Crown Prince wagged his tail, patted around the soft cushion, and lay down on his stomach. The Crown Prince tilted his head and curiously looked at the furball that was even smaller than him. He slowly leaned over and sniffed it, then tried to lick it. The crown prince had been at sea for 2 to 3 months, so he was no longer as weak and delicate as when he was just born. He had become lively and active. Suyu was a little worried that this child would be as restless as Prince Jing. Fortunately, that didn't happen, but, meow. His Highness the Crown Prince raised his paw and slapped his older brother. By the time Suyu finished cooking the fish paste, the 2 little fur balls had already rolled into a ball. They were biting each other's tails and scratching each other's ears. They were fighting fiercely. Time to eat. Suyu sat down on the soft cushion and took out a small spoon. The 2 little kittens immediately stopped fighting. They jumped to Suyu's side and obediently squatted down. Suyu scooped up a spoonful, blew on it, and fed it to the Crown Prince. Meow. His Highness the Crown Prince cried out pitifully. Before he could say anything, a spoonful of the delicious paste was put into his mouth. He immediately forgot that Suyu fed his older brother first. Suyu smiled. He scooped up another spoonful, blew on it, and reached over. A big furry mouth came over and swallowed the fish in one bite. Your Majesty. Suyu was stunned. He looked at the golden cat sitting between the 2 kittens and quickly swallowing the meat paste in its mouth. It opened its mouth with its sons and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The 3 cats quickly finished the bowl of fish paste. His Highness the Crown Prince clung to the bowl and stuck his head in, trying to lick the bottom of the bowl. Alright, you can't eat too much tonight. Suyu took the cloth towel that Wang Gonggong handed over and wiped off the meat paste on the little furball's head. A pair of slender hands reached out from behind and lifted Suyu up. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Suyu was startled and dropped his son. Bathing. His Majesty the Emperor carried him and strode towards the bathing pool. After staying on the sea for so many days, his body was covered in the smell of the sea. Soaking in the warm and wide bathing pool, Suyu sighed comfortably. After being on the ship for so long, he hadn't had a good bath. Stupid slave, come and bathe for Zhen. Before Suyu could enjoy it for a moment, the cat's call reached his ears. He could only accept his fate and pick up the towel and walk to the jade bed in the middle of the pool. The wind and sun on the sea didn't make the Emperor's skin rough at all. It was still an attractive honey color. The warm body temperature passed to his palm through the towel. Stupid slave, you're drooling. A figure as clear as a cold spring suddenly sounded by his ear, startling Suyu, who was happily touching. Only then did he realize that the cloth in his hand had unknowingly fallen into the water, and his 2 hands were placed on the Emperor's sturdy chest. As if he had been scalded, he quickly withdrew his hands. Suyu blushed and lowered his head to search for the towel in the water, but the Emperor grabbed his wrist. I really don't know what to do with you. His Majesty the Emperor sighed helplessly. He raised his hand and pulled Suyu into his arms and licked his neck. A strange sound came from the bathing pool. His Royal Highness the eldest prince curiously raised his head. Me. The Crown Prince took advantage of his brother's daze and pounced on him and bit his black and yellow ear. Meow. The black and yellow little furball was immediately attracted by his younger brother. He turned around and hugged the golden little furball and bit his chin. When Suyu was softly carried out by the Emperor, the 2 little furballs were already tired from fighting. They hugged each other and fell asleep. Sons should be raised like this. His Majesty the Emperor was very satisfied with his son's behavior of sleeping on the soft mattress. He carried Suyu and climbed onto the dragon bed. Will it be cold sleeping outside? Suyu was a little worried. After all, these weren't ordinary kittens, but 2 little babies. Zhen also slept like this in the winter when Zhen was a child. His Majesty the Emperor didn't care. He pulled Suyu, who was trying to get out of bed to look at his son, and pressed him under his body. The princes should sleep together. Zhen sleeps with the Empress. Hey! Suyu quickly pushed away the Emperor who was trying to continue frying the fish. There were still a lot of things to do tomorrow. If this nonsense continued, he wouldn't be able to think about it tomorrow. His Majesty the Emperor frowned. He turned Suyu over and bit the back of his neck. In the future, you don't have to make breakfast. N? Woo. Before Suyu could react to the Emperor's words, something suddenly intruded and took over his mind. He didn't have the energy to think anymore. The moon was high in the sky. Back in the big pan that was the dragon bed, the fish that couldn't resist was turned over and fried several times. His Majesty the Emperor held the stupid slave who had fallen asleep and rubbed his neck with satisfaction. There were more and more people in the family. He couldn't let Suyu cook all the time. The next day, Suyu didn't get up as expected. His Majesty the Emperor stuffed his 2 sons under the quilt and went to the court with satisfaction. When His Majesty the Emperor returned to the court, all the officials breathed a sigh of relief. During this period of time, Princely was the regent, and they were really miserable. Anyone who submitted a memorial to the treasury would be unhappy if it involved the matter of buying a house in the suburbs and raising a concubine. Zhen returns today to announce a few things to the world. His Majesty the Emperor wore the 12 pearls of the East and said with a serious face. The Emperor had just returned to the court and announced a few major events that caused a sensation in the court. The former emperor didn't die. Now that he returned, he was conferred the title of retired emperor and lived in Wanshou Palace. Prince Jing's son was born, and the national tutor named him the crown prince. The emperor issued an imperial edict to the world. The crown prince was chosen, and she would be conferred the title of empress and dismissed the harem. As for the choice of empress, there was no doubt that it would be concubine Xian, who raised the eldest son and the crown prince and had the highest status. The concubines were dismissed from the palace in tears, and they didn't even get to see the emperor's face. These women had never received the emperor's favor. After they left the palace, according to their rank in the palace, they could also be conferred the corresponding rank of extraterrestrial concubine after they got married, so it wasn't a loss. After the harem was dismissed, the empress conferment ceremony would be held soon. As for the crown prince's conferment ceremony, it would have to wait until the crown prince turned 1 year old. So you didn't pay attention to these things. He was busy grilling fish for Imperial Granduncle. If Big Boss Cat was asleep, it would be fine. But recently, with a new environment and someone to play with, it didn't sleep. It had to eat once every few days. Ordinary fish wasn't enough for Imperial Granduncle, so he had to make some big sea monsters for him. His Majesty was unhappy when he saw Suyu struggling to grill such a big fish. He pointed at a few cooks in the imperial kitchen and asked them to grill it. Then, he pulled Suyu aside. You're going to be the empress in the future. How can you do everything by yourself? Huh? Suyu blinked. How could she not do something like cooking by herself? In the future, you're not allowed to cook for anyone other than me. His Majesty took a bite of Suyu in dissatisfaction. Then my son's food, you're not allowed. His Majesty snorted and dragged Suyu away. When the Empress Dowager heard that they had found the ancient divine beast Imperial Granduncle, she was very curious and wanted to take a look. She even sewed a pillow-sized cloth rat for Big Boss Cat. Everyone brought the grilled fish to Onwa Tower and found it quiet. The white-clothed servant led them to the 2nd floor, but there was no one there. His Majesty held Suyu in his arms as they walked up floor by floor, all the way to the 6th floor. On the soft snow-colored carpet, a pile of tiger fur was piled together. Imperial Granduncle was sprawled out on the carpet with his belly turned over. The national tutor was dressed in a soft snow-colored silk robe and was lying barefoot on the soft fur, leisurely flipping through a book. The retired emperor followed them up and couldn't help but frown when he saw the scene. This won't do. We have to build a separate palace for Imperial Granduncle. Imperial Uncle, the Imperial kitchen has made some food. Please go downstairs and try it. So you couldn't help but reach out and touch Big Boss Cat's chin. Meow? The Imperial Uncle opened his eyes and lazily turned his head to look at him. The national tutor got down from the fur belly and glanced at everyone. Go down first. I need to change. Do you want me to help you change? Prince Hao smiled and popped his head out from the 5th floor. The national tutor slowly walked over and stepped on his brother's head. Prince Hao quickly retracted his head and slid down to the 3rd floor. His voice came from afar. I was joking. Ha ha ha. The national tutor looked up at the others in the room. The retired emperor tactfully turned and left. Suyu swallowed his saliva and quickly followed the emperor. Big Boss Cat saw them jump down and was curious, so he jumped down as well. Meow. The huge furry head went down, but its body was stuck on the 2nd floor. It waved its front paws helplessly. Oh, so big. The Empress Dowager stood on the second floor and looked up at the big furry pile. She immediately laughed and waved the big cloth rat in her hand. Imperial Uncle, come down quickly. Meow. Big Boss Cat became even more anxious. The National Tutor happily changed his clothes and grabbed Big Boss Cat's tail with one hand. Meow? Big Boss Cat finally remembered to back away. It twisted its huge body and struggled to pull its head out. It shook its head and pushed open the big window with its paws. It jumped out and lightly jumped along the outside of the high platform. Soon, it jumped down to the second floor and went in. Prince Ling and Prince Su hadn't seen each other for a long time. They were sitting by the window and pushing each other. Yesterday, when they heard that the Emperor and the others had returned, they rushed back from the barracks in the suburbs of the capital. As a result, they were beaten up by their brothers. The reason was that they looked more and more like Old Ninth, but not as good as Old Ninth. For the first time in his life, Prince Su felt that it was good to have a younger brother. This way, after being beaten by his elder brother, he could still beat his younger brother. Let's hurry back to the border. 6th brother, 7th brother, and the others will arrive soon. We won't have any peaceful days. Prince Ling bit Prince Su's ear and said. The big black and white cat pushed his brother away and gave him a backhand slap. Just as they were talking, a shadow suddenly came over, and a huge fur ball appeared in an instant. It knocked down the 2 fur balls as if they were playing polo. His Royal Highness King Zhao, who was squatting on the table and eating shredded fish, covered his eyes with his paw. His 7th uncle, Prince Hao, sat with him and looked at his 2 younger brothers with a gloating expression. He conveniently pulled Damao and Ermao into his arms and rubbed them. Big Boss Cat did not seem to notice. It jumped in and squatted on the ground, pressing the 2 fur balls underneath it. Greetings, ancestral Imperial Uncle. Everyone stepped forward and bowed. When Big Boss Cat saw so many people, some of whom he did not recognize, he could not help but shrink back. The Empress Dowager stared at ancestral Imperial Uncle with a pair of almond-shaped eyes. She handed over the big rat in her hand. It was originally made for the eldest prince as a climbing frame. When she heard about ancestral Imperial Uncle yesterday, she brought it to show her respect to the elders. Ancestral Imperial Uncle blinked, opened his mouth and bit the big rat. He ran behind the pillar and hid behind it. He curiously held the cloth rat and looked back and forth. Ongwa Tower's pillar was not thin, but when Big Boss Cat squatted behind it, it would overflow. His 2 big furry ears could be seen at the 2 ends of the pillar. At first glance, it looked like the pillar was encrusted with fur. 17th uncle, are you okay? Suyu squatted down and looked at the 2 cats on the ground worriedly. His Royal Highness King Ling was stuck on the carpet, and Prince Su was stacked on top of him. Get up. Prince Ling patted the carpet with his paw. The Su King shook his dizzy head and retracted his 4 claws as he tried to stand up. 7th brother is here. The big golden cat descended from the sky and pounced on his 2 younger brothers. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was very familiar with this game. He ran along the table, jumped, and pounced on his grandfather. His Majesty the Emperor looked at his uncle and brothers who were in a mess, and exchanged a look of disdain with the retired emperor. The National Tutor walked down the stairs, his soft robe dragging slowly on the black and gold stairs. He waved his wide sleeves and sat on the soft couch. He picked up the little fat cat, who was still eating fish fillets, and held it in his hands. Me. Only the eldest prince was left at the table. He looked around, not knowing what to do. Suyu reached out to pick up his son and put him in his arms. When the cats saw the National Tutor come, they consciously looked around and sat down obediently. They finally quieted down. The edict to confer the title of Empress has been sent down. There are no blood-contracted slaves in the imperial harem, just release them all. The imperial preceptor raised his eyes to look at Suyu. Do you have a palace person you like? Find her another day to sign a blood contract. Since he lived in the palace, he had to have a personal servant to serve him, like Wang Gonggong and Aunt Lin. Suyu scratched his head. Ever since he entered the palace, he didn't live in Yishao Palace for many days. He moved to the North Pole Palace. The palace servants around him were used to serving the emperor, so there wasn't anyone who could be considered his confidants. The most intimate one was Wang Gonggong. No need. His Majesty the Emperor sat down on the soft couch of the national tutor. He will still live with me in the North Pole Palace. Ah? Suyu blinked. What a scandal. The Emperor Emeritus objected. The Empress should live in the Central Palace. How could she live with the Emperor? There are no concubines in the imperial harem, no young men. What are you afraid of? The Emperor glanced at his father. He didn't have so many burdens. Thinking of Princess Mu, who was sent to the northwest, and her birth mother in the temporary imperial residence, the Emperor Emeritus coughed lightly. He stole a glance at the Empress Dowager and felt guilty for no reason. The Empress Dowager didn't seem to notice. She was still looking at the edge of the pillar with interest, trying to touch it. The Empress didn't plan to live in the Central Palace, so there was no need to renovate it. She only needed to renovate the North Pole Palace. And the freshly minted Empress Su was deprived of the right to live alone in the palace. She had to accompany Uncle Cat to live in the North Pole Palace every day, serving the Emperor's 3 meals, bathing and changing clothes, warming his paws and brushing his hair. The Central Palace didn't need to be renovated, so the Ministry of Works focused on building the Palace of the Guardian Beast. Although there were many palaces in the palace, none of them were suitable for a cat that was 10 feet tall. They could only rebuild them. Rebuilding the palaces wasn't a small matter. It would take at least a month. During this month, Big Boss Cat would still live in Anhua Tower. As the guardian beast, the Emperor Emeritus should live in the front hall like the national tutor. There was a small lake near the imperial garden in the front hall. The retired emperor ordered people to dig it big and deep. He also surrounded several palaces around it and built a new palace called Haiyan Palace. There was only one kitchen in the palace. There was a special chef who cooked for the guardian beast every day. King Jing fished up all the sea monsters that could be fished up from the Eastern Sea and sent them all into the palace. On the day that the Ocean Yan Palace was completed, these sea monsters would also enter the palace. It was King Jing's housewarming gift to his imperial granduncle. The imperial bodyguards carried all kinds of sea monsters into Ocean Yan Palace one after another. Suyu looked at the ing fish, which was making a lot of noise, and was worried that it would disturb imperial granduncle's rest. Let's go in and take a look. The emperor, who had just finished reading the memorials, stretched and leaned on Suyu as if he had no bones. He let Suyu drag him inside. The Ocean Palace looked no different from the other palaces except for the majestic palace gate. Once inside, it was a completely different world. The wide surface of the lake was sparkling, and the surrounding shore was full of sand that had been dug from the seaside. The guards threw the sea monsters in the cages into the palace. Strangely, the noisy sea monsters were as obedient as quails when they entered the palace. They didn't make a sound. After the guards finished releasing the strange fish, they bowed and left, leaving only the commander of the guards, Gao Peng, to guard the door. Suyu dragged the emperor inside and looked carefully. The original decorations of the palaces were removed and the beams were raised. There was no furniture in the main hall. It was covered with soft cushions and silk ribbons were hung from the beams. The floor of the side hall was sunken and filled with soft sand. The sand was sprinkled with pearl powder and spices. Meow. Suyu was looking into the side hall when he bumped into Big Boss Cat, who was looking out. Big Boss Cat was shocked and took a few steps back. It quietly dug in the sand with its hind legs and buried the sharp golden thing behind it more securely. Then it rushed out of the side hall and ran to the lake to see the sea monsters that had just appeared. A ingfish flew out of the water and suddenly saw the big furball squatting by the water. Its wings stiffened in the air and it fell straight into the water, never to come out again. This is delicious. I've eaten this before. The black and yellow Prince Zhong squatted by the water and pointed at the fish in the water as he explained. The group of wild cats and his son, Prince Li, surrounded Prince Zhong in a circle and listened to him talk about the deep-sea monsters and the adventures on the deserted island. The big fish leaped out of the water. Its fangs were 3 feet long and it pounced on the group of brave cats. As the big brother of the cats, I was duty-bound to rush to the front. Suyu's mouth twitched. After the Empress coronation ceremony, the imperial uncles were all sent back to their stations by the retired emperor. Prince Su and Prince Ling fled back to the northwest and the desert. Prince Hao, who didn't want to leave, was forced to leave by his twin brother. His sister-in-law pitied him and gave him a few clockwork mice. Finally, he could report back to his son. "I'm old. It's not easy to make a living with my son," Prince Hao said sadly. He looked at the clockwork mice that he had lost before they even boarded the ship. He hoped that the rest could last until they reached the East Sea. He let out a long sigh and took away a chef from Xianxia. Prince Yong also had a fief in the northeast of Den. The Empress Dowager prepared a pile of plush blankets, thick cotton clothes, and a hollow cloth mouse that could be used as a claw warmer for him. That. He scratched his head and didn't know what to say. He mounted his horse and left. Only Prince Zhong and Prince Li refused to leave. The reason was that their eldest son's first birthday was coming soon, and they had to wait to catch Zhou. The eldest son was born in September, and it was only June now, so you turned to look at the crown prince, who was playing sand with His Royal Highness King Zhao. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. He turned to look at the group of people who were listening to the story. He looked carefully and saw a small fur ball with a similar color lying on top of Prince Li's black and yellow head. His Royal Highness the eldest son hugged one of his father's ears and listened with great interest. From time to time, he would chime in with a meow. Seeing this, His Majesty transformed into a big golden cat and ran over. He picked up the little fur ball on Prince Li's head. "Me?" The crown prince waved his paw in confusion. Big Boss Cat laid down by the lake and wagged his big tail leisurely. His Majesty opened his mouth and the black and yellow fur ball fell into the thick fur with a puff sound. Struggling to stick his head out, the crown prince looked around. Big Boss Cat noticed the little fur ball on his back and turned around to lick him. His Highness the Crown Prince saw this not far away. He left his uncle and ran over, grabbed the fur ball, and climbed up. Seeing his younger brother climb up, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was immediately happy. He stumbled over, but before he could reach him, his head was bitten by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. His Majesty wagged his tail and turned to look at Prince Zhao who was walking towards him. He jumped up and pushed his younger brother onto the beach and bit his round head. "Ow! Brother, I told you not to bite my ear." His Royal Highness King Zhao immediately struggled. Since the completion of Haiyan Palace, His Majesty threw his two sons here every day. He said that he wanted his sons to follow his imperial uncle and be exposed to the scent of the ancient mythical beasts. Every time Suyu came to visit, his two sons were either digging sand by the lake or sleeping on Big Boss Cat's back. They didn't seem to learn anything at all. "It's my job to teach the princes. You just need to serve me well." His Majesty pushed Suyu who was trying to get up back on the bed. He stretched and asked Wang Gonggong to help him put on his court robes. He picked up his two sons from the cushion and asked Wang Gonggong to send them to his imperial uncle. "What do you want for breakfast?" Suyu yawned. His body was sore and he didn't want to move. He rubbed his head on the pillow. His Majesty looked at the stupid slave whose eyes were still red. His eyes darkened. "Go to sleep. Ask the kitchen to make breakfast." After the morning court, the emperor first went to Xi'an Palace. Now that there were no more imperial concubines in the palace, naturally there were no more women who came to pay respects every day. The Empress Dowager was happy to be idle. She sat on the soft couch and happily did her needlework. A big golden cat was lying beside her legs, holding a cloth mouse. It seemed to be a little disgusted. It raised its paw and scratched it twice, then turned to look at the Empress Dowager. Oh, it was an accident. The Empress Dowager naturally saw the big cat's disdainful look. She put down the needle in her hand and rubbed the golden fur. "Play with it first. I'm making a new one for you." The big cat turned its white ears and snorted. "Greetings to father and mother." His Majesty walked into Xi'an Palace and bowed to his parents. "His Majesty is here." The Empress Dowager smiled and raised her head. And Hongqiu looked at Fu Huang, who was sitting by Muhu's leg, doing nothing but eating and waiting for death. Then, he thought of the pile of memorials that the courtiers had presented today. He was instantly unhappy. Zhen suddenly thought of it today. Fu Huang is still young and vigorous, and is in the prime of his life. How about, don't even think about it? Retired emperor mercilessly interrupted the emperor's words. He swung his tail and felt that what he had just said was inappropriate. He lightly coughed and said in a deep voice, "Guren is old and can't manage politics. Don't say such things in the future. Since the imperial power has been passed to you, Fu Huang will not interfere." After saying that, he fiercely took a bite of the cloth mouse in his arms. He still didn't feel satisfied, so he turned over and quickly scratched the cloth mouse. His Majesty glared at retired emperor for a moment, then snorted and left. In the blink of an eye, it was September and the weather turned cold. On this day, the emperor got up and went to court as usual. He picked up the two little furballs on the soft cushion. "Me?" His Highness, who was sleeping soundly with his younger brother, raised his head and looked at Fu Huang in a daze. His Highness the Crown Prince didn't wake up at all. He burrowed into his older brother's fur and continued to sleep. After thinking about it, he didn't throw his son to Haiyan Palace. Instead, he turned around and stuffed him into Suyu's quilt. In his sleep, Suyu felt a heavy object pressing against his chest. He struggled to open his eyes and was stunned when he saw a pair of big, dark eyes. He saw a white and tender child sitting naked on his chest and curiously leaned over to look at him. He. The baby saw that Suyu was startled and immediately laughed. He slowly leaned over and stuck out his tongue to lick the tip of Suyu's nose. "Papa." "Me?" His Highness the Crown Prince burrowed out of the quilt and jumped onto Suyu's face. He looked at the person who suddenly appeared in confusion. Suyu raised his hand and moved the little golden furball away. He sat up and quickly wrapped the naked child in the quilt. "Demao?" "Papa." As expected, the child responded. He giggled and rubbed his head against Suyu's chest. "You turned into a human." Suyu finally reacted. He happily hugged the child and looked at him. "Me?" His Highness the Crown Prince leaned over and sniffed. He jumped onto the top of the child's head and lay down. After quickly putting on his clothes, Suyu hugged the eldest prince and carried the Crown Prince in his arms. He quickly ran to Xianxia Palace. When he entered Xianxia Palace, he was stunned. Several princes had already gathered in the room. "Oh, you turned into a human." Prince Ling came over with a grin. "Demao, do you still recognize Grandpa 17? Today was the eldest prince's birthday." Not only did Prince Ling come, but the other princes also rushed over to give the eldest prince a birthday celebration. When a prince turned 1 year old, he could appear in front of others and the palace held a banquet. His Highness, the eldest prince, was dressed in a dark yellow robe. He was led by Suyu step by step onto the stage to receive the congratulations of the officials. His Highness the Crown Prince poked his head out from Suyu's bright yellow empress robe and looked around curiously. The officials would leave after the banquet. The courtiers were not allowed to observe the prince's birthday celebration. After all, he was a prince. If he grabbed something extraordinary, it would cause a lot of trouble in the eyes of the courtiers. In order to avoid trouble, the Den dynasty's birthday celebration was only allowed to be attended by princes of the imperial family and above. There was a large cushion in the main hall of Xianxia Palace. Several princes happily placed things on it. During the celebration, the elders would place things for the children to grab. It was a very auspicious thing to be caught by the children. Prince Zhong solemnly placed a book he wrote. The prince who came in began to write a book. This book had not yet been printed. It was a manuscript and was very precious. Looking at it carefully, one could see the words "The Legend of a Stonemason" written on the cover. It told the story of a stonemason who was good at carving. He was stranded on a deserted island and fought a sea monster with a chisel. Prince Hao threw a wooden harpoon. He remembered that Prince Jing had caught this when he was trying to catch Zhou. He thought that all the kittens would like this. Prince Yong scratched his head and placed a small gem-inlaid dagger. This should be the most serious thing, because next. Prince Su placed a pony doll. Prince Ling threw an embroidered ball with a bell. Prince Jing threw a small fishing net woven by Prince Jing's concubine. Prince Zhao placed a gold ingot. As the emperor's father, Prince Li and the emperor did not need to place anything. Everyone looked at the retired emperor. The retired emperor, who was playing with the crown prince, was stunned. He just remembered that he had forgotten to prepare the birthday celebration. He turned to look at the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager looked at him happily and had no intention of helping. The retired emperor snorted and threw His Highness the Crown Prince onto the stage. His Highness the Crown Prince, who was sitting in the middle of the cushion, was looking around curiously. When he saw his younger brother, he immediately crawled over with a smile and hugged his furry brother, His Highness the Crown Prince. "Little brother." The Crown Prince giggled, grabbed the little fur ball, and opened his mouth to nibble on it. His Highness the Crown Prince immediately turned around and gave his elder brother a scratch with his paw. Although the little kitten's claws were not sharp, the baby's skin was very soft. 4 red scratches were immediately left on the baby's face. Suyu jumped in fright. If a child was in pain, he would definitely cry. It was inauspicious to cry during the grabbing ceremony. Just as he was about to carry the child up and coax him, the Crown Prince only stared blankly for a moment. He pursed his lips and continued to hold his little brother in his arms, not letting go. The retired emperor was very proud. Suyu twitched her mouth and looked at the emperor. "This Demao resembles me." Prince Jing nudged the emperor with his elbow. The emperor glanced at him and went forward to take the Crown Prince from the Crown Prince's arms and threw him to Suyu. Suyu quickly caught the Crown Prince in her hands and smoothed out the Crown Prince, who was about to lose his temper. She asked Prince Jing curiously, "How does he resemble you?" "When I caught Zhou that year, I caught the Crown Prince too." Prince Jing was very proud. He bent down and picked up the Crown Prince, who was looking for his younger brother. He threw him up high and caught him again. When Prince Jing caught Zhou that year, he threw everything he caught. When he had thrown everything on the cushion, he suddenly saw a golden kitten not far away. He immediately pounced on it and fell to the ground. He turned into a little black furball and started to fight with the golden kitten. At that time, the retired emperor's eunuch announced that the Crown Prince was chosen and that the child would be loyal to the emperor and love his country in the future. After the catching Zhou ceremony, the retired emperor couldn't wait to drive his younger brothers away so that they wouldn't ask the Empress Dowager for a clockwork mouse. Most importantly, he drove Princely and his son away. The court officials were miserable. When they saw Princely coming to court with the emperor, they wanted to stay at home and claim that they were sick. There were even some officials who couldn't stand the disturbance and sent a memorial to request to be transferred out of the capital. The princes left one after another, except for Prince Jing and his son. Now that the tide of sea monsters had subsided, Prince Jing finally had some free time. Since he had nothing to do in the Eastern Sea, he stayed in the palace and said that he would leave only after he defeated his imperial uncle. Prince Hao was even more self-righteous. The twins should not be separated. He had been inseparable from his elder brother for so many years. It was hard to part with him once they were separated. After he finished speaking, he snatched the cloth rat from the retired emperor's hand. Then, the retired emperor gave him a solid beating. With the reduction of sea monsters, the price of sea fish naturally returned to normal. The business of Xianxia, which had been quiet for a while, gradually improved. Suyu dragged the emperor out of the palace to inspect the properties. Now that he had no time to teach his disciples, Xianxia became a place that specialized in making spicy crabs and spicy prawns. The ingredients were prepared by his 2 disciples every day and distributed to each shop. The 2 of them went to the old Xianxia shop, found a table by the window, and ordered spicy crabs. "Boss, why are you 2 here?" Mr. Yuan, who was behind the counter working on an abacus, saw them and hurried over to greet them. Mr. Yuan had now become the head shopkeeper of Xianxia and was in charge of all the shops in Den. Originally, as a strategist, he had the opportunity to become an official, but now that he had been a shopkeeper for so long, he didn't want to go to the imperial court. The old madam asked about it the day before yesterday. "Seeing that it's going to be the new year, Your Highness, you should go back and take a look when you have time," Mr. Yuan said with a smile. The old madam he was talking about was Suyu's mother, who was from the Jiao clan. Last year, Suyu had a falling out with his uncle's family. Then, Suyu let his mother and her stepsister live in a village in the suburbs of the city. Later, when Suyu's residence was completed, he brought them into the city. Suyu only went out of the palace once in a while, so she asked Mr. Yuan to take care of her mother and daughter. Now that Suyu was the empress, the Su family could be considered a big family. Suyu walked to the door and looked at the 2 mighty stone lions. She couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Originally, when she transmigrated to this world, she didn't have enough food to eat or warm clothes to wear. She wanted to rely on her own skills to earn money and become a rich businessman. Then, she could buy a big house for her mother to live in. Now, the house was sold, but she relied on marrying into a rich family. Isn't it natural for me to raise you? The emperor was very proud. Yes, Suyu answered with a smile and pulled the emperor inside. The Su residence wasn't very big, but it was exquisitely built. There were pavilions, terraces, and pagodas. Most of them were built by Prince Zhao. The Zhao clan was now the old madam of the Su residence. They were well off and lived very comfortably. Do you have any news about your uncle's family? The Zhao clan bowed to the emperor in fear and trepidation. When the emperor was bored and walked around in the garden, they asked Suyu. Suyu shook his head. His cousin, Su Ming, had killed someone and was sentenced to exile by the capital's yamen. His aunt had cried her heart out and insisted on going with him. In the end, his uncle's family had sold the Su family's ancestral home and followed them to the borders. His concubine's daughter, Su Ying, who went to the consort selection with Suyu, didn't want to go with them. She wasn't married yet. If she went to that barren land, wouldn't she have to marry a barbarian? She cried and begged in front of the Zhao clan, saying that she was willing to live with her aunt. She was even willing to be her aunt's maid. The Zhao clan didn't want to pay attention to her, but when they saw Suyu's eldest aunt's livid face, they agreed. There wasn't much food in the Su residence. In the past, this girl bullied Suyu. Naturally, they had to slowly bully her back. The emperor stood in the garden with his hands behind his back, looking at the fish swimming in the pond. Behind the thicket, Su Ying clung onto a tree branch, her eyes wide open. The emperor is actually so handsome. If it weren't for her bad luck back then, the one to become the empress now might have been her. Thinking of this, her heart was filled with unwillingness. Sister, don't dream. Even if the consort selection is ugly, you won't be chosen. The voice of Suyu's concubine's sister, Su Ji, came from behind her. Su Ying glared at her. She was so angry that her face turned red, but she didn't dare to say anything. Because of the Zhao clan's teachings, Su Ji had become more eloquent in the past 2 years. She made her angry every day. If this was reported to the Zhao clan, they would naturally side with their daughter. She wouldn't be able to get any benefits. As they were talking, Suyu came out of the room and pulled the emperor's sleeve. Let's go. It's time to go back to the palace. The emperor turned his head and looked around. There was no one around, so he leaned on Suyu's back and let him drag him away. Stupid slave, let's go to Jiangnan. Suyu dragged the big plaster on his back and walked slowly. Thanks to the princes, Xian Mantang had been opened all over the country. The emperor felt that although the spicy crab he ate today wasn't as good as Suyu's, it had a special flavor. He thought that there should be a lot of delicious food in Jiangnan, the land of fish and rice. What's more, this stupid slave had been in this world for so long, but he had only stayed in the capital and Donghai. As a considerate husband, he should take this stupid slave around. Okay, let's wait for spring. Fireworks went down in Yangzhou in March. Spring was naturally the best time to go to Jiangnan. As the end of the year approached, the princes rushed to the capital. This prince has already sent 3 memorials. Why doesn't Imperial Father allow this prince to return to the capital? In the northwest, in Princess Mu's fief, and Hongshuo was so angry that he smashed his cup. When you explain the matter of Zanji clearly, you may be able to return to the capital. The door curtain was raised, and Prince Su, dressed in a black cotton robe, walked in. Princess Mu's fief was under his jurisdiction. Although he disliked it, he still had to come and take a look from time to time, lest this nephew of his do something stupid again. Princess Mu's eyes flashed. Imperial uncle, how many times have you asked? This nephew really hasn't seen any Zanji. Prince Su looked at him deeply. That's for the best. Now that retired emperor has returned to the capital, everything is fine. If you behave yourself, perhaps he can summon you back in 2 years. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. He still had to rush to the capital, so he just dropped by to take a look on the way. Humph. Princess Mu turned her hand and smashed another cup. These imperial uncles were just as biased as imperial father. They never looked him in the eye. Why hasn't Mr. Black Robe come yet? That year, a man wrapped in a black robe came to find him, saying that as long as he could obtain the alien star, he could obtain the throne. He used all his means, but still couldn't catch Suyu. His subordinate walked forward with difficulty. Mr. Black Robe said that his family's ancestor was killed by His Majesty, and now he can't even protect himself. He asked Prince to pray for his own good fortune. What? Princess Mu fell into a chair, her face ashen. In the blink of an eye, it was another year of spring. His Highness the Crown Prince had also passed his first birthday. His eyebrows and eyes were very similar to His Majesty's. The Empress Dowager was very fond of them and raised them by her side every day. Retired Emperor could only go to Hai Yen Palace to find Imperial Uncle to bask in the sun. Retired Emperor, bad news, His Majesty, His Majesty. A young eunuch who had just signed a blood contract with retired Emperor stumbled in. The big golden cat raised its head from Imperial Uncle's fur. His Majesty left a letter and left. The young eunuch said with a long face. What? The big golden cat accidentally tore the cloth mouse in its arms. Meow? The big cat came over to comfort him and licked retired Emperor's body. Jiangnan, Xian Mantang. Suyu stood behind the counter and looked at the account book. The golden furball lay on the counter, wagging its tail. Oh, shopkeeper, your lucky cat is really good. Where did you find it? There were many merchants in Jiangnan. The customer who paid the bill saw the golden cat and wanted to touch it. He was immediately rewarded with a paw by Uncle Cat. Suyu smiled and rubbed the cat's head. My cat can not only bring in wealth, but also keep the world peaceful. In the palace, Hai Yen Palace. Retired Emperor held a red brush pen. Unfilial son. He scolded angrily. The memorial in front of him was not pleasing to the eye. He raised his hand and scratched it. The national tutor lay barefoot on Big Cat's fur. He looked at his elder brother coldly. He had no intention of helping and closed his eyes to rest again. Imperial Uncle. A black fur ball flew over and directly pounced on the national tutor's chest. The days of chaos were still going on. With these unreliable fur balls, there was probably nothing to worry about in the world. The Empress was the most respected existence in the Emperor's harem. As the Empress of Den, Suyu was naturally the same. He was the mother of the world and commanded the 6 palaces. However, he was the only concubine in the 6 palaces, so he didn't have much to command. After becoming the Empress, Suyu felt that his life hadn't improved at all. Instead, it had become more taxing on his mind and body. In the early morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone through the window, Wang Gonggong dutifully called out from outside the door, Emperor, it's time to go to court. Suyu opened his eyes and turned his head to try to wake the Emperor up. However, he found that there was no one beside him. A golden furball was sleeping soundly on his neck. It felt that the noise outside the door was too noisy, so it buried its head in Suyu's neck and continued to sleep. Emperor, it's time to go to court. Lowering his head to kiss the warm sleeping cat, Suyu raised his hand to stroke its fur. The golden cat raised its paw and pressed it against Suyu's mouth, not allowing him to speak. After a while, it opened its eyes with a yawn. It raised its head to look at Suyu, who was looking at it with a burning gaze. It used its paw to pat his chin. This stupid slave, why is he looking at us like this so early in the morning? Standing up, His Majesty stretched lazily on Suyu's chest. Swinging his tail, he jumped off the bed and transformed into his human form. Zhen is going to court. It was useless to look at Zhen like this. As a wise ruler, he would not be seduced by the Empress's beauty. Eunuch Wang came in to help the Emperor wash up and change his clothes. Not long after, the incomparably handsome His Majesty finished tidying up. He turned around to look at the stupid slave who was still staring at him from the bed. With a snort, he bent over and picked up the 2 fur balls that were sleeping soundly on the soft mattress. He stuffed them into the dragon bed and turned to leave. Meow? The golden cat raised its head and looked around in a daze. It found that it was sleeping on top of the blanket. Meow meow. His Royal Highness was already awake when he was picked up. He ran over to Suyu and stretched his neck to lick the tip of Suyu's nose. Son. Suyu originally wanted to sleep a little longer, but when she saw the two little furballs rolling around on the bed, she couldn't sleep anymore. She stretched out her arms and pulled the two kittens into the bed to give them a good rub. Meow His Highness the Crown Prince was being rubbed all over the place and was very unhappy. He wriggled out of his father's hand and patted Suyu's hand with his pink paws. Then he licked his furry little mouth. Seeing this action, Suyu naturally understood that his son was asking for food. He couldn't be lazy anymore. He kissed the little furball and left the two brothers to play on the bed. He got up and started the day's work. First, she went to the kitchen and steamed the seafood buns that the emperor wanted to eat in the morning. Then, she cooked porridge. After that, she fished out the blanched shrimps from the pot and beat the eggs to make seafood egg custard for her sons. When the buns were steamed, the emperor just finished the morning court. Seeing the table full of food, the emperor's cold face immediately relaxed. Then, he saw Suyu sitting at the table holding a small spoon and blowing on the egg custard. The corners of his lips that had just curled up fell down again. "Didn't I say that you don't need to make breakfast? Why did you still make it?" "I couldn't sleep either way. I saw that the crown prince was hungry, so." Suyu casually explained. Who would have thought that when Uncle Cat heard this, his face became even uglier. He snorted and waved his hand to dismiss everyone. He sat down next to Suyu and looked at his two sons who were squatting on the table and waiting for Suyu to feed them. He raised his hand and flicked his finger. "How old are you? Eat by yourself." His two sons were already 1 year old. Although they were still palm-sized kittens, ordinary cats could catch mice when they were 1 year old. How could they not know how to eat egg custard? His Highness the Crown Prince squatted to the side in grievance. He hugged his small bowl and obediently buried his head in eating. His Highness the Crown Prince bared his teeth at his father. Unfilial son. His Majesty the Emperor raised his hand and was about to hit him. His Highness the Crown Prince immediately jumped and hid next to his older brother. He stuck his head into his older brother's bowl and ate with him. Meow. His Highness the Crown Prince saw that his younger brother was trying to steal his food, so he immediately pushed his younger brother. His Highness the Crown Prince didn't back down and pushed him back. He also took the opportunity to bite his older brother. Seeing the two furballs pushing and shoving each other to eat, Suyu blinked. Only then did he realize that his sons didn't need to be fed anymore. He looked at the emperor who still didn't look well and quickly picked up a seafood bun for him. "Don't worry about them. Hurry up and eat." His Majesty the Emperor heard this and smiled proudly at his son. After eating a basket of buns and drinking 2 bowls of porridge, the emperor picked up the bowl of egg custard that the crown prince didn't have time to eat and finished it with the side dishes in a few bites. When the two brothers finished fighting, they realized that all the dishes on the table had been finished by their father. After eating his fill, the emperor pulled the empress to the imperial study. The two little furballs followed behind. The emperor is letting the empress into the imperial study? The guard who had just arrived was very surprised. The Hogong couldn't interfere in politics. This was a rule that had been passed down for generations. Den wasn't an exception. Even the present Empress Dowager didn't have this honor in the past. That's right. The emperor favors the empress to the heavens, the old guard reminded the junior as though he knew everything. He lowered his voice and said, "Also, this is a male empress. Maybe he has some talent in governing the country." The young guard nodded his head in understanding. He looked at the gentle back view with admiration. At first glance, he could tell that this was a learned scholar. In reality, the Suyu that everyone admired was just a cushion for the empress from being a cushion for the Xianfei. That was all. When the emperor was reading memorials, Suyu would be a cushion for him. At the same time, he would also take care of some matters in the Hogong. The two little furballs would jump around on the imperial table and occasionally tease Fu Huang's brush. The affairs of the Hogong were very complicated. The Empress Dowager had taught Suyu for a while. Seeing that he really wasn't cut out for this, she only gave him the task of distributing the ingredients. What Suyu had to do every day was look at the accounts and ensure that the ingredients and snacks were supplied to each palace. Of course, the most important thing was the emperor's 3 meals a day, the national tutor's snacks, and the food of the ancestor of Haiyan Palace. The loachfish have been eaten. The only big fish left in Haiyan Palace is the salmon. Suyu looked at the accounts and frowned slightly. The loachfish were timid and would die if they were caught. They had to be sent into the palace blindfolded and thrown into the lake of Haiyan Palace. However, the presence of the imperial uncle's mythical beast was too strong. The fish would be scared to death even if they were in the water. They could only be eaten on the day they were brought in. Just ask Prince Jing to send more loachfish. When the emperor heard this, he added this sentence on Prince Jing's secret memorial and asked him to send more loachfish. After reading the memorials, it was time to prepare lunch. Suyu got up and went to the kitchen. The emperor also followed. The imperial kitchen was very big, but when the emperor came in, it seemed small because no matter how spacious the front was, he could always trip Suyu. The two little furballs also ran over to join in the fun. They circled around Suyu's feet and climbed up his clothes. Suyu, who was boiling oil in the pan, quickly pulled the two furballs down and stuffed them into the emperor's hands. Go out and wait for a while. It's hot here. He handed him a plate of freshly fried shrimp. Thus, the emperor went out with the two furballs and jumped onto the roof of the North Pole Palace. The warm noon sun shone on the fur. It was very comfortable. The emperor turned into a golden cat and lazily laid down, holding a plate of shrimp and slowly eating. The two sons came up and wanted to take one, but they were slapped back by Fu Huang. You only know how to eat. Go to Taizu's side and think about the country. The two little furballs squatted next to the golden statue of Taizu in the middle of the roof. They looked into the distance and only saw smoke rising from the roof of the North Pole Palace's kitchen not far away. What is the country? The starving crown prince asked his older brother. The crown prince raised his back paw and kicked his ears. I heard imperial grandfather say that it is to guard our family's fish and not let others steal it. I think that's not right, the crown prince said in a childish voice. He turned his head and looked at Fu Huang, who was happily eating. We also have to guard the shrimp well. When Suyu finished cooking, the father and son trio were nowhere to be found. The Emperor Emeritus walked into the dining hall with his hands behind his back. He looked at the table full of dishes. No need to pay attention to them. Let's start the meal first. Ah? Suyu blinked. He didn't seem to invite the Emperor Emeritus to eat today, right? Fortunately, the Emperor Emeritus didn't wait for the Emperor Emeritus to finish eating the first crab leg before he came back. When he saw Fu Huang, he snorted coldly. Fu Huang always comes to the North Pole Palace to eat. If the courtiers saw this, they would think that this son didn't give Fu Huang a share of the food in the palace. Humph, that's true, the Emperor Emeritus ate another shrimp with salt and pepper. If Guren didn't come himself, would you send a plate of these dishes to Guren? Suyu quickly stuffed a piece of peeled crab meat into the emperor's mouth to prevent the father and son from fighting again. If that happened, the dishes that they worked so hard to make would be gone. After eating lunch without any mishap, the Emperor Emeritus happily got up and left. He took his two chubby grandsons with him and went to Haiyan Palace to take a nap. His Majesty the Emperor stretched. He was full and didn't want to move, so he lay on Suyu's back and let him drag him back. Suyu then dragged the big guy on his back to the palace without complaint. He opened his eyes and accompanied him to take a nap. When the emperor had enough sleep and got up to deal with the state affairs, he took the food box and went to pay his respects to the national tutor. Ever since Suyu finished learning Su's cookbook, the national tutor decided to let him learn something else. There were many ancient books about cooking in the Anhua Tower's library. The national tutor picked out some and let Suyu learn them. He also tested him every few days. Suyu had just finished memorizing fresh fish biographies yesterday. Today, he made a dessert called Beauties Leaving the Borders and sent it to the national tutor. The so-called Beauties Leaving the Borders was to put fresh yuanbei in a steamer basket and steam it until it opened its mouth. Then, the meat was dug out and fried. Then, seasonings were sprinkled on it. When the seasonings were mixed together, it looked like frost and snow. It was called Beauties Leaving the Borders. When he went to Anhua Tower, he was told that the national tutor had gone to Haiyan Palace to tame a mythological beast. Suyu's mouth twitched. He carried the food box and turned to go to his imperial granduncle. As expected, the national tutor was lying on Big Boss Cat's belly, basking in the sun. The Emperor Emeritus had run off somewhere, and the two princes were digging up the beads they had hidden yesterday on the beach. After giving the national tutor a taste of the dessert and sharing some of his views on fresh fish biographies, Suyu stood up and excused himself. He carried his two sons and went to find the emperor. Without those eyesores of the imperial concubines, His Majesty resumed his daily routine. However, he had to attend court in the morning, so he could only pay his respects to his imperial father and Empress Dowager in the evening. The Emperor Emeritus rested in Xi'an Palace every day, which saved His Majesty 2 trips. Today, Prince Zhao happened to be there as well. The Empress Dowager was talking to him non-stop, while the Emperor Emeritus was hiding in a corner playing with a cloth mouse. Suyu stared with wide eyes at the cloth mouse. It was bright red. Why did it look so much like the one His Royal Highness King Zhao had? Prince Zhao's chubby face wrinkled like a steamed bun. Seeing that he was about to turn 20, his imperial mother nagged him to choose a few more concubines and side concubines for him. His Majesty the Emperor ignored his stupid younger brother's pleading gaze and bowed to his imperial mother. He took out the 2 fur balls in Suyu's arms and threw them to the Empress Dowager. I'll have to trouble imperial mother to take care of them for a night. The Empress Dowager was naturally happy. She put her 2 grandsons on her lap and continued to talk to Prince Zhao. Before Suyu could say anything, he was pulled back to the North Pole Palace by the Emperor. He made a sumptuous dinner to feed the Emperor and helped Uncle Cat bathe. Suyu, who didn't have any free time all day, lay on the bed and sighed. Then, he saw the Emperor leap up and pounce on him. The Empress, who had worked hard all day, didn't have any peace at night. After letting the Emperor fry fish twice, Suyu fell asleep in a daze. Then, he was woken up by Uncle Cat, who had gotten up in the middle of the night to play around. He helplessly reached out and dragged the fur ball, who was scratching its tassels, into the quilt. You still have to attend court tomorrow. Go to sleep. The jade hair rose in the east. In the dead of the night, Empress Su's busy day finally came to an end and a new day was about to begin. The north wind howled. It was the first snow of the winter in the capital. It snowed for 3 days and 3 nights. The red glazed roof tiles were covered with snow. The entire palace was shrouded in a tranquil atmosphere. When it was noon, the sound of reading in the south study gradually stopped. The Crown Prince, who had just turned 5, put down the book in his hand and bowed slightly to the Grand Tutor. His delicate little face, coupled with his cold expression, was exactly the same as His Majesty's. The Grand Tutor quickly got up and bowed back. It's getting late. Let's call it a day. His Highness the Crown Prince nodded slightly and nudged his brother who was sleeping soundly. Time to eat. Oh? The eldest prince suddenly raised his head and looked around. He saw the Grand Tutor's pained expression. He got up and bowed to the Grand Tutor. Then he yawned loudly. The Crown Prince frowned slightly. He raised his hand and slapped his brother's head. You don't study properly. The Grand Tutor stroked his beard. He was very pleased with the Crown Prince's sense of justice. Then he realized that something was wrong. He coughed lightly and said, His Highness the Crown Prince, respect your elder brother and love your younger brother. The eldest prince is the Crown Prince's elder brother. Even if he did something wrong, you can't do this. The Crown Prince looked at the Grand Tutor. I understand. The Grand Tutor was very pleased and turned to leave. Did you hear that? Respect your elder brother, ouch. Before the eldest prince could finish his sentence, he was kicked away by his younger brother. If you want to study filial piety, you can stay and study for another 2 hours. After saying that, His Highness the Crown Prince, who was wearing an apricot yellow robe, turned around and left. Hey, Ermel, wait for me. The eldest prince grimaced and rubbed his leg that was kicked. He jumped up and followed his brother. Don't use that name. His Highness the Crown Prince heard this name and became even angrier. He turned around and punched his brother's eye socket. The palace servants on the road all knelt down and saluted the 2 noble children when they saw them. They didn't get up until they were 5 steps away. Didn't they say that the 2 princes were brothers and were very close? Why? The new palace maid stood up and looked curiously at the 2 small figures. One was wearing the apricot yellow Crown Prince's uniform, and the other was wearing the dark yellow Crown Prince's uniform. They were both very handsome, but the two brothers didn't seem to have a good relationship. Ah, born in the imperial family, how can brothers truly love each other? The old serving girl sighed and warned the newcomer. Understand this in your heart, do not say it out loud. A white light flashed, and the two exquisite brocade robes suddenly disappeared. A black and yellow fur ball crawled out of the robes, and the golden kitten had already nimbly kicked open the apricot robes, jumped up, and pounced on the elder brother's body, hugging his ears and nibbling. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince immediately fought back and turned to bite his younger brother. Meow. The vibration of the soft cushion woke up the three sleeping furballs in the middle of the cushion. One was pure black, and the other two were yellow and white. They looked exactly the same. The pure black kitten was slightly bigger. After waking up, it immediately jumped up and joined the two fighting. Seeing the second brother pressing the eldest brother down, it went up and bit the eldest brother's tail, then scratched the second brother's butt with its paw. The golden kitten immediately turned around and glared at its younger brother. The black kitten proudly waved its paw and jumped back and forth in provocation. When Suyu opened the door and called the children to eat, she saw that the three older children were already fighting fiercely. The two yellow and white twin kittens were huddled together and looked at their brothers in confusion. In the past few years, Prince Li didn't do anything. Prince Jing's consort gave birth to a pure black kitten, and His Royal Highness King Zhao unexpectedly gave birth to a pair of yellow and white twins this year. The kittens were naturally brought to the Empress to raise, and the North Pole Palace became more and more lively. Time to eat. Suyu stood for a long time and didn't see them stop, so she had no choice but to shout. The three children who were fighting raised their heads and immediately abandoned their brothers who were fighting in full swing, and ran towards their father. Meow. The twin kittens, who were not even 1 year old, also ran over. The 5 little furballs all clung to Suyu's clothes. Among them, the black kitten climbed the fastest and climbed to Suyu's waist in a few moments. Okay, don't make trouble. Suyu smiled and took off the black furball. Holding it in his hand, the golden His Highness the Crown Prince had already circled around from behind and got into his clothes. Mao, come out. Suyu handed the black furball to Wang Gonggong and reached out to grab the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was already squatting on his shoulder and stretching his neck to lick the tip of his nose. Because the twins were too small, they couldn't climb very high. They hung on his clothes and meowed helplessly. When the Emperor came over, he saw Suyu's behavior and immediately had a look of disgust. How stupid. He lifted the Crown Prince off his shoulder, took out the Crown Prince, and threw them all to Wang Gonggong. Suyu let out a sigh of relief and took off the 2 furballs on his clothes. Just as he was about to put them into his pocket, he saw the Emperor's face instantly turn cold. He could only embarrassedly hand them to Wang Gonggong. Wang Gonggong carried a basket and put the princes into the cushioned basket. He followed the Emperor and Empress to the dining hall. There was a sumptuous lunch on the table. The 5 kittens obediently squatted in a row with 6 small bowls in front of them. Suyu evenly divided the food that was suitable for children into 6 small bowls. After the black kitten ate a shrimp, it naturally turned to eat the shrimp in the Crown Prince's bowl. It was slapped back by the Crown Prince. It shook its head and walked over to push the Crown Prince away. As the older brother, he didn't bicker with his younger brother. The Crown Prince turned to eat the food in the 6th bowl. Sure enough, the black kittens were the most mischievous. Suyu held the bowl and stared at the furballs without blinking. Originally, black kittens weren't present in every generation. 2 years ago, when the little black furball was born, Prince Jing was very happy. However, the other members of the imperial family were very worried. It had to be known that black kittens were always very active. The imperial palace wouldn't be peaceful for 20 years. Eat. The emperor angrily said as he put a boiled shrimp into the empress's bowl. Oh. Suyu finally came back to her senses. She picked up the shrimp in the bowl and peeled it. She dipped it in the sauce and put it in the emperor's bowl. The emperor's face slightly brightened. He was thinking about how many days he should send his sons to Xian Palace. They finished the meal noisily. Because of the cold weather, it was inconvenient to go to Haiyan Palace to sleep at noon. The whole family took a nap in the North Pole Palace. The North Pole Palace's main hall was very warm because the earth was burning. The emperor lay down on the soft cushion, hugged Suyu into his arms, and rubbed against him. He planted a light kiss on his forehead. His black furry mouth moved closer and kissed her. The emperor raised his head and saw the black fur ball tilting its head and looking at him innocently. Me. The twin kittens squeezed through the gap between the two of them. They found a warm place and hugged each other to sleep. His Highness the Crown Prince walked to Suyu's head, lay down, and naturally put his chin on his head. He stretched out his white furry paw and touched his exposed ears. The Crown Prince turned back into his human form. He wasn't sleepy at all. He sat beside Suyu and chattered. Father, I heard the wild cat say this morning that the 13th grandpa came to the capital. Really? Suyu turned to look at him. The furry paw on his head moved from his ear to his nose. He couldn't help but sneeze. Don't talk to those wild cats. The emperor turned Suyu's face back and put his arm under his neck. The crown prince fell down because of the pillow that suddenly became taller. Father, is the 13th grandpa coming? The crown prince laid on Suyu's body and looked at his father. His Highness the Crown Prince shook his head and stood up to squeeze between the two of them. But he was scratched by the little black cat that was hiding behind his father's head. The two of them suddenly fought. The twins who had just fallen asleep were awakened. The two little kittens began to meow. Shut up and sleep. The emperor coldly scolded. It was finally quiet. Suyu tucked in the corner of the blanket for the sleeping emperor and sneaked a peek at the 5 furballs in the blanket. Black, yellow, and white, the 3 colors were mixed together and squeezed into a ball. They slept between him and the emperor, warming his chest and abdomen. He couldn't help but smile. He slowly put down the quilt and kissed the emperor. Then he closed his eyes. In the past, he was used to being busy and didn't take afternoon naps. After staying in the palace for so many years, he finally could sleep. But once he took afternoon naps, he didn't wake up. When Suyu opened his eyes again, the crown prince and the crown prince, who were of school age, had already gone to Anhua Tower to practice. The twins, who were always sleepy, had unknowingly burrowed into his clothes. They hugged each other and slept warmly. The little black cat was lying next to his head. It was holding a cloth rat and gnawing happily. When it saw him open his eyes, it immediately came over and nudged his nose. Then, it continued to gnaw on the cloth rat. Sanmao, where's your imperial father? Suyu stretched out a finger and poked the little black head. The little black cat immediately dropped the rat and hugged Suyu's finger to gnaw on it. The door of the great hall was pushed open from the outside with a creak. The emperor wore a black cloak and carried a basket in his hand as he walked in. Eunuch Wang helped him take off his cloak and warm his body in front of the incense cooker. Only then did he walk over and place the basket on the soft cushion. Suyu sat up and leaned over to take a look. What's this? The basket was covered with a lid. He couldn't see what was inside. 13th uncle brought it. The emperor sat down next to Suyu. He seemed to be in a good mood. 13th uncle? Suyu blinked. He didn't hear any news about Prince Su before he came to the capital. Why did you suddenly come back? Naturally, it's for this. The emperor pointed to the basket and motioned for Suyu to open it. Suyu didn't understand. He slowly opened the lid. The small basket was covered with a thick velvet cushion. In the middle of the bright red velvet cushion, a small fur ball was lying on its stomach. It was looking up and quietly looking at him. Its clear eyes were like light-colored glass. It was extremely beautiful. Suyu was stunned. He stared blankly at the little pink nose, the little pink paws, and the snow-white fur all over its body. Little national tutor. Suyu couldn't help but lower his voice. The emperor smiled proudly. He leaned over and touched his youngest brother with his nose. Call me imperial brother. The little white cat looked at its elder brother and slowly raised its paw. Then, it slapped him in the face. As a sacred and unapproachable existence of the Din dynasty, the national tutor's daily life was still very leisurely, but recently, he had some small worries. The early morning sun spread through the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 6th floor of Anhua Tower and shone on the wide and soft bed. The snow-colored gauze canopy couldn't block the invasion of the sun, and the soft golden light shone on the handsome jade-like face. His long eyelashes reflected a small fan-like shadow. Although it was already late in the morning, Ongwa Tower was still quiet. Meow. The soft meow of a kitten broke the silence. The snow-white kitten grabbed the bed sheet and climbed up, stumbling to the pillow. It slowly squatted down and looked at him with its head tilted. The successor of the national tutor with the pure bloodline of Baizé had appeared. When the national tutor was still alive, he would be conferred the title of Holy Son. When he succeeded, he would be conferred the title of national tutor. His Highness the Holy Son looked for a long time. Seeing that the imperial uncle didn't intend to open his eyes, he raised his pink-white paw and rubbed his belly. He slowly leaned over and licked the tip of the delicate nose. His long eyelashes trembled, and he slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of cold eyes. The national tutor quietly looked at the little fur ball in front of him. "What's the matter?" "Meow." The little white kitten licked its mouth. He had just turned 1 month old and didn't know how to speak cat and human language. "Sleep, you won't be hungry when you're asleep." The national tutor stretched out his white, almost transparent hand, hugged the kitten into his arms, and fell asleep again. Meow. His Highness the Holy Son aggrievedly scratched his snow-white undershirt. After following his imperial father into the palace, he first stayed in the North Pole Palace for a few days before coming to Ongwa Tower. In the North Pole Palace, he could eat 4 meals a day or even more. As long as he licked his mouth to show that he was hungry, the smiling empress would make delicious food for him. But in Ongwa Tower, he only had 3 meals, 1 at noon, 1 in the evening, and 1 in the middle of the night. His Highness the Holy Son was unhappy. He struggled out of the snow-white satin undershirt, jumped on the quilt, and stepped on it, meowing non-stop. So noisy. The national tutor sat up and glared at the little furball with cold eyes. The snow-white furball shrunk its head, then stuck out its little chest and stared back without showing any signs of weakness. National tutor, after breakfast, His Majesty went to the imperial study. Today, there were several important ministers who wanted to discuss important matters, so he didn't drag Suyu to the imperial study as a cushion. "Father, your son will go to school now." His Highness the Crown Prince respectfully bid farewell to Suyu. "Father, let's go." His Royal Highness the eldest prince was not as serious as he smiled and hugged his younger brother, waving at Suyu. "Go ahead." Suyu reached out and rubbed his 2 sons' heads. Meow. The little black cat, who had eaten its fill, scurried over and climbed onto Suyu's body. It imitated Suyu and patted its elder brother's head. His Highness the Crown Prince snorted, raised his hand and flicked his younger brother's finger, then turned around and left. "Brat." The eldest prince made a funny face at his younger brother and ran away as well. "Let's go and pay our respects to your grandpa and grandma." It was rare for them to have some free time in the morning, so Suyu planned to take the 3 children to visit his grandparents. As he spoke, he turned around and hugged the twins. "Greetings, Your Majesty the Empress." Prince Lu's upright voice sounded from behind. Suyu turned around and saw Gao Peng, who was dressed in the guard commander uniform, half kneeling on the ground. A snow-white furball crawled out from his cotton-padded clothes. "Holy Son." Suyu's eyes lit up. He quickly went up and carried the little white cat down. Meow. His Highness the Holy Son was very satisfied with Suyu's tactfulness and gave him a slap. Suyu squinted his eyes in bliss and kissed the little white cat. "What's wrong? Why did you come over so early in the morning?" The national tutor said that the Holy Son is still young. Before he turns 1, he should be taken care of by the Empress. She only needs to send him to Ongwa Tower every afternoon. The loyal guard commander meticulously conveyed the national tutor's decree. Suyu held back his laughter and looked at the energetic little white cat. It must be that the child was too playful and hindered the national tutor from studying the astrology in the morning. Meow. His Highness the Holy Son patted Suyu's hand and licked his furry mouth. "You haven't eaten breakfast yet?" Suyu was stunned. Only then did he remember that there was no breakfast in Ongwa Tower. He immediately felt his heart ache. "Wait a moment, Big Brother will make something delicious for you." He kissed the little white cat and placed him and the little black cat on the soft cushion. Then, he turned around and went to the kitchen. The little white cat lay down on the soft cushion and yawned elegantly. The third prince tilted his head and looked at his imperial uncle, who was younger than him, and suddenly pounced on him. Meow. The holy son immediately raised his paw and slapped his nephew to the side. When Prince Su came in, he saw the little black charcoal ball persistently pouncing on the little white cat. Then, he was slapped away again and again. Why is this child becoming more and more like 21? His Royal Highness King Ling, who came in later, grinned. When he heard that 13th brother became the holy son, he couldn't sit still anymore. It was almost the new year, so it wasn't strange for him to come to the capital at this time. Prince Su didn't mind. He turned into a big black and white cat and jumped onto the soft cushion. When the little black cat saw Grandpa 13, it immediately gave up on provoking its little uncle and turned to pounce on the big black and white tail. Son. His Royal Highness Su King hugged the little white cat and licked it. The holy son pushed his father away in disdain and rubbed his head against Prince Ling, who jumped onto the soft cushion. Oh, this child is close to me. His Royal Highness King Ling was very proud. He also licked the child, but he immediately received a slap. So you came over with a big bowl of freshly cooked fish paste. 13th uncle, 17th uncle, have you eaten? The little white cat looked at Suyu, then walked over gracefully and jumped onto his lap. The two big cats looked at each other, waved their paws perfunctorily, and turned to play with the little fat twins. They would never admit that they were jealous because they couldn't get close to the little white cat. Never, the yellow and white twin kittens were sleeping soundly. When they smelled the smell of fish paste, they immediately stood up and stumbled to Suyu's side, ignoring the two grandpas who were about to smile. Only the little black cat was still persistently flapping its big tail. Holding a small jade spoon to feed the little state preceptor, Suyu's eyes almost turned into a line from smiling. Two yellow and white little furballs, one on the left and one on the right, stood up on his knees and opened their mouths as well. Didn't the two of you just eat? He fed them a spoonful each. Seeing the twins eating happily, Suyu scratched his head. These two children's appetites were really good. Look at their bodies, they were so round that their necks couldn't be seen. This delay caused him to miss the time to pay his respects. Suyu simply played with the big and small cats on the soft cushion for the whole morning. After noon, the little white cat was sent back to Anhua Tower. The national tutor, who had just eaten lunch, yawned and looked at the sky. The snow had stopped, and Yang Valley was still warm. He should be able to go out, so he carried the little national tutor to Ocean Palace. The island wasn't as cold as the capital. Afraid that the imperial granduncle would catch a cold, the Emperor Emeritus ordered people to build an earth dragon when building Ocean Palace. The earth dragon fire burned day and night. Even if the door of the main hall of Ocean Palace was open, he didn't feel cold. Big Boss Cat was sleeping in the main hall. A cool breeze blew in, blowing his thick fur to one side. From afar, it looked like a wheat field blown by the wind. The mystery of the celestial bodies needs to be studied day and night. Imperial Granduncle has the aura of an ancient divine beast on his body. It is easier to understand the essence of the celestial bodies if you study the celestial bodies beside him. The imperial advisor's melodious voice slowly sounded in his ears. The little white cat nodded, not fully understanding. The inheritance of the national tutor was very complicated. The saint must grow up by the national tutor's side and receive his teachings at all times. The imperial preceptor walked over with the little furball and touched the soft fur on its belly. Meow? Big Boss Cat opened its eyes, retracted its paws, rubbed its back on the ground, and turned to look at him. A moment later, the national tutor took off his shoes and socks and climbed up barefoot. The little white cat jumped out of his snow-white clothes and rolled around in the sea of fur. Big Boss Cat was used to it. He yawned and went back to sleep. When the Emperor Emeritus came to visit the imperial granduncle, he saw two white furballs, one big and one small, sleeping soundly on the belly. In the evening, the national tutor had dinner with the divine beast protector. When the cooks of Ocean Palace heard that the national tutor was staying for dinner, they were a little nervous. They usually cooked large portions of meat. The noble national tutor naturally couldn't eat food that wasn't exquisite enough. They racked their brains to make some exquisite dishes, such as cabbage and tofu soup, purple jade plum cake, white fungus lotus seed porridge, and so on. They were served in exquisite jade-carved bowls and plates, together with the grilled fish of the divine beast protector. The national tutor looked at the delicate dishes and then at the grilled fish in front of the imperial granduncle. The little white cat squatted on the table and turned its head together with the national tutor. Two pairs of identical light-colored glazed eyes stared straight at the grilled fish. Big Boss Cat kicked its ears with its hind paws. The little eunuch beside the Emperor Emeritus immediately understood. He cut a large piece of the grilled fish and evenly distributed it in front of the Emperor Emeritus and the national tutor. Then, he carried the Holy Son to the Empress. The Holy Son was still young. He probably couldn't eat grilled fish with chili powder sprinkled on it. It was better to send it over to eat with the princes. His Majesty looked at the white fur ball on the table and frowned slightly. Although his little brother was cute, he was still Suyu's brother-in-law. No matter how young he was, there was no reason for him to sleep with his sister-in-law. After dinner, the emperor sent his sons to the side chamber. At the same time, he sent his little brother with him. The side chamber had been changed into a room full of soft cushions. The princes ran around in the room. It was very lively. The little white cat was a little dissatisfied with the noisy environment. It squatted at the door and refused to go in. "Little imperial uncle, let's play catch mice." The little black cat jumped over and bounced in front of him. "Little imperial uncle, let me tell you a story." The black and yellow His Highness pushed his little brother away and went over to please him. "Humph." The golden His Highness the Crown Prince only snorted coldly and didn't say anything. His two chubby little brothers squeezed him on the left and right. He didn't hesitate to bite each of them. The little white cat raised its paws and slowly walked to the center of the soft cushion. It looked at the two little fat balls squeezed together and jumped on them to find a comfortable position. He had to study the stars. He didn't have time to play with these noisy nephews. Huff huff. When Big Boss Cat was born, the Yin family had not started to conquer the world and was just an ordinary merchant family. Miss Chen's father was a scholar and her mother died early. Her stepmother was mean and always wanted to marry her to a rich family as a concubine in exchange for money for her husband's education. This year, Old Master Chen brought his family to Danyang City for the provincial examination. The Yin family was very famous in Danyang City. Their wealth was secondary, but their family rules were also a strange thing in Danyang City. It was said that the Yin family did not marry a wife and only took in concubines. Whoever gave birth to a child first would be the wife. In such a strange family, the daughter of a reputable family would naturally not be willing to marry. However, the Yin family was rich. Even if they took in a concubine, the betrothal money given was more than that of a normal family. If this woman became the wife in the future, her family would be given an additional betrothal gift. When the stepmother heard this, she was tempted. A few months later, the results were released. Old Master Chen became a high scholar and could participate in the spring examination next year. However, the road to the capital was long and the Chen family could not afford the travel expenses. Moreover, the atmosphere in the imperial court was not good. If he wanted to pass the examination, he had to bribe various places in advance. Even if he passed the examination, he still needed a large amount of money to get a good job. Thus, Miss Chen was carried into the Yin family in a small sedan chair with tears in her eyes and married to the Yin family's Zongzi as a concubine. Fortunately, the Zongzi was very handsome. Other than his bad temper, he was not bad to her. A year later, she gave birth to a furball and fainted. When she woke up, she became the wife and became the wife of the Yin family's head. 5 years later, Miss Chen, who was already a mother of 3 children, was pregnant again. However, this time, she was very worried. Because before, she was pregnant with kittens and it was not obvious. This child was no different from a normal person. This doesn't make sense. The Yin family's Zongzi scratched his head. If a woman could give birth to a son, she would not give birth to a normal child. What was going on with this child? The husband and wife were very worried. This had never happened before. If she gave birth to a normal child, they could not bear to separate him from his brothers. After a few months of worry, the child was still born. How is it? What did you give birth to? Zhongzi frowned and asked the midwife. If it was Fanzi, why didn't he hear the baby crying? This. The midwife, who had signed the blood contract, looked embarrassed as she carried out a swaddling cloth. The brothers of the Yin family hurried over to take a look and were all shocked. Wrapped in the swaddling clothes was a furry little tiger the size of an ordinary baby. Uncle, this child. Zhongzi held the child and showed it to the handsome young man with silver hair. Tao Wu. Little uncle, who had Bai Zai's bloodline, widened his eyes. This is a rare pureblood Tao Wu. The Yin family was happy. The purer the bloodline, the more powerful the magical force. The world was about to be thrown into chaos, and with this kind of child, perhaps it could change a bit. Big head, look what I brought. The 5-year-old brother ran into the house with an embroidered ball in his arms and handed it to the big kitten to play with. Big brother, why hasn't Big Head turned into a human yet? Second brother rubbed his big head and was very puzzled. Wait until he's 1 year old. The eldest brother buried his face in his younger brother's fur and grinned. However, when he was 1 year old, the kitten only turned into a slightly bigger kitten. Maybe purebloods grow slower. It'll probably be fine next year. The father picked him up from a pile of scratches. The big kitten tilted his head, not understanding what his father was worried about, and happily used his big paws to slap his father's face. In the second year, the slightly bigger kitten turned into an even bigger kitten. In the third year, the even bigger kitten continued to grow, and it was still a kitten. Year after year, the eldest brother turned 20, got married and had children. The big furball was already 5 feet tall, unable to turn into a human and unable to speak. You can't go out. If people see you, they'll think you're a monster and kill you. The mother looked at him sadly. Big head, don't be sad. What do you want? I'll buy it for you. The eldest brother buried his face in his fur. Fourth brother, why are you still like this? The white-haired younger brother stared at him with a pair of glazed eyes. Big head cat buried his face in his paws and didn't speak. This won't do. If it continues to grow, we won't be able to hide it. The father sighed and sent him to a villa by the sea. The servants couldn't understand him, so he played by the sea every day. His brothers occasionally came to visit him. Big head, eat more. Maybe you'll turn into a human. Big head, the Yin family has lived in Danyang for 3 generations. It's time to move. Father has decided to move to Shu. Big head, father has passed away. Come back with me. Year after year, he only returned to the Yin family when his parents passed away. He traveled at night and slept during the day, afraid of being seen by others. Later, his elder brother passed away, and the younger generation of the Yin family gradually forgot about this granduncle. The blood slave also died of old age. Big Head Cat lived by himself in a villa by the sea, catching fish to eat. One day, a few strange fish appeared in the sea, and he chased them into the deep sea. Golden light wrapped around his feet, and he walked on the waves. He chased the fish for 7 days and 7 nights. An island appeared in front of him, and there were groups of mermaids singing around the island. When they saw him, they immediately fled in fear. The island was far from the shore, and even the fishermen wouldn't come close. There were no noisy crowds, and no servants who would treat him like a monster. It was very comfortable. Until one day, a few kittens appeared near the island, and then? The golden kitten lay on Big Head Cat's head and asked curiously. I know. The black and yellow crown prince raised his paw. Fifth grandpa told me. Fifth grandpa's words can't be trusted. The black little furball jumped on Big Head Cat's head and bit the crown prince brother. The crown prince immediately slapped it down. Big Head Cat raised his paw and caught the falling third prince. He licked him. Why don't I see the empress today? Father said he's going to make something delicious today, the fat twins said in unison. North Pole Palace. What are you doing? The emperor, who had finished reading the memorials, couldn't find Suyu. He wandered into the kitchen and saw the busy figure in front of the stove. He immediately went up to her. Fish cake. Suyu put the dough in the steamer basket. In addition to fish, there were many precious ingredients. She fried them until they were crispy and mixed them with the dough before steaming them. There were 9 large steamers, and each of them had a different shape. When all of them were steamed, they were taken out and put together to form a complete circle. She brushed it with a thick sauce and sprinkled crispy shrimp slices on the surface. The fish cake was ready. The national tutor flipped through the ancient records and found the emperor's grandfather's birthday. Today was the emperor's 300th birthday, and they wanted to celebrate it. Princes from all over the country rushed over. The imperial kitchen was especially busy today. High-end palace was filled with all kinds of delicacies. When the empress's cake was served, the banquet could begin. The freshly baked cake emitted a tempting fragrance. It was as big as a bathtub. The Emperor Emeritus looked at the cake and slapped away Prince Zhao's hand. Today is the emperor's grandfather's birthday. Of course he should eat the first bite. Big Head Cat was a little embarrassed. He stepped on each other with his paws, opened his mouth, and swallowed the cake. The Emperor Emeritus was speechless. The Emperor was speechless. Big Head Cat licked his mouth and burped. Meow. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light flashed. The Emperor quickly covered Suyu's eyes. The light was too dazzling. His eyes would hurt for a long time if he looked at it. Everyone suddenly exclaimed. Suyu curiously pulled the Emperor's hand away. His eyes widened. The 3-meter-tall big cat had disappeared, and in its place was a little doll wearing a tiger skin doo-doo. The doll was fair, tender, and round, as if carved from jade. It was very beautiful, and its pair of bright eyes were wide open. It stood in place, not knowing what to do. Emperor's grandfather? The Emperor frowned and asked tentatively. Oh, yes, it's me. The baby answered in a childish voice. He twisted his fingers in embarrassment. I can turn into a human too. The Emperor's grandfather could turn into a human. This was a big deal. The national tutor recorded it in the family's ancient records. In the days to come, Empress Su was killing fish by the stove. She felt someone tugging at her clothes. She turned and looked down. She saw the emperor's grandfather in a tiger skin doo-doo looking up at her. He said in a soft voice, Grandniece-in-law, I want to eat catfish. Yes, emperor's grandfather. Suyu smiled and rubbed the emperor's grandfather's head. Don't touch my head. The baby dodged. 21 said that I'm an elder. I should act like one. Emperor's grandfather. The third prince ran over and hugged the baby. Grandmother just made a clockwork mouse. Let's go play. I'll carry you. The baby was dragged out of the kitchen. He fell down as soon as he walked out. A golden light flashed and he turned into Big Head Cat. He pinned the third prince under him. The third prince turned into a black kitten. He struggled to get out and jumped on top of Big Head Cat's head. He raised his head proudly. Meow. Big Head Cat stood up, shook his fur, and leaped onto the roof. He jumped lightly between the ridges of the palace. The emperor, who was squatting on the roof with the crown prince to meditate on the ancestral spirit, looked at the giant fur ball that jumped over. What's this for? His Highness the Crown Prince twitched his ears. Maybe grandmother made something fun again. His Majesty sneered, useless. Then, he turned around and jumped onto the emperor's grandfather's back. He didn't know what fun it was. He should have time to take a look before the stupid slave finished cooking. End of chapter 138. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.